everybody, as we are here for Championship Sunday. It's the Midwest Esports Invitational, where we continue day 2 here in the wonderful Lisle, Illinois, just 26 miles outside of the Chicagoland area here for the DuPage Sports Commission behind all of it. And of course, as you can see behind us, in the amazing Scrims Esports Center in Lisle, where we've had a very adventurous weekend and some surprising, even just we were talking before going on the broadcast today, some surprisingly upsets with one of the community colleges that we have in the Valorant section of it, because you both are going to be leading on with that before we get to talk a little bit into format of what we had yesterday and where we're going today. But overall, how are you feeling today, Time, and how are you feeling, Danny? We'll start with Time.
I got to say, already feeling good about the Valorant side. Any team could come into things winning it. We still have 4 teams remaining. I'd say as of right now, 3 of them are very good favorites to win. The 4th was the underdog, I don't know, about 20 minutes ago. And that's how long it took them to win their lower semifinal or lower quarterfinal. College of DuPage just beat Michigan State. Now, Michigan State does not have their arguable best player, according to them as well, Slam. So there may be a little bit of a caveat, but not a caveat to a 13-2. Right. So very good job from the College of DuPage.
Well, and then even before that, you were having an opportunity to cast one of the Valorant games that we saw that was quite a nail-biter towards the later portion of it. How did that really get to unfold here for those that might not have seen it earlier?
Well, honestly, I think it was great because it was actually Michigan State against Columbia. And Michigan State that just lost to DuPage. So, honestly, that loss may have been hard to bounce back from because it was very close. It was 11-13 against one of the favorites, Columbia. So, maybe they just weren't able to come back. And, honestly, it was still fun to watch because Maroon, for example, he has a clutch gene. Now, when I spoke to the coach from Michigan State, he said, yep, he is like that. And then I asked him for an opinion. He said, well, we will see Columbia again in the grand final. Hopefully, DuPage carries that spirit for them. And inside of Columbia, seeing, I believe it was Legend and Carnage, they had complete synergy. And when I talked to the coach, they said, well, they're roommates. So they
have that natural synergy.
They were roommates.
You know? Slugging each other.
Legend and Switchblade are twins, so that also helps their little bit of synergy.
No way.
Yeah,
that's crazy to find out that they are. Okay, now it's going to be really difficult for me to differentiate between the two. If I see them, I'll say one name then the other.
Luckily, their names are on their back.
Also, they have different hairstyles, so
that's true.
Legend has shorter hair.
Well, and with us talking about these players and what we've seen so far, let's also talk about the format again for those that might not have seen yesterday but wanting to go in today. We had all best of ones during that Valorant segment in the group stage, and then going into today, it is still those best of ones all the way up to the grand finals, which we're going to be having towards the end of the day. We'll have some Overwatch talk as well. Again, still best of 3s that were all throughout the groups yesterday, carrying into today with the grand finals of being a best of 5. But there will be a whole discussion segment on that a little bit later as we want to focus on the Valorant, because we are going to be entering into that winner's final round, which we're really looking forward to, that both you, Time, and Danny are going to be taking off here shortly with that. But we can talk a little bit about expectations for both UIC and Columbia College.
Yeah, I want to start with UIC. They came out of yesterday not great. By no means was it a superb day for them. They lost to Northern Illinois, who really redeemed themselves today and towards the later stages of yesterday. I brought up that little intricate stat with round differential for you and NIU, by the way. It ended up paying off for them. 13-8 was their loss. They picked up 3rd place and have carried that into the lower bracket. But the problem on the other side of things is UIC, they've just redeemed themselves, and Illini wasn't expecting it. 13-10 loss for Illini. They even have a player playing online, and they're just barely sitting in the lower semifinals right now. There's a lot of things still going basically any direction except for Columbia College's way. They still have stayed undefeated.
Yeah, and with their consistent success overall between the two of you, I think we can start getting to that portion of where we start understanding who is really the top dog and seeing how that's going to pan out. But like you mentioned, with DuPage being able to take this and continue to run through that loser's bracket, that's an exciting opportunity, being, again, one of the few community colleges that are participating over this weekend to really show and demonstrate how they've been a force to be reckoned with, really.
Yeah, like I said, college does have the advantage where players can go in there and then go straight to the pros because they're not spending so much time there. So, you know, these players, they're not just thinking about academia. They're honestly looking way far in advance. So I know they're taking all of these LAN events very, very seriously. So I'm still surprised, not going to lie, because, you know, they didn't have a good showing yesterday. But like I said, yesterday was honestly more of the warm-up because we've seen a lot of upsets. So I honestly am not sure what's going to happen today.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. And they're all fighting for an amazing prize pool, which, again, the really nice part about this, too, is we're concluding this second day of the Midwest Esports Invitational, is we do have our DuPage Sports Commission Director, Igor, who's going to be with the first, second, and third place winners for that $1,100, $600, and $300 reward, where there is going to be medals distributed to those players as well at the Hyatt Regency just down the street here, where most of them are actually being lodged for this weekend event. So accumulatively between the contacts that is working through DuPage Sports Commission, and all of the assistance of everybody in these moving parts. It's such a great opportunity for these students to be able to have all of this at their accessibility for competing in an event like this.
Yeah, and in the organization for the event, we had like our pre-meeting. Everybody has a pre-meeting before a LAN event. And Igor was talking about this. I love the foresight from Igor. We've talked with him a couple times. There are 8 medals per team for each event. Remember, Overwatch is now down to 5, and Valorant usually only has a sub or a manager. So even some staff for a lot of these teams will be able to get involved in the medal ceremony.
Even.
Yeah, that too. It's great to see everybody being able to get involved, and some level of redundancy for both Overwatch and Valorant.
It's okay. What you'll do is you'll like to take that extra medal, and that's where you put it in the case at the school.
Yeah, that's
Give it
actually
to
true.
me,
Right? Yeah. But honestly, I think it's well deserved because, it's like we had a pre-meeting. I promise you, all these teams definitely had all their staff, all their players just equally participating. They never know when the number's going to be called up. So as you mentioned, for example, Michigan State, their best player isn't even there.
Yeah.
So somebody had to be called up.
Absolutely.
Somebody had to just be ready at any moment.
Well, even some of the analysts, we were talking about it yesterday. After the tournament, they're like, yeah, so tonight we're going to go back to the Hyatt. We're going to make sure that we take some time to analyze how the day went, our other teams, everything else. So there's been a lot going into this across the board. And it's, again, just an absolutely spectacular showing over the course this weekend for everyone. And I know there are even some that are looking forward to the future of what that's going to be now that they have seen the capacity that has come through this weekend. And with that being said, though, we've at least given you the guidelines of how the rest of this Valorant segment's going to go before entering into later on the Overwatch portion of it. We won't take too much more time here because we're going to be heading into that short break to let these two kick it off and bring our winners finals for that amazing Valorant game. So you're not going to want to go anywhere, friends, as we'll be getting that game up in just a moment.
teams have reached top 3. They're now looking to guarantee themselves a spot in our best of 3 grand finals. It's Columbia College Premier taking on the Competitive Gaming Club of the University of Illinois Chicago.
Yep.
That is not that difficult to say. Apologies to CGC UIC, who have made a very good comeback to get here through not only Illini and University of Illinois, but now moving into this winners final, they have a very good opportunity to take grand finals, especially after already picking up an upset. I'm Dan. I'm Time Delight. That's Danny Dunzo. I'm also Dan, just for context.
Yep.
Gotta say, Danny, this is a massive winners final.
Should I say I love your name, by the way. So, it is, especially considering that yesterday was a close game, 13-11, and Columbia just finished having their own close game today, like we spoke about, against Michigan, 13-11. So although they seem unbeatable, some of these games are a lot closer than you think. So honestly, I'm very excited to see how it's gonna go. I know CGC UIC. I know that they're gonna definitely want to win this one a lot to get their revenge. And this is, I believe, still in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, we're still in the winner's bracket. Winner of this goes straight to the grand finals. Loser will play the losers finals against the winner of Illini and DuPage. We talked about this just before in our opening desk segment. DuPage beat Michigan State. Yes, I said that out loud. No, I didn't read a typo. Yes, a community college, a 2-year community college, has guaranteed themselves top 4. They're now currently, as I speak, competing for a spot in the top 3 and to play the loser of this one as we move into Sunset as our best of 1. And yes, the Observer did not choose the wrong map.
It's true, yep. I honestly have every community college that could have made such an upset. I am glad it is DuPage, because again, huge shout out to them for hosting this event, the DuPage Sports Commission. And now we look at both sides. We will see, of course, a few mirror matchups. Breach. We also see Omen. I believe Tone also played Omen in his previous matchup against Columbia. Yeah. And I believe Calvin, definitely one of his favorite agents. I believe I saw him play against Michigan State earlier today. You can around see Jet. I'm not going to lie. Whenever I see an opposing duelist with no banner or the default banner, my mind says, okay, he's crazy. I guess that's a Smurf tool, So he's going to Smurf on them. But Presidu also having default banner. So maybe we see each duelist, going to Smurf on the opposing side.
So I got to say, I'm a little surprised we're not seeing a couple different agents here. Number one, not seeing a Sky, not the most common of selections, but still somewhat notable. Number two, not going to see a Fade on either side. This is one of the few maps in the pool where a Fade is seen the majority of the time. The most common composition, picked 21% of the time, so about 40% of games, give or take, is in order: Breach, Raze, Omen, Cypher, Fade. Here, you're seeing the Sova in place of that Fade, which is still seen about 16-17% of the time. Everything else is nearly fully mirrored, if not, fully mirrored, apart from obviously the Raze versus the Jet.
Well, both teams like to play together, so perhaps having Sova that can use both the Dart and the Drone to be able to quickly gain information, I can kind of understand why. As opposed to Sky's Dog and Bird. The Bird does make noise, a specific sound, letting them know that they are there, but doesn't tell them exactly how many people are there. So that's why they're trying to maybe predict whether there's a full push or a split. But here we see playing through mid CGC as a breach site. Oh, sorry, breach the mid.
They've gone all the way through mid. They're wrapping onto the site, and it's working. Legend was already seen, so their position duly noted. The site has already fallen. CGC UIC, a screaming start on Sunset, and they're not done just yet. Site being taken, and more importantly, smokes traded towards CT and towards the alternate side of your way into A. Hostage playing main, making sure there's no risk of running straight into that flank. And more importantly, they do not want to give away this site control directly. A second smoke to the same exact position. As Predzu walks in, their position, again, seen by the Cypher camera. This has been dangerous with information, as has UIC been all season long. But with Calvin D walking in, there's at least some redundancy. They'll walk in, find two separate players, and lose both fights. It is UIC to kick off the pistol.
Calvin, when he peeked, he saw two people. Half of their body was looking the opposite direction, but perhaps when you turn and you see more than one person, it is sometimes messes with your head. Who do you aim for? And he seems to be caught into that middle ground, because he did land some shots, but on neither of their heads, just a couple on each of their bodies. So definitely going to have to save here, as per usual. And let's see how the rest of this goes. But I'm very glad that CGC UIC got the first win, considering that, again, they lost last time. So you can tell from the get-go they really, really want this series. Or game, sorry, for as best of one.
Fully a series, still singular game. 53% of the time, 52.63 if you want to get into semantics, that will be the attacking team winning their pistol. They also carry that into a conversion round victory nearly 90% of the time. It is usually because the defense does not invest round 2. It's understandable that they really don't have the opportunity to do so. They don't have the money, they don't have the sustainability, and if they stack a site, they're usually wrong because that 50-50 shot never really feels like a 50-50, does it, Danny?
Not really, never at all. Speaking of that, Kira immediately breaks into backside, already throwing up all the smokes, already securing site for his team as they're planting this bomb.
Yeah, they get spiked down. They will smoke off the close side of mid as well. This is becoming a problem for CC. They don't have an easy direction in. They have lesser weaponry. It will be a 5v5 retake, but even with that Sova on the flank, they have to deal with a tripwire. So their position will still be noted because you either have to take it out or walk through it. Either way, the exposition is there for the Cypher. Aggression back in towards CT. Aftershock and a fault line thrown straight towards mid, and they want to swing it off the back. They will. Great couple of assists from the breach in the process. And UIC, they do not want to give anything away. Legend will find one in that same process, but again, Legend is stuck on the flank and very isolated in the same process. I'd be very surprised if they live here, much less find a kill. Doesn't seem like either one's going to happen. They just want to die to the spike, and you can't blame them for doing so. Columbia College will indeed lose the conversion round.
That's true, and keep in mind, CGC only lost one person, so their econ is still going to be pretty good. It's even better than it already is, I apologize. You see the full buy, of course, coming from Columbia, so let's see if they can win this one. Now, again, CGC, they are the ones that have house money. So if anything, the pressure is on Columbia, despite the fact that they will be able to full buy.
Brief reminder, Columbia College is the only Valorant team remaining that has yet to lose a map. Every single series has been a best of one up to this point and will be even into the lower bracket. Columbia College went 4-0 in groups, has won both of their winners bracket games thus far, and is now looking to close things out and send themselves to the grand finals in nearly flawless fashion. They are the heading favorites to take it. Again, because UIC's already lost to them in a prior round. You said it, 13-11 on Breeze. This does favor Columbia College, but on a new map, and one that UIC has played before against St. Xavier, this does give them more exposure to the map itself. Cobalt goes in. They'll find Predzu. Columbia College needs to recover something, and they can't do so. Kiro finds a follow-up, and Switchblade is isolated. One of the two twins on the site itself has to disengage into CT, and he's basically fully out on an island. A swing off of the back of a Paranoia. He'll find help with one. Calvin wants to go through with help on a second, but Tonho isolates themselves in the same process, and they'll try and stick around in the same engagement.
Yep, definitely can see perhaps why Sova, they pick Sova as opposed to Sky, because that drone definitely giving the finishing need. As Calvin switching to get one, get two, gets three as well. And Carnage finishes up that one for Columbia University.
Columbia College happy to take that one away.
College,
and
I apologize.
Re-engage to near perfection. As soon as Calvin takes a fight, everybody else goes in. That's something that we've been worried about on multiple sides thus far today, and yesterday as well, Danny. Teams have not been as coordinated as they need to be because communication on LAN can always be difficult. You're playing next to your teammates, but yet across from some Overwatch players that are yelling about some Ramatra. And Columbia College are still happy to play for that. Calvin D takes a fight, everybody else swings off the back of him, and the only other one to find a kill was Legend because that's all he had to do. 3-step towards A again, Recon Bolt thrown through, but so too is a dark cover from the backside of mid.
Sure. One thing I like about both sides are playing very confidently. I did speak to the coach of Columbia after this and said that they sometimes get into their heads, but when they're playing right, they play right.
Well, losing this first real gun round, we've seen them already pick up the anti-bonus, but the problem is full rifles available for Columbia College and a lack thereof for, full rifles for CGC UIC and a lack thereof for Columbia College, sides mixed up, because they lost a couple players in the previous round. This is a dangerous start to the round for them. Losing that opening pick does not help their case by any means. And Aftershock exposes the fact that the breach is already here, and the information has been at a premium for UIC. They have the Sova, they have the Cypher, they can even play with that for the Omen as well in terms of sound cues around paranoias. If Switchblade wins this first fight, it's a completely different round. But if they lose it and they don't have that same way of getting back in, this changes on its head. There's already that rotation. There's a re-engagement as well as Kiro will walk through. There's that free info, though, and Cobalt will find two in the same process. Site exposed, spike planted.
Switchblade getting that kill on Judge is huge. When you play shotguns in corners, it's really a 50-50 gamble. You really need them to go through that specific route for it to remain anything. Oh, speaking of that one pick on Calvin, he's about to bump into an opponent right there. Unfortunately, Zarko peeks him. The communication great on the side of CGC.
And a re-engagement even more important. Carnage now isolated, has to avoid the aftershock and try and re-engage past that dark cover. He doesn't have CT control, he doesn't have site control, and he has no more info on A main, which is where Cobalt was earlier on. Toneho close corner. There's no way that this is cleared, and Carnage, yeah, will just save. The sound cue will be there. CGC UIC know they won the round, but it looks like they want to try and take the weapon away. They won't be directly successful, at least not early. They still lose at least a couple rifles, but they'll take the round and they'll make sure that Columbia College cannot save a rifle of their own.
All right, as we talked about, Econ is a little tricky the first few rounds, but this is around the part where you're either buying for next or full buying with few exceptions. What I'm trying to get at is that starting from maybe next round is when the game really begins. Because one thing about a lot of these shooting games is that the game almost feels it doesn't actually start until the 5th or 6th round, until all sides are really full buying. Because then right now, like I said, if some people are just kind of playing off the Econ from the first few rounds. Sorry.
Well, Columbia College now down 2 and having to mostly eco this one. UIC will make some economic decisions of their own, including popping the Blade Storm extremely early. They want to push off of it. A self-fault line makes things challenging, and Carnage sitting inside of a smoke. He's got some support, but there's 2 smokes on the other side, Cyber Cage and Dark Cover. You can see UIC just slowing things down. They don't feel like they have to push too early on that side, Danny.
Yep, this is kind of different from how they were starting off. I noticed that in this game, they're definitely playing a lot of aggression, so being able to slow down is probably going to cause Columbia to be a little confused, but you know, these are teams that definitely coordinate and definitely communicate well from what we've seen, so I'm curious to see how they're going to respond to this slow push on mid.
So they've taken all of mid. They've taken the entirety of A main. It just comes down to the timing around the push. A Paranoia available for Calvin D, one of the few players to pick up a primary weapon, and looks to swing off the back of it. A Stinger could be dangerous. He throws in his own Paranoia. He'll find a first, make it a second. Thrifty very much on the cards, but they lose the fight on the site. The benefit, at the bare minimum, they still have control of the spike, but Calvin, no information, no vision, now no life. Columbia College, they had everything. Now they've lost to nearly everything just the same, and they need to retake in a 2v2.
That's true, and keep in mind, that was a Stinger from Calvin.
Yeah.
He was able to do that by mixing it with this Paranoia, so good timing to mix his abilities to be able to overcome the weapon disadvantage.
Oh, but Legend, he's taken the fight and he's just disengaged. At this point, they both slow down. They both look to go opposite directions as it stands. Legend has made a sound cue by reloading. A spike plant is imminent and will be guaranteed. But at the same point, Legend has exposed his position by throwing out the recon. Shock dart around the corner does damage, but nothing to write home about. He follows up with a headshot. That negligible damage wouldn't have meant anything anyway. Legend will come back with the round, and Columbia College will bring one back just the same.
That's true, and you know what? If you ever want the last person to be alive, oftentimes it's usually the person with the most information because that gives them a lot of options. A lot of times, especially in solo queue, duelists feel like they have to always try to play aggressive. If you're a duelist, it's okay to die early, but if you're from information, you want to stay as long as possible. That dart, being able to see where Zarko wasn't and sometimes seeing where they're not, is more important than where they are. Or at least equally as important, sure, yeah, but equally as important.
Hey, they say process of elimination.
Yep, there you go.
If he's not there, he's somewhere else. That's the information you need.
College students, if you're not sure what the answer is, make sure to focus on what the answer isn't so you can maybe lower your choices.
It's like a multiple choice question.
Exactly.
This is a college student dream right there, multiple choice question. I have a 10 essay test on Tuesday, so
hey, good luck on that.
Not looking forward to that, but that's neither here nor there. UAC still very much in this, and with the fact they got a spike plant there, they can still buy. It's not going to be the greatest of positions for them, though. You can see limited weapons. They have a Stinger on Toneho or a Spectre. I don't know what that one was. But you still are involved in the round. Hunter's Fury popped here. They find the info on the opposing Sova. Yeah, goodbye.
Wow.
Cobalt hunted down. I don't think they found another tag, but that is more than good enough to open for CC.
That is true. Cobalt kind of literally put himself in a corner there. Whenever the Sova ult comes off, you want to stay in a position where you go kind of left or right. But again, good read from the opposing Sova. Again, that might be a reason why they picked them as opposed to Sky, who does not really have any damaging ults. And we see that Breach almost hit his own teammate from CGC side.
Ooh.
Now they gotta play aggressive. They are entering here, but the team is doing a good job rotating.
Rolling Thunder dedicated. It forces everybody back towards CT, but the problem is you already lose the first fight. Follow up by Predzu. They find 2, but so too does Kiro. Legend finds one of their own, clutching from the previous, and following up here. Shock Dart finds nothing. The reswing from Kiro. He sees one, saw the second prior, has to guess there's a third. He is isolated in a 1 versus 3, and with information a must for the defensive side. They will re-engage as a squad. Kiro surrounded. The pincer maneuver there, as is the tied up scoreline for Columbia College.
Oh, that that crouch from Legend really did throw him off. So it's kind of interesting how that worked. Nobody was coming from CT side, which is actually a reason why sometimes, I'm not saying they're low elo, but why low elo players might outsmart higher elo players because they're doing something unexpected. Now, of course, the side of you see, Colombia did this intentionally because Kiro was picking between two sides, and it's reasonable to assume that they're going to be on CT, but nobody was there. All three were actually more towards the mid side.
Well, UIC limited to just pistols. It's sheriffs across the board, full weaponry for Columbia College, and our first real round where Columbia has a definitive advantage to start. Not in ultimates, as there's still the neural theft on both sides, but from the shadows available for UIC, but it's good enough. Predzu may see a foot here. He does, but so too does Cobalt, and they actually do damage with it.
Issue. They are pushing through mid. That smoke recovering them up. A good initiation from Breach, throwing in that flash. Now they know that's where Soba's at.
They've gotten by without any damage taken, and they're going to get onto the site. They've already won a first fight as well. Fault line to Legend. They have no way to help, and they've actually been on the forward side of a lot of these fights, but Hostage on low AP. He gets headshot anyway. Shock Dart around the corner does damage. The Breach is on one just the same. Everything is going the way of Columbia College, barring the weapons they've given over. Cobalt seen, Tonho dead, Zarko seen just the same. All the info they need alongside the neural theft, but they've still lost the fight as Carnage will go down. A follow-up download of information will give Legend the download of kills. He finds 4 in round 7, and Columbia College will take their first lead of Sunset.
Again, that information coming in very vital. He knows from the dart that one of them is behind the box, so that must mean the other one's going to be in that corner. But he's kind of, I think he was trying to give the spike to his teammate, but teammate wasn't really paying attention. The timer's going down, so he definitely have to go ahead and change that.
Legend already has yet another Hunter's Fury. If you'll remember, he popped it 2 rounds ago, found a kill, and now he has 4 kills, a spike defuse, and a Hunter's Fury again. He's on 10-3 through 7 rounds. Yeah,
Legend has been definitely playing great. And I said Legend and Carnage have amazing synergy. Honestly, they should be happy that Legend is now right now on the jet because he can go crazy on that too, playing the information. But that's actually kind of interesting how they're flexible like that, especially University, because the person who played Duelist last game is now playing information. So definitely very versatile on the side of Columbia.
Versatility has been the name of their game. That's why they haven't been making mistakes really at all thus far today. Hostage will take down their camera. They'll actually win the fight against Predzu, even with continuous info given by Carnage. Opening duel goes the way of UIC. Almost a second for Kiro. Carnage thought he won the fight much earlier, but he'll pop his own neural theft. Now's the engagement. Now's the time to go. Columbia College want to go for it, but the problem is A-side has been fully given up by Columbia College. They've also given up the entirety of the front of mid. From the shadows was available. They realized they don't even have to use it.
Yeah, but the fact that Omen does have ultimate gives him a lot of flexibility as Cobalt is taking shots again.
He dies to the exact same Hunter's Fury, and so too does Tonho. How in the world does the Omen fall on the backside? And Switchblade has made the rotation without being seen or heard. Keep this in mind. They may think the A site is clear. The spike has been seen, but it's not being directly held. They could grab it and walk on without clearing anything whatsoever, especially with that recon bolt. It's a false sense of security.
It is, and they're going to run right into Switchblade. Let's see if Switchblade can switch the tide of this game. No pun intended. They're slowly inching it. Come on, I believe in Switchblade. Oh, he may have given up his location for a split second.
He didn't make any noise. They're going to clear this. They'll look through, but they don't look in the corner. That's the problem. Again, the false sense of security. The recon bolt to feign that Columbia College has no clue, and the fact that there was no help from CT or the backside of A. They think it's clear. They thought wrong.
And this is what I was trying to say a few rounds ago, which is high elo players in some ways kind of easier to fool them because they're trying to take all the information to their advantage that if you can play around it, again, it gives you that false sense of security. That's why they didn't bother checking that corner because they thought, hey, it must be clear. So great job on Breach to not make any movements, not let the recon bolt hit them. And now we see them heading towards the B side with Cypher anchoring around A main.
A full dedication. They're just sending it straight through. Fault line, the kitchen sink, basically everything thrown onto the site. No info of Carnage. They hear something. They'll actually catch Cobalt with a tripwire. There will be a refrag as UIC will get a spike down. But they don't have the information, nor do they have the weaponry. That's the main problem.
That is true. Raze is able to satchel, but sometimes that's kind of a problem because he can go over traps.
No. It's not going to matter. Rolling Thunder won't find anything, but Hostage alone alongside Zarko, who gets back stabbed. It's 6 for Columbia College. They go 5 in a row in the game, and it just doesn't seem like UIC has the site control they need to either lock it down or, in some cases like last round, get the spike down in period.
Yeah, shoot. Just like I was saying, the duelist sometimes can entry, like Raze can entry really hard, but in doing so might end up saturating over traps and is not going to be able to communicate with that teammate, giving his own teammates false insecurity. We see this over there was shot down while trying to use his dart because he hit a Cypher trip. But nonetheless, they got the round. 13-3 for Legend, playing legendary. No pun intended there. See on both sides, 6-3, but anything can still happen. So hopefully we see a start come back from UIC.
Still more than reasonable for UIC to pick up a couple of these rounds. They've got 2 ultimates ready, 2 more well on the way, if not all 3, if you consider the Neural Theft 2 away and near ready. It comes down to whether they can win a full gun round. We haven't seen that happen in the last few. They haven't picked up really anything since round 4 when they went up 3-1. Shock Dart does take out 1 tripwire. There's still a cyber cage available, so the information is sound cues only for the defensive side. But again, they have to allow that spike plant to go down. Hunter's Fury once more popped, this time by Cobalt, and he's successful in finding Calvin D. Follow up onto Legend. Will Carnage fall? Yes, he will, but he will find a frag before going down. Not so much for Switchblade. 1 versus 4 for Predzu. He'll almost guarantee a kill into Hostage, but no! What a shot from Hostage. He clears his corners. Due diligence for CGC UIC and a 4th round in tow.
I gotta praise them a lot. They were able to find the win condition early. They realized that B was probably gonna have too much reliance on Carnage himself to guard all of B. May have really bit off more than chew. They probably expected that since B didn't work last round, they're gonna maybe focus on A. But CGC said nope. We know our spot. Let's try B. And now they're gonna start seeing a bit of focus on A side, which may throw off Columbia. And we see though 3 side on A, so maybe they did read the situation better this time.
The question still remains for UIC, what can they change on their offensive side to catch out Columbia College? Columbia College has been basically the final gauntlet of a lot of these teams. You have to change so much in order to find anything with them. You have to change so many things on so many occasions about your defensive side, or in some cases your offensive side like we're seeing here, because you run a single strat. Oh yeah, they're going to be ready for it. Like right now on A, the Cypher is moved to the backside of site rather than playing towards mid. And they fully dedicated 3 things on the A side itself. They're just sending it straight through. At the back of a fault line, goodbye, Legend. Follow up onto Switchblade, not so much found. And he'll look to re-engage off the back of a flash of his own. He finds 2 in the process. He wants a 3rd, but keep an eye on that Omen. He wants to swing, and quickly so. He'll do so before the Neural Theft pops. And he'll find 2 players looking the wrong direction. Down to Hostage. Finds a first, but he'll fall to his doppelganger. Columbia College guarantee a first half lead at a bare minimum.
And again, good praise to Calvin. He's been definitely using his abilities very, very well. Either playing through the smoke, playing through his blind, playing through using teleporter. He's been able to do that, put himself in advantage situations. Like we just saw a 2v1 there, and earlier today he got that same 2v1 with the Stinger, this time with the Paranoia. So he is using the fact that this is Valorant and not CSGO to his advantage.
He's also playing around the removal of information for Columbia College. Remember, the hat was thrown for Hostage. So that Neural Theft was going to expose him regardless. He knew he had to swing, so he did so before his position was duly noted. He made sure he had the element of surprise, and he finds 2 kills because of it. He almost found a 3rd, but he at least sets up the 3rd in the process.
It's true. Now we see them more split. Not really committing to either side, but not really playing through mid either, at least not yet. They're going to try playing slowly. They're going to try to see how the rotates go. They might try to play for information, maybe see if they can find the Cypher, although Cypher seems to be pretty neatly tucked into the B side. It's Carnage specifically, I meant, you know.
Yeah. It just seems like UIC have made very little noise, but in the process, it may be the perfect bait. Switchblade has been seen, but no direct rotation coming this direction. Fault line finds 1. Kiro just sending themselves on, but this is a fake, and it's not working. Columbia College still holding the B side. Nice first shot from Kiro. At least sets something up, but do they clear the Cypher on the B side? The spike going that direction from the shadows as well. It seems like they may see Carnage. The recon bolt certainly will. The information there at a bare minimum, but will Carnage find his shot? He's already gotten help from Predzu, and he'll follow up for a kill of his own. Everybody steps up where required, and Columbia College holds strong for an 8-4 first half.
Columbia doing a good job reading the split. I don't know if you guys may have seen their minimap, but actually their Sova goes straight down and goes around A, knowing that they're for sure going to have some people on A side because they're splitting more. So when they went to rotate, try to help out their team, Carnage just got, I'm sorry, not Carnage, Legend just got 2 free picks there.
Yeah, it was free and clear for Columbia College. They have been holding their ground significantly better than what we saw yesterday. You remember, we saw Sunset yesterday where 3 separate fakes worked. Not the case against Columbia College. They are not so easily fooled.
And honestly, that speaks a lot about them because a lot of times when teams win, they almost disregard their opponent, while the team that lost is more focused on getting the comeback.
Yeah.
But not Colombia. Keep in mind, that was the closest yesterday went to losing. So for sure, they're paying a lot of attention to CGC and to UIC because they did not want to get a game that close ever.
A pistol round to determine a lot for UIC. You lose the defensive pistol, you really can't buy round 2. You have no reasonable shot at picking anything up afterwards. Paint shells do inconsequential damage, and the site in its entirety has been taken. Post-plant very much on the cards.
It's true, but that smoke doing a lot to cover them up, not allowing them to enter.
They want to
Now
go.
they're going in there.
The re-engagement, but Cobalt finds 2. Make it a 3rd with the Ghost. He steps up in a big way. The site now isolated. Yes, spike down, but nothing off the back of it. Columbia College trounced on the site. The retake near perfect, and UIC off to a screaming start in the second half.
I feel like Colombia was relying a little too much on their mechanics or their confidence within their mechanics because, frankly, once they had the bomb down and they had a smoke there, they probably should have played a little back to just try to maybe defend the spike. Instead, they kind of rushed in there trying to catch them off guard. And a lot of credit to Cobalt, who was able to get 2 quick picks with the Ghost to really push back their offense.
So 8-5. I said that UIC wouldn't be able to buy round 2. I'm very surprised that Columbia College are not buying round 2. A lot of the times when a team gets a spike plant, they go for an engagement in round 2. They have the opportunity usually, they have the information, and more importantly, they have the freedom to buy utility because they got the spike plant. Not the case. Sheriffs, couple classics with armor, nothing really to write home about. You got to say you're a little surprised about that.
Yes, but hey, it's just the first round of the half, different half. So either just the first 2 rounds or maybe CGC found themselves better on defense.
Hey, they could have that same level of comfortability. Remember, yesterday was breeze when these two teams took each other on. It was 13-11 in favor of Columbia College. They by no means were the clean and clear favorites in that map, nor, obviously, the best of 1 series. So Carnage has found a little bit of a gap. He wants to swing now. He's going to die. Kiro finds a 1-shot with the Outlaw. First time we're seeing that in this game, and it's successful immediately.
That's true. You see Calvin is playing through mid. He's definitely, again, using the smokes to his advantage. He knows he's at the disadvantage when it comes to weapons, so continue to use his abilities. But it seems like CGC is using their smokes of their own to cut him off. They predicted he might be playing towards mid, so it's better safe than sorry. And now they're just simply playing back. They know they have the weapon advantage, which I know I bring up a lot, but they don't have to take any risk here. It is a side of Colombia that has to take all the risk.
So do they clear hostage? Recon bolt being prepped. If hostage shoots the recon bolt, his position is noted. If he's seen by it, his position noted anyway. He will have to worry about it, but he hides himself with a cyber cage, and he's successful in doing so. Finds a first onto Predzu. Not seen immediately, and that ends up being Predzu's downfall. Great flash around the corner, sets up onto a second kill, but he doesn't find it immediately. He'll follow up for 1, make it 2 in the round. Legend alone, but he does find a second. Low HP for hostage. Spike plant again faked, but he wants to go for the low HP fight. He's picked up a Spectre in the process, but it's playing a ring around the Rosie with a center pillar, and Tonho is just going to swing him. Perfect fake, perfect kill. UIC back-to-back to start off the second half.
Perfect teamwork from Tonho as well as his own Cypher, because he knew that the time was low, that he has a plan. So just simply attacking from both sides was going to make it a guaranteed kill.
No guarantees easily come by for UIC in this first map. Again, this is to go to a guaranteed top 2, minimum $600 prize. Each of these teams have at bare minimum guaranteed themselves a podium and $300. This is virtually a $300 match, as will be the lower final in the same general process. You do not want to lose this, or you lose your life. You lose that extra life, and you have to play in back-to-back games, a best of 1 into a best of 3, just to try and win the grand finals, much less get there originally.
That is true, and you definitely do not want to lose this round if you are the side of Colombia, because if you lose this round, it seems completely out of it. Now, keep in mind, this was very similar to the game against Michigan, where they're starting to throw their lead, but a good timeout got them back in the right heads. I spoke to the coach, like I said earlier, and he said that those timeouts are very important. So I wonder if Colombia is going to this time do a timeout a little earlier than they did against Michigan, because for Michigan, they waited until the score was tied. I feel like if they lose this round, they definitely need to call a timeout.
So UIC still holding their 5v5. They've made much quicker rotations than we saw Columbia College do last time, but in all fairness to them, it helps them in this case. Smoke around the corner will hold a main. It does set up a one-way should they swing it from heaven, but by no means are they putting themselves out of position. This is a bonus round through and through. They understand positional advantage and player advantage are where they currently lie. Recon Bolt being set, it could very well clear out the site. Kiro's seen, and he can't swing it off the back with his Outlaw, but Tonho goes 1 for 1. Re-swing there from Kiro. He finds a kill of his own. Still a 3 versus 3. Still a very reasonable round on both sides. Heaven being held. They will not let it go easily, but so too is CT, and Kiro wants to play for the fight immediately. Nobody's showing themselves.
Huge props to Kiro. He knew they're going to over-rely on that Omen smoke, so having just that small angle, they knew that they weren't going to expect Kiro. They thought that part was completely cut off.
Re-swing from Zarko, basically alone on this side, and Kiro falls in the process. 1 versus 3 with an Outlaw. No, a Sheriff at that, and he dies regardless. Better weapon wouldn't have mattered. Somehow, the Omen lives on the backside of the single box there. Kiro very narrowly found the kill, but Columbia College will indeed deny the bonus. Both teams winning their defensive pistol and conversion, only to lose the bonus quickly thereafter.
It's true, but speaking of bonus, oh my god, that is a Kiro with an up with no shield.
Wow,
So,
glass cannon?
Glass cannon. That's a Nidalee from League of Legends right there. If you do you play League of Legends for any chance? No. All right, so some people get it. That's Nidalee from League of Legends back in Season 2. He did a lot of damage with the spear, but was just a one-tap. But we see him playing around A, so we see that Jet definitely gets the right spot to hold that up.
He's going to let the Cloudburst fall. He's going to swing off the back of a Paranoia, but it only catches 1, and he doesn't see the feet of Predzu as he backs away, trying to play the one-way, but there's already a Sova on the left side of his screen, and he doesn't have that information. There could be a false sense of security. As the smoke falls, he's still going to hold it. He'll find the first, but he's going to be swung very quickly, and he had no idea how in the world is that kill not found. Kiro needs to be thanking his lucky stars that he still has any health whatsoever.
No, he has to be thanking his breach. That breach there definitely caused him to panic. As soon as he saw that the ability was coming from Breach, that probably caused him to panic, thinking, should I run or should I try finishing off Kira?
Oh.
And wasn't able to really come up with it.
This is so smart from Kiro. Just continually back away. Don't take fights you don't have to. Carnage will take care of a tripwire in mid. This is forcing an overexposer of that mid lurk. Kiro somehow dies towards that same Hunter's Fury, and Tonho is isolated on the site. We've seen yet another successful fault line, but will they clear the site itself? Arumba will not go the correct direction, but the Aftershock will force the swing from Tonho, and they'll lose the fight in the process. 4v2 with a spike plant, again, imminent for Columbia College.
Someone has to check Legend's computer for wall hacks, because he's just too clean with that ultimate. He does have his E. I wonder why Cobalt is just holding on to, as opposed if he's just blindly shooting through walls.
Oh, the one fight taken. He has to be re-swung, though, by Predzu, and Hostage was forced forward by the paint shells. Columbia College double digits. UIC very narrow opportunities now, as look at their defensive side. They've lost the bonus. They've lost the full real rifle round in the second half. They have nothing.
That's true. And the Sova E, like I just said, came up. They got to know it's hard in the heat of the moment to realize when your abilities are coming up. So maybe a teammate could spot him and be like, hey, your E's up. But maybe sometimes when they concentrate, nobody wants to say anything. I'm kind of curious what the thought process behind that was. But we see that pick A as I said. But this time, Raze is going to be the one that's going to be really holding on the flank as opposed to usual Cypher. So let's see how that difference makes. But they're not going to be able to entry site without the Raze. So I'm curious to see what their game plan is here.
Oh, trying to play for the opening kill. Legend gets re-swung by Tonho. Even with weapon disadvantage, they win an opening fight. That's a great start for them. They can also disengage off the back of it. UIC, this is a dream start to the round. They could, as well, go try and grab that rifle if they really wanted to.
That's correct. We see that Raze so far isn't hard pushing any site yet because they know they have a numbers disadvantage. So trying to see if they can get a pick. They couldn't find the pick onto mid, so she's just going to run through market. And let's see if what Cypher's going to be able to do here.
Oh, very little. He's already lost his tripwire. Yeah, his camera will find something, but he'll lose that for the remainder of the round. They don't find the scan on towards the planner, nor do they find a first tag. Carnage walking through the backside of mid. He's cleared as well. Tonho finds their second kill of the round. Only one rifle picked up in the same process, though. And yet again, we see a spike plant. From the Shadows and Showstopper, both available for this attacking side. And the From the Shadows is going to wait for the second Neural Theft ping to go through. He'll use it towards mid, but he's certainly been heard. He'll be swung as well. Zarko holding his position, and Calvin D very susceptible to fall. He'll do so in the process. 2 versus 5, but the weapon advantage is there, and they find 2 kills in that same engagement. Predzu forced back. Flash lands as well. The Showstopper, however, popped. Has to be used early, and Kobold's going to stick it all the way through. He'll be denied in the process. Switchblade fight 4 kills in a 2v5, and Columbia College a round away from match point.
That is crazy. You know, I was actually surprised the Raze Bazooka didn't kill anybody. And I was going to say, I think Kyle was a little overconfident to try using that ult in a 3v5,
yeah,
believing the fact that the match is almost lost, but never. I guess I was wrong because Columbia still managed to come back regardless. At least, even though the ult did not work out well for Calvin, he at least was able to grab Zarko out of there, which gave him a bit more of an even fight for the rest of his teammates.
So Kiro will buy by proxy with using their Blade Storm. As you can see, immediately popped. Couple caveats. Columbia College, this is still a full buy for them. UIC, this is not the greatest. They had to take some concessions in terms of utility. Great Recon Bolt finds information as well. Prezu's going to swing this and will have to do so off the back of a fault line and an aftershock. But Kiro already finds the opening fight and wants to go back for a second. He swings with the help of Tonho, but both of them fall in the same engagement. Follow up for Cobalt. Zarko alone on the site. It becomes a 2v1, and they know the Cypher is on a different continent. He has no way to deny the spike plant.
That is true. Kiro, when he did screen, there was 3 people there, but if you notice, he stopped attacking because he probably got completely thrown off by exactly how many people were there available. But now it's a 1v2. Let's see how this goes.
So Hostage faked one way, but I believe has been seen by the camera. Yes, indeed. His position, again, duly noted, the fake towards CT was unsuccessful. He avoids the first shock dart. He knows at least one player's close, and by where that recon bolt came from, he has to clear the spike default corner, but it looks like he'll be swung at the same time. Great decision made from the site as Legend will close it out. The twin brothers, top fragging, 20 for Legend, 14 for Switchblade, and 12 rounds now for Columbia College.
I'm going to tell you right now, especially since watching the Michigan game, if the last 2 people alive on Columbia is Legend and Carnage, I don't care if it's a 2v5, because their synergy is outside of something I've ever, it's the craziest thing ever. I can't even come up with a word. Yeah. They're like the Shaq and Kobe of Valorant, in my personal opinion. On that note, here finally comes a timeout, but I'm honestly against timeouts on like a 12-6, because those timeouts need to be used more when you notice that the momentum is shifting. Now when it's kind of already out of reach, I'm not able to see a buys, but even if UIC is able to full buy here, the game is already all on the side of Columbia.
Yeah, this should be still a good investment for UIC, but by no means will it be comfortable. And that's the main problem they're going to run into. If they can't find an opening pick, even like they did in the previous round, they kind of got overzealous. They found an open duel and were like, hey, we have some level of advantage and a weapon disadvantage. Let's go swing it. And then everybody did, and everybody died. This cannot happen again for UIC, or the game will end shortly thereafter.
That is true. One thing I feel like UIC is trying to do is they're trying to invoke chaos and hoping that within the chaos it's not on top. But you could just tell that Columbia seems to have unspoken communication, because the more crazier it is, the more they somehow manage to come out of there. Now, of course, we're not in their comms, so we don't know exactly what they're talking more or less.
Yeah.
But you just get the feeling that it's almost unspoken.
Something that needs to be spoken is the communication for UIC. Buy phase will end. Everybody's guns locked in. This is not a great buy for UIC. They have very concessed pieces of utility, but they also throw in the fault line. Hero inside of the cyber cage. This is positional advantage gained now for UIC, and more importantly, an opening kill. Kiro just backs away. He'll disengage, but they lose the B site at the same time, as From the Shadows is near perfectly used as a spike will go down.
Omen doing a great job getting to that flank position, but President does know. And it was just simply out-mechanic him there with one. Swings again. Gets another pick up to Zarko, and a third one as well. Let's see if you can finish this off. No health for Kiro, sorry. And that ends it right there.
Columbia College will take it 13-6. They sprint away with the map, and more importantly, they pick it up with the utility they still had left over. Rolling Thunder was used early in the round there for CGC UIC. They pick it up and kill. Congratulations. You've lost B-Site. From the Shadows was used to get over there, and yeah, you wanted to re-engage quickly, but you all stack up at the exact same position, and a Rolling Thunder was still available in the other direction. They use it, they win the map with it.
You can tell that maybe it's an issue of confidence, because the second they have the smallest opening, you think, okay, we need to win now, we need to do something crazy now. That's not the case. Just because you are up in numbers, if anything, you can even play slower, because you know that you can maybe spread them out and maybe make that numbers mean a lot more. They seem like they're scared that every round's going to lose like in 10 seconds. They're not using the full time into their advantage.
They're kind of taking the principle of their defensive defaulty position, just throwing it out the window. You can see here's your scoreboard. Top frag for Legend. Prezu takes over from Switchblade, and Calvin D will have a better ACS than the other twin. But you got to say, all in all, valiant effort for Kiro to top frag, but not a single member going positive, except for technically Hostage, who went 14 and 14. But 1.0 is just even, not positive or negative. It's just not going to be there. Just not enough is going to be there.
I mean, you can see from Kiro at least pulling up the 9 first bloods to show the fact that helps. But I wonder how many times has led to him dying first. Because we see Kiro sometimes plays aggressive, and when he bumps into a lot of people, he just freezes.
Yeah.
Now, we all do that sometimes. We peek, there's 3 people there, we don't know what to do. Yeah, but I do that too in Call of Duty. There's more than one person, I just freeze.
I call it goal posting. Where you swing
posting.
like 2 players and you want to shoot both of them at the same time.
So you shoot in the middle, right?
You shoot right between the goalposts and hit neither one.
Yeah, like a 7-10 split in bowling, for example. It just goes straight down the middle, right?
I suck at bowling too. You're just calling everything.
I'm hit or miss when it comes to bowling. But unfortunately, we see that Colombia is hit everywhere because they have yet to lose a single match.
Yeah, they will carry that follow-up win and their undefeated streak into the grand finals. Columbia College has guaranteed top 2 and $600. Unfortunately, UIC falling to that lower bracket, that's where the lower final will take place. We're going to step away from Valorant on the main stream. We're going to come back to the opening of Overwatch and the lower semifinals. Valorant headed to the B stream. Keep an eye on chat for where that will be as we come back with the Overwatch side of the lower bracket of the Midwest Esports Invitational.
Welcome back, my friends, as we are here. A little bit of a change-up from the casters that we just had a moment ago, and also a game title. I'm Rich Red here alongside Tiny Shiny, as we are going to continue on during the Overwatch segment of this Midwest Esports Invitational. We've had a lot of things unfold over the course so far as we're going to be entering into this next game, which I think is going to be a great one here for this one. As we're moving through the bracket, it's going to be NIU versus Minnesota.
Yes, the Minnesota Pizza Pirates just recently knocked out from the upper bracket after finishing in the second spot in yesterday's group stage. So them being down in this lower bracket, not exactly the position they wanted to be in.
Not at all. And we've seen quite a bit of it, too. I mean, you were looking over the shoulder for quite some time at Minnesota, really kind of understanding. We had the chance to commentate that yesterday as well, getting to see their methodology and the way that they were playing. But, you know, outside of that, what we've seen from NIU has also been something that's really interested, a very poke-style type composition, also looking to try and figure out their synergies with their players and being able to be in a land space like this in and of itself, as we've talked about for many of these universities over the course of the weekend, is just a wondrous experience for them. And I know that they're still feeling really excited because this is their redemption opportunity in that lower bracket.
It's always a great opportunity to have like those double elimination, right? So you're just to play one match and then you're done. No, you have that second life to go off of, and you know, both these squads, they're fighting for their lives. This is the losers semifinals, so the winner of this is going to keep moving on as we get closer to even grabbing part of that prize pool, which both of these squads will have their eyes set on today.
Absolutely, and we can take a look at that once more as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast here for today. The $1,100 for that first place prize, $600 for second, and $300 for the third, along with those amazing medals as well given out by Igor, who is a part of that DuPage Sports Commission, which we are looking forward to having them on stage at the end of this. It could be one of these teams, could be others, but nonetheless, for them fighting for that opportunity to have those medals for themselves and also to have as an accolade for their university and school is something really exciting. I wish I had something like that back when I was in college, because that would just be real. I mean, I played soccer and like some other traditional sports, and like I had the cool little trophy, but like I feel like a medal just kind of lays differently.
It does. I mean, honestly, like you go out there, you're like, hey guys, look what I did. You puff out your chest, and like it's a super cool thing.
And then there's going to be one, two, not only for the ones that were participating, but it's going to be a total of 8 gifted to make sure that they do have it for those coaches or the analysts or the substitutes that typically might not traditionally have been able to receive one, as we see in other tournaments as well, which is the really nice part, again, wanting to have that inclusivity of all those that participated and really helped in the competition of an event just like this for across the Midwest.
Absolutely. I mean, it goes way beyond just the players. It's the managers, the coaches who helped them get here today. And I mean, they've been working hard throughout these past couple of days to make these teams be prepared for moments such as this one, where we are going to see one of our squads sent home.
Yes, I know. And that's one of those really sad moments as we're going to be entering in again to the best of 3. Since we are in this lower bracket where it was the best of 5, we'll be heading onto the map of Control first. Nepal is what we have confirmation for this specific one moving forward. And again, leading into Control, we touched a little bit yesterday with Time to Light about how it was interesting for the round robin phase that it went from Control, then adjusting every other map to a different sector. So it allows this kind of shift of motion, but now that we're in this tail portion of that Control for the remainder of really the bracket, there is that consistency that they look to play into, and I'm really excited to see how these two are going to go on this first specific map.
Nepal in itself tends to lend more towards these brawl compositions, which what we've seen from the Pizza Pirates is their bread and butter. Vind walking out on this Junker Queen, and Rich Rad, this is something NIU must be careful of.
Absolutely, as they push out, you see the little adjustment here as the Malga is going to come out. Looking to couple alongside with the Bastion and the Tracer, so a lot of heavy movement here, but really going to be curious to see how that sustainability works out as an instant pick comes in.
Yeah, Akua isn't going to have a great time playing into the Tracer of Flawless. NIU with an early advantage here. Love an easier time getting to the objective, and not to mention their damage output significantly beats out that of Minnesota right now. It's just a loop back around the objective, looking for some extra poke, but NIU, they planted their flag.
And the Discord Orb is just something that's so potent here. When you get that onto Vind and they are just getting overwhelmed with damage, there's not enough throughput that can come through by Cupcake or Salami Boy to really sustain them. Even though there is that mobility that can be contributed into this with the Lucio and the Amp, it still is just a short end of the stick that they're getting because they can't escape fast enough. And the Malga also pumping that much into this, in addition to already what they have from the Bastion, is so significant.
NIU right now, all they have to do is they can play at this range. They know that Minnesota aren't going to play into them without those cooldowns going away. I mean, the Malga just drops down. You try to spread players. You can see Salami Boy running from the hill. But what could be an error here, they do give up the objective. And NIU, they're going to have the potential to come back in, get some progress on the point, and Pizza Pirates, they're going to give it right back on over. We're in this flip-flop of a competition, but NIU, they haven't found anything in the kill feed. That's been all up to Minnesota, and most importantly, Cold Beer on the Tracer.
And again, there is a little bit of this ebb and flow coming out from Northern Illinois University, knowing that they can stagger back a moment, give up ground as it's going to be taken over. But unfortunately, those few picks that were absolutely crucial for them to lose footing on that control point, it allows NIU to unfortunately have to fall back too far and reduce in numbers. And now you can look at the Echo going to have this and the Pulse Bomb online.
Minnesota, they have the tools at their disposal to win this fight, and an instant dive on in. All stunned up, NIU yet to break from the cold steps within. Now, we're going to continue that poke on out, their cooldown. They're going to seem to take a completely different control point altogether. The Pizza Pirates have it locked down. That was only the DPS ultimates expended, and now NIU losing their Tracer. It seems they still want to push this one through, despite being down a player. Vind running for cover within that small health pack room. They'll be breaking through the trope. The Tracer will be coming back through, and Rich, this is the approach NIU have been looking for.
Feeling so many of those Lego bullets coming in, but the Rampage might be able to turn this back.
And the Rampage goes back in. You grab Hayes off the back of it. NIU, their healing is down. As soon as that Transcendence starts to expire, they want to take as much advantage of it as possible. That's the cage fight going on in. It's extra brawly, it's extra close, but that's also where Vind wants to play and fight. The trades are even across the board, but with Minnesota having this fight under lock, it's more advantageous for them the longer this battle goes on.
And now that these numbers finally dwindle, it's interesting if you're going to just see this last moment push as the final takedown comes in that they can swap it back. But all the while that fight's happening in the wings, that's 75% accrued by Pizza Pirates. And they're continuing to generate this because the Tracer's just tapping onto the point, guaranteeing that they can get as close as they can to 99 so that that's big. That's
yeah,
a big stagger here
massive.
to close this gap in percentage for this next engagement. And realistically, Hayes, from the start of that fight and just throughout, with these immortality feels from the Baptiste, has been on point from NIU and really carrying through a majority of that engagement.
Helps the Pizza Pirates a lot when they look at this long-term engagement with the fights. The Pizza Pirates, they have to move a lot quicker with NIU. They can take the long game, but they don't have the ability to keep their support line alive. Everybody dropped but them, and that's a perfect time for Cold Beer and Akuya to just do a quick 1-2 punch. Getting rid of those supports, the rest falling like dominoes. The Pizza Pirates back in control. NIU, they're going to scramble to get a touch.
And this is why it was so critical to continue to have Cold Beer tapping with that Tracer to get even closer to that percentage, because they have the Kitsune Rush, and what a blitz forward, guaranteeing that they're going to clean this up.
Beautiful. All of the explosives concentrated on the supports. No touch in the books today. I mean, Pizza Pirates really showed how good they are at controlling the tempo of this game.
Yeah, and because you had that very small percentage margin to turn this back after getting it, and like I mentioned, Cupcake having specifically that Kitsune Rush, that was a fight-winning ultimate across the center to capitalize onto NIU. They're easily able to take that fight, and with only really 7% to work with, that's why you see the tail end of that just being a scramble. And Akua can really just throw their body in the mix of it to deny them from getting any closer to that point entirely.
And it was a great decision from the Pizza Pirates. It's one thing that we highlighted them when we had them on stream a couple times yesterday, was their ability to take fights further up. So when they're taking them at these choke points, NIU have to beat them once at that spot, but then by the time they get to the objective, they're already back. They have these fast heroes to do it again, and that's why control is one of Pizza Pirates' biggest strengths, especially when their opponents are playing a very different strategy from them. They're not as fast, they're not as mobile. Ace now transitioning over to the Lucio is certainly going to help with that aspect, but will be enough right now. Minnesota, I mean, they're already on the objective. Vind gets the main source of damage out of the equation, so NIU have to run for the hills.
And now, as they, at this point, capitalize, take the point first, able to secure it, and NIU having to go back to the drawing board. We'd really like to find an opportunity to enter into this. I like the swap here for Flawless going onto the Torbjorn to try and deny some of the value that this Echo has really brought into the mix, especially when they get to that duplicate to have a Malga of themselves to coexist along with Vind. And look at the significant amount of damage that they're putting into this. Almost 70% already accumulated towards this duplicate, which they can really throttle with. And you've already seen them lost the Immortality field on NIU.
the difference right now in Ultimate Charge, exception of Flip Flop, is insane. I mean, Northern Illinois, they can't even get close without Cold Beer or Akua pressing out most of their resources. Now the DPS have their ultimates. Cold Beer, that's a pulse bomb on in. It grabs Flawless. No mortality field inside. Window comes out. Great response for a trade. But now, the Pizza Pirates, they're still in control. They have a little bit of health to spare and stagger this out as much as they can. And they find Flip Flop out off on her lonesome. She drops the Immortality Field on out. It's not going to be enough, though, with the full force of the Pizza Pirates staring her down mid. Now, this is just clean up from them. I mean, the fact that they didn't have to use anything but the Pulse Bomb, which they almost have backbridge, is crazy.
There is a massive amount of ultimates stacked up into this, too, for Pizza Pirates to be able to carry into this next fight and feel extremely comfortable. NIU really putting as much as they can with the Amp Matrix to try and take it. Flawless as well, looking for any sort of value. They have to really rely on this sound barrier to beat an initiation tool or tempo control, along with Racer using the cage, finding some significant value to lock down those specific players. Hopefully going to potentially try and get those supports, specifically Cupcake, because you do want to stop this influx of damage, but it's going to be really challenged as a duplicate comes out.
Duplicate now onto the Malga. Instant cage fight in response. There's nowhere for the Pizza Pirates to escape from. They need to have the sound barrier be enough for them to sustain, and it perfectly is. The Bastion looks like that it was shooting paper bullets. A ridiculous turnaround. Pizza Pirates had all of their bases covered. It's just a rush to the spawn. NIU do not have a single player to get to the objective. It'll be Minnesota claiming map 1.
Very dominant performance. Again, this is something that we already got to see very, very much yesterday, and just such a Junker Queen dominance with the way that they play around it, and understanding how to weather the storm, even though initially when we saw them on the first round of Control have a little bit of trouble like getting the positional advantage with the Junker Queen to take this over. They started to gain their bearings, they understood exactly how NIU was playing, and then started to exploit that weakness where it was not really being able to cover all of their bases. So with that being something that they read and analyzed very well, Minnesota was able to carry that over successfully and quite easily into that round 2.
And it's a really great thing that we like to see from these teams. We've mentioned so many times throughout the Overwatch broadcast is understanding your opponent, learning about them as the competition goes on, even while you're not on breaks. I mean, they're up and around. They're like, hey, what's going on over here? How do you want to counter this out? And even while they're in-game, they're adjusting their strategies of their positioning. Where is your primary target going to be? How are you managing your ultimates? And the fact that Minnesota does it so swiftly is incredibly impressive and has put them at some of the top teams within our tournament.
And moving away from the Control map and entering into another map type is also what we really like to look at, because we've seen a little bit of struggles when it comes to Minnesota, because they've played very dominantly on Control. They really, for our opportunity to see yesterday during our broadcast and even in this one, have a very well-rounded understanding. Once we start to break away from that, there is some difference in how they play, and depending upon their opponent's composition, it might be a little bit more challenging. If you do have NIU starting to lean into that more poke comfort type of style, is that going to break down this methodology behind the Junker Queen? Are they going to be able to pump out enough damage as they look for that very aggressive type style and can maybe get those key picks on the support or really punish with early command shout usages? Because you even got to see that when it came to some of the other games where they're leaning in so heavily with that commanding shout out the gate that they lose that asset when it comes to the longer portion of the fights, and it's not up a second time to get that second lifeline.
It's such an important cooldown that because Minnesota 99% of the time will use it aggressively, you don't have it as a disengage. They use all of their speed to get in. That's either, hey, we're doing it or we're all dead. Like there isn't a backup plan. And a lot of times when you're playing into like a mirror-on-mirror brawl comp, things are going to look a little different. The longer these fights go, the more challenging it can be for you to come out. But if we look back to what NIU was running against a poke composition, they closed that gap so quickly where a lot of NIU's heroes couldn't find as much value at that certain range, and that worked out incredibly well for them.
It did. And now as we're seeing the Malga also be introduced here, that's the interesting factor. Again, really trying to understand what a lot of these teams are leaning into. We've seen it more so of the Junker Queen. We've also seen Sigma, even Winston in some cases. We got to see some really reasonable usage of that, some mirroring of it. So the Malga really being the first instance that we've gotten to see live on broadcast over the course of this weekend is a nice little flavor text here. Unfortunately, didn't come out with a win ratio for what we have on it, but we'll see if that's something that maybe NIU is trying to just kind of wing at this moment, because we talk a lot about that when it comes to the LAN experience, and some of these teams have not actually seen any of these other schools before. in some cases, they may have competed in certain regions or other tournaments, so there is some understanding of the way that they play, and of course, scouting to see what the players are within just the collegiate space. But some are like, we really don't know this school that much and have the understanding of the way that they play, so they want to maybe sometimes take these, not, I would say, outlandish compositions, but ones that are more unconventional to see if they can potentially catch their opponent off guard, because ever since those patch notes, we're still finding out what is the most optimal way to play.
Exactly. It's like, even if you have played this team before,
Yeah.
they're probably not playing the same thing that whenever you faced them against last time. So NIU's strategy of bringing out one of the most unconventional things we've arguably seen on broadcast, it's a valid strategy to pull. I mean, if you don't understand how to counter it, how to make those adjustments accordingly, and then you're literally going to go up in flames because of the Malga. And because you're playing against a team that is a well-oiled machine, essentially, they've been playing together for over, like, almost 2 years now, as a matter of fact. So because they've had that much experience with each other, that's not the strategy that you're going to pull out and expect to work against them. But as we get to look at our next map, Rich, Route 66 being the pick. We talked a little bit more about that poke strategy earlier. Perhaps that's something NIU want to lean more into.
And that's something, right when I saw this, was my instant thought, is there are those very long sight lines. You have a lot of good channels to find angles that are a lot more optimal to catching those in the back out or looking for those support picks. Wouldn't be surprised to see if we have something like that for projectile coming through as well, if they want to take these off angles, something with maybe like a Widowmaker. They do like to have, like, the double flex aspect of it in regards, so that I could maybe see even some Genji play, because we've been seeing a lot of that over the course of the weekend. That is another avenue to this. So as we enter in and start taking a look at what the compositions are, especially on the defensive side, I wouldn't be surprised if NIU really heavily leans into that poke type style, which they feel most comfortable with, at least from talking with their coaching staff.
And the poke didn't look necessarily bad. I just think that the maps they were playing on isn't going to do well. If you ended up on Sanctum, we could have seen a different story, but you kind of lost the luck of the draw there. You up 2 brawly maps, and you're going to fight face to face. This map allows for a lot more flexibility, a lot more room to be able to work and spread yourselves out. The other thing that we do see on this map sometimes, though, is I've seen a little bit of dive come out on Route 66.
And that's the part that also is more of my concern for NIU if you're going to have Minnesota try to take up that strategy. It's not that the dive can't work for NIU, it's just something they are not as proficient on. And if we have this shift from the Junker Queen type of style, which is more of that go, go, go type of aggression, with the either Winston or Wrecking Ball or dive composition that functions around it, is the timing going to be there? And are they going to be able to execute on it? And will there be responsiveness enough from NIU to actually counteract it on this map specifically? Because there's so many different channels and high grounds that you can use to your advantage as well throughout each stage.
I do worry about that for NIU. When you noticed a little bit back on Village specifically, where they were holding on the high ground to have, like, the Malga at a poking range, the Torb turret up there with the Bastion, it's a great idea, but whenever we just saw Minnesota rush the point they would drop, it wasn't together. You usually have to support or 2 behind, where that's where Coldbeer and Kuya can sleep right in, blow them to pieces, and suddenly you're at a disadvantage. That's kind of the concern, right? When you're looking towards a team that is so focused on disruption versus one that needs to be in some form of, like, coordination gameplay with as few rocks thrown at them as possible.
Well, and it's also just environments like these. We were also chit-chatting a little bit when we're watching the players in these moments and the way that they calm with each other. Because we don't get the luxury of that when it comes to a lot of the remote aspect of it, where we only have the assumptions depending upon how they're playing and what their communication level is, where now we're seeing some vast differences from some of the schools where they have very lucrative and detailed communication in those moments, and others are more of the subtle shot calling or certain details that maybe sometimes are needing a little bit more of that efficiency in communication, but at the same time, some we've seen with very little communication and just completely roll because they have such a well-rounded synergy together that communication is not required because it's just naturally and instinctually in the way that they play.
And especially when you're wanting to run a dive composition or against a dive composition, you gotta be on the same page. You're telling him, like, hey, I'm gonna jump on this guy, and you better be there with me. Like, you need to have these conversations. If you're going to be quiet in the comms because you're losing, because you're maybe confused, you're not going to come back. You're not going to win. And we need to be looking towards NIU here as they're starting out to play together, because not only are you trying to defend on this map, which is great for this sort of poke comp, but attacking can be even more of a challenge.
Indeed, as we do take a look here now, as it's going to be Pizza Pirates from Minnesota on that side of defense, and really now actually getting to look at what the composition is they're going to bring. No surprise here is they're going to keep the same composition defensively. But I'm loving to see what we might get on the other side of it with Racer hovering, the Wrecking Ball, which you and I got to see yesterday a little bit, and some of the pitfalls of not being able to have that tech necessary and the timing to actually execute on it.
It's such a small window to pull it out. I mean, Racer and Allegro must be on the same wavelength here
100%.
if you're looking to execute. And against what the Pizza Pirates have going, every single player is mobile. Every single one of them is going to be out of your reach unless you time this properly.
And now you can already see moving through the mine shaft underneath, looking for the backline position, potentially going to find an angle, but realistically, holding and anchoring on this corner for Pizza Pirates is so necessary for them to look for this initial pick. And if they can get some decent chip damage, they can actually take this fight.
Yeah, they're going to look to take it more head on, now pushing the payload to this corner. Around where Vind has been playing territory. Will be Akuya, though. Winning the battle out for the Sky is an important pick, and as soon as Pizza Pirates have the advantage, they know it's time to hold those W keys, swing a couple axes, throw a couple knives, and put your opponents to rest.
And this is where we talk a little bit about back to the Wrecking Ball dynamic and how important it is to keep that coordination for engagement. And this is why Racer is just completely abandoning it. They cannot find the opportunity, and with the way that Minnesota's playing, and even in the wings, Racer's looking to dive in again. Cold Beer near that pulse bomb.
Yeah, a couple of sticky bombs, rather warning shots for Cold Beer, like, hey, back it off. They're not going to give them that much room to work. I mean, now seeing that Northern Illinois is on the Junker Queen, I mean, the Pizza Pirates are pushing up even a little bit further on this payload. They want to play more towards the train cars, knowing that they can guarantee themselves another fight even if they end up losing one at hand. The ultimate economy currently where it's at, though. Cold Beer already built up to a Pulse Bomb. Hayes in a ton of trouble, and she's not going to be living to see another day. Pulse Bomb on out. That one going a little bit too wide. Duplicate forced as well. Pizza Pirates, they're going to win this one cleanly with just 2 ultimates.
I love that duplicate blade just to try and get the takedown right at the end of it. Like, no, I'm going to take it down. No, I'm not.
No.
But again,
We're still on the spot.
I mean, with how quickly Akua is getting these ultimates, it's disgusting on this Echo. And it's really making it challenging for them to have because you've got 2 tanks online and just have so much to your power to really push back against NIU as they make another adjustment with Allegro going on to this specific 76.
I mean, you can tell they are frustrated with Akua. Now putting Allegro on essentially like, hey, the bird should not be allowed to fly. Yes, that can help you, but the soldier is also a very vulnerable target if you aren't careful. But lucky for them, all of their efforts have paid off. Akuya is down, and now they just have to fight their 4 ultimates. Easy peasy. Surely, support's out first, feeling pretty invincible as Finn marches their way to the backline. Still has a rampage should they opt to use it, but instead pulled back by the knife. The Suzu is incredible, yet Northern Illinois should be thanking Racer securing some of the
That's
progress.
Absolutely crazy. You saw Vind almost get out of there, but he's just brought right back into the thick.
That goes out right now. I need bell.
That fight and also in the manner at which that they did with their positioning really guarantees that they can get around this corner and watch these 2 junctions of where that they can push through. You can see that Colbert is attempting to find value hiding under the side, but is already low and has to abandon.
I mean, you have to go back, and Eraser was too far up. It's so easy for an Echo to just burn you down once you have that below health marker, and you're under a minute for Northern Illinois right now. They use a ton of their resources. They need to die quick because they're only going to have 1 more shot.
Yeah, 50 seconds, the only chance they're going to get right now, and you can see how punishing that Pizza Pirates are going to be here from Minnesota with that aggression all the way back to spawn, and now they can set up 2 ultimates to their name, soon to be a 3rd with Akua on this Echo to once again bring that 2nd Junker Queen into the mix. Is underneath. Pulse Bomb looks to be tossed.
Yeah, Cold Beer here. Gonna make the first mark. Rampage out from Racer, but it goes off the map! No! Tragedy strikes for NIU. Racer wanted a way out, and sure, they found one, but it's to a place that we won't be seeing them return from anytime soon. Oh, that was the last shot that NIU were reasonably going to have 10 seconds left. Perhaps Hayes can make it to the payload, but it doesn't seem it's going to be happening, Rich.
And now in these final moments, you can see that they will have a
quick whoopsies in the chat by Racer. That is a moment that you regret, but I have to give them the lighthearted comment. I think it makes it all the more comical for us as we're watching. That's so great. It's comments like those that make me happy that we have chat on. As realistically now, when they take the swap of sides, little accidents like that, unfortunately, in moments like these, spell big questions. And if they're able to see where the payload is just in front of that sign of Big Girls, that's the place that you're going to have NIU now on the defense look to completely deny Pizza Pirates from getting to. And that is not a lot of distance, realistically. What they're going to have to do, and the other part of this, too, is with where it is, you risk playing the close engage by the door, which you typically will see on this initial point is where you get the initial fight. Even if you lose it, you can then reconvene and come back as a full 5 before that next checkpoint. But because of where it was located, it's going to be a little dicey. There is a window of just perfect placement and timing that if you lose one player from Northern Illinois University, you have to just give it up and try to get back as a full 5. And they've actually opted into something we've not seen from them yet, which is the Orisa. Racer looking to try and have something a lot more tanky and beefy. The fortification, the spear spin for the mitigation, and the javelin to potentially isolate any of them, specifically Cold Beer if they come within sights.
It's an interesting change that we're going to have to see how Racer can execute on it. If they're anything like they are with their Junker Queen knives, then we're looking pretty darn good. But here's the thing, Rich. They really can't hold close here. They're opting to play more towards this poking range. So it's a one fight. It's either you win or you lose. And you're going to have to win at least 5 or maybe even 6 with how quickly the Pirates are playing.
And especially with it being the losers bracket, you do not want to find yourselves in a position where it is just vanishing in front of your eyes as they look for this engagement again. Javelin, nice follow.
All right. Yeah, see? You just do that another couple of times. Put a skewer through Vind, and you're looking pretty darn good to move on forwards. The nice part about this is Allegro can sit on top of Big Earls, essentially untouched, while Racer deals with Vind at the front.
And now as they fall back, anchoring here again. Nice part of this, too, is that they did have at least some decent ultimate economy generation for Racer with the pin, denying Vind from getting to this rampage. It's still within sights in the long run if they want to just bank these ultimates. But again, just keeping watch on this tank-to-tank battle.
Continuing to poke out at them. Pirates not yet to make a move in. They want the Fortify out of the tank. As soon as Racer pops that, they get a ton more vulnerable. The payload is now on the move, knows that you don't have the cooldowns to hold, so even without winning the battle, this is how close Minnesota wanted to play. They gave him too much time for them to approach, and suddenly Northern Illinois, they're dropping like flies. Only a few shall remain, and as they crumble down to the ground, that payload's going to get closer. A touch seems to be out of the cards. Allegro is hanging around the backside. You have Akua to meet them, and even Cupcake on the backside. I mean, this is just it. This is the Pirates moving on through, not happy with how their last series ended, and are looking to continue a lower bracket run.
GG's all around indeed. Again, NIU trying to fight valiantly to compete against Minnesota, who has been doing a fantastic job working their way through this bracket as well. Has not been eliminated nor sent home yet and are still in this competition. But we give a wonderful shout out here to NIU as they did their best for it. But this is just such a challenging position to be in. I mean, you find yourself getting swarmed and overwhelmed with the positional advantage that was coming out from Akua on this Echo. Also with the combination of the Tracer play that can really get this pincer maneuver on those flanks and just cause so much disruption in the back. And there was such worthy attempt by NIU to give that safety to Allegro, which the Immortality field unfortunately just comes out seconds too late. And then once that initial pick comes through, it's just a domino effect, and there's no way to recover because the major hit scan that you were attempting to try and save to counteract that Echo play, now they're in range, focusing beam, and then it's all gone.
Yeah. And you do have to give NIU some credit for attempting to switch up what they were doing. I mean, you pull out the Orisa, try to keep the Junker Queen off your backs, give Allegro that room to work. It was a great strategy to pull out, but the second that you let them kind of sleep through the cracks, you're kind of in trouble. I mean, your high ground's contested. Nobody's there to keep them protected. And, well, that's kind of the end of the day for them. And, I mean, the Pizza Pirates, they're hungry for vengeance. They've had 2 5-map games just today alone, Rich.
Yeah, they're really looking to try and make some shift in momentum back into favor to really be able to come back towards that grand finals to have a second vengeance against their opponent who dropped them into the losers bracket in the first place. But realistically, we've been able now to conclude that one, as we will continue on having more Overwatch for the rest of the broadcast on this stream, as we are looking to have that secondary stream where it can conclude with the Valorant portion as well, as we will get that listed out in the chat as well for those that are curious for that segment of it, since we've been swapping back and forth between the game titles. So with that being said, we will head to a short break before entering into our next one, so don't go anywhere because we're curious to see how this continues to pan out. Welcome back, everybody, as we are here to continue on. We have had some Overwatch action unfold where we did have Minnesota, or as we were just joking about a moment ago, as I have the proper accent in Minnesota. I'm probably going to have somebody in chat judge me for that one. But yes, we are going to actually get to see them again. They are continuing to move through this lower bracket where they are facing off now against Wesleyan, Illinois. And again, we've seen them historically within this region before, whether it was from Lakeside Showdown or the Battle for Midwest. They have been very, very involved within this Midwest region, so it's no surprise to see them here competing for this weekend.
Illinois Wesleyan, as you said, competing in a lot of these local tournaments, but they've also won quite a few of these local tournaments. They just won the Lakeside Showdown earlier in this year in January and have competed against several of the teams that are competing in the competition today. Big thing to note, though, is this isn't the first time that Minnesota and Illinois Wesleyan will be facing off. They met each other in the winner's bracket for their very first match at the end of the day yesterday off stream, where it went all the way to 5 maps.
Yeah, and it was Minnesota managing to take that moving forward, so now they get this redemption round to, again, see who continues to move forward as we get towards the tail end of this bracket. And again, it will be a best of 3 since it is in the lower bracket, whereas all of the uppers were in that best of 5. So we have a little bit of a condensed version to do this, so we won't be seeing as extensively to a certain degree as any of those in the winner's bracket, but I'm still really looking forward to this because I would not be surprised if it goes the distance again.
Yeah, as you should be. These teams are some of the best that you're going to see here, or other than ISU, honestly. And the fact that they're competing at such a high level and for their life, as a matter of fact. This is still the lower bracket. One of them will have their journey cut short. And with these being best of 3 series again, they're going to go fast. So these adjustments, understanding your opponent, all of this process, it's got to be expedited.
It's a do or die moment. And it's one of those things where, too, as you go from the winner's portion down to the losers, it's always kind of that mental knowledge of, all right, like we don't have nearly as much lifespan or longevity to be able to maybe take these kinds of risks. So they have to be on point and play to the best of their ability. And with this week seeing Minnesota a lot already on broadcast from yesterday and today, we get to see them again. So now we can really have this like story of how they've been able to continue developing and growing across the rest of this bracket. And if they're going to continue this run that they've had and we've been able to really keep tabs on.
And honestly, it's not entirely out of the cards. They've had, I believe, the most maps played within this competition. Today alone, they've had 1 5-map game. They had the 5-map game yesterday. They have other games that have gone all the way to 3. So, I mean, they've been here a while. They might start to be feeling a little tired. This is the bad team to be tired against. I mean, you have to bring your A game against Illinois Wesleyan, a school that is coming in pretty confident. They're considering themselves one of the scary teams within this bracket. So to be down in the lower bracket this soon within the competition is a rather scary thing to think about.
And even like you mentioning, just like the amount of times or maps that they've played accumulatively over the day, that's where the later portion of this bracket, and just when you have a competition that's begun so early today, as they work through these matches, they are playing back-to-back consistent rounds where that fatigue is something that they've consistently have to be aware of, and it starts to wear on you, especially if you're trying to make this redemption run where when you're in the winner's half and you are just working through those maps and you are waiting in the wings to face off against one of these other teams who's had to work their way back into it, and it can be very strenuous and taxing on them, as we're going to be entering into our first map here, which again, between these two, I am really curious to see if Minnesota once again takes another win on the broadcast.
Minnesota undefeated on the broadcast. Perhaps a little buff that goes their direction. I'll have to see if that continues here on New Junk City, which will be our starting map for the day. Anticipating Vin to stay on this Junker Queen. I mean, get cold beer on the Tracer. These are their strengths that we've seen them play to all day long. No reason to change that now, unless Illinois Wesleyan decide to stick with what they're teasing, Rich.
I'm just keeping a watchful eye on the Sigma. If they're going to really keep that, they are going to bring that out.
Okay.
And this Symmetra, only more so for that positional advantage, getting them to the point first and then opting to go onto the Tracer and still have a decent potential backline aggression.
This is interesting for the Titans right now. They want to give EXO a place to set up and allow the Tracer, kind of the rest of the team, to play up close where you can stay back and poke where the Pirates are weakness. And it's going to be their job to push up, try to negate a lot of this value that the Sigma can bring.
And you can see now that they've managed to now press onto the point since the activation is available. Nice blade first to try and pull them into the open, leaving them vulnerable, but is tucked behind the wall to survive.
Ooh.
Carnage forward, gets the hack and slash dagger to chase afterwards, but is just out of range due to the jump from the boot coming in from that Baptiste play. Now down below, underneath, Cold Beer still sticking under since they don't have the sightline of the support and needs to find an angle to re-engage on this to take the advantage. But they're already accumulating percentage here, which is so necessary because, again, this is accumulated and generated so much more quickly in comparison to a standard control map. And with them tucking them into this corner, funneling this damage with the Sigma, getting those double taps onto Vind makes it really, really difficult to push out of the open. Their health values are so substantially low. An accretion comes in for the knockdown, but they cannot quite yet find the execution onto the Junker Queen, so they're just going to pick up everybody else surrounding until Vind is all that's left.
Wow. It felt like that specifically Kazuya here was hanging on to life by a thread. That was Mookie just with the immortality field, the heals pumped on in, and eventually you're going to get the fight, but look at that. Pizza Pirates, they still managed to account for 63% of the objective and a decent amount of utility to come back in. I want to see an early window from Mookie to prevent Vin's commanding shout in to their Sigma.
Yeah.
The Sigma positioning towards that pillar in the center to block a lot of those multiple angles that can come through. Akua is very low. Deflect barely gets them out of that as the coverage comes in, and with the health value being drastically low, actually gets covered by the sound barrier, and the Rampage lands onto 4. This is a huge opportunity for Pizza Pirates to collapse and take advantage of this, but they are weathering the storm from Wesleyan. They are surviving through this until finally the Sigma goes down. They've negated the tank and have picked up that support play, which is just an unfortunate turn of events. They lose it, but at least get this to a high percentage of 86 and will have one last shot to take this back.
They're going to be able to regroup here. I'm curious to see what this tempo is going to look like, though. The Pizza Pirates only really used that Rampage and Sound Barrier within the fight, and having just a Blade Kitsune Rush alone is going to be very challenging for the Titans to push into, especially with that Sigma. You have to be looking towards Exo for an early pick.
Kitsune Rush to lead in, giving that extra advantage that they need to turn this around. The Blade also in tandem can't quite get nearly as much value, and with the Pulse Bomb mitigated by the Immortality Field, it takes that out of the equation. But a beautiful rail shot onto the support, so they've lost that mobility. Cupcake almost eviscerated in the back, but it is still a counter opportunity for Pizza Pirates. As a wondrous play comes in from the supports. 99 into the overtime, if they've opted to swap it back. Wesleyan taking the advantage for only a brief moment until it's swapped over, and Minnesota takes this first round.
The Titans got so split within that last fight. Exo gave them the golden ticket in, but that opportunity started to fall apart as Cold Beer and Akuya sliced through the backlines. And that's going to be a reoccurring pattern here when we're on more of these open parts of the match. But seeing as we're now going towards that refinery, this is going to be even more challenging. The Pirates, they're going to have that early setup, and to get to this objective, you have to walk through these narrow chokeways, exactly where JQ likes to hang out.
And the RNG didn't favor Wesleyan being on the opposing side of their spawn position, and now they have to really figure out a way to get the advantage. Accretion does get the land, but there is a massive amount of healing being fueled into Vind. But even with the commanding shout, the Pulse Bomb still supersede, and now you have Akua having to back off, use the architecture to elude, but Exo is there with a shot and the support and assistance from Puppy Cat, and they will dominate, denying the capture for Minnesota.
You can tell that Wavy did not expect that Pulse Bomb just to get the tank down. That was a full team collapse from the Titans, getting the tank out of the picture. Now being set up on this objective, look what they'll have to work with. Kazuru can just chill with Echo on this objective, and the rest of the team can push on up, try to deny some of this early push. I mean, that's recall out of Cold Beer already, taking this duel clear back in the arena.
And Matrix, massive influx of damage going to come across the center here, and with that 50% marker, it's a great time, and you can see this avoidance wrapping around underneath. A pincer maneuver again from Akua, who has the blade. Beautiful accretion. Stun comes out onto the supports to deny that sound barrier. Does actually come through and covers 4, but Vind instantaneously loses that extra shielding just because of the amount of pressure that is being throttled into the Junker Queen. No Rampage can be unleashed in time, and now they're just throwing everything else at their disposal to try and turn this back with only 13% to go. Akua, Salami, and Cold Beer now all gone with their ultimates.
And that's going to be just about all she wrote here on the Refinery. The Titans evening up that score, and you really need to give that to their superior ultimate management. The early window from Nuki and followed up the Gravitic Flux. The Pizza Pirates had nowhere to go except for straight into the sightlines that the Titans were waiting for them to filter through, and now they once again will be losing out on that early point positioning just right next door to the Ducks.
We were talking about the trade in RNG for one, and now it's on the other side as Wesleyan guaranteeing this point pressure first since they had the rotation from the opposing spawn. Vind getting solo again. They are becoming very aware of just how punishing this can be as the overclock becomes unlocked. And now active can't quite find the shots necessary as they slide within underneath. Wavy gets one onto the support. They lost that mobility. It's all onto the shoulders of Cupcake to try and influence this recovery, and the Blade doesn't quite pull them back into it. Wesleyan now taking control for a second round.
Wesleyan, they managed to split the Pizza Pirates, and they're still staggering them out too, Rich. I mean, this is a rare thing. The Pizza Pirates historically have been incredible at staying together and understanding this concept of push and pull, but here it's been all push, and it's punishing them so badly in terms of percentage.
And there's such an underestimation, I think, of how much that Wesleyan is putting into this front line. Vin has not really had that much trouble in the previous two games that we saw, not only earlier, but also from yesterday. The applied pressure has not been this forthright, and now as they move back into it, Rampage across the center, clips to Exo is low. Salami gets the guaranteed takedown with the boop, and a quick chase for the TVT. Cold Beer eliminates Wavy instantly. There's a counter with the Flux, but it's not going to yield initial value until the supports start to come in. Getting a trade, Cupcake is down. They're working their way to convene towards this capture point, taking it away from Wesleyan, and they are still in this fight. The reposition, though, from Salami Boy is giving them a chance to tuck them into the corner, but Puppy Cat coming in with a sound barrier, giving them that necessary reinforcements to allow them to press into this a second time, is buying them even more of an opportunity as this blue kill feed is consistently coming out on top. They've forced back Minnesota and actually managed to take it away.
And you know what that was, Rich? Is Mookie didn't die. Between the knives, the Tracer chase, you saw that the Immortality. I mean, they should have been so long ago, but now they're still alive. The Wesleyan, they're looking good to clean this point.
Overtime active. Pulse Bomb gives the advantage, removing the Genji, who has really started to come online here, almost nearing the Blade, but now with the Kitsune Rush from the opposing side, Cupcake looking to get a little bit of sweetness on this point, gets the step out in time before being eliminated, so has a second life here, and with the Suzu almost online, they'll be able to have another get-out-of-jail-free card, but the contention onto this is becoming dire. Vind on the Winston, can't cross the center quick enough to get behind the wall to keep it into the overtime, as Wesleyan manages to overwhelm again and manages to take a second round so far on this.
Wesleyan right now are so good at peeling for their team. They immediately see who the Pizza Pirates are dying or are trying to dive, and it's the support coming in, whether it's the healing, the shield, maybe an creation to knock a player off. I mean, they have it covered, and because the Pizza Pirates aren't able to guarantee that one target, they start to fall apart. You can't see them you can't find that new direction after their first one falls, and now them being on their last limb, you move over to bomb flats. It's going to be essentially a neutral contestant here. The Pizza Pirates a little bit further ahead now on the Winston.
Blade online and ready from Akua since they were eliminated towards the end, so that is a guaranteed activation, but is within the Flux, and is the rise and fall still perseveres and works their way through the kinetic grasp and anything defensive, and realistically, this has truly been the opposing's RNG victory. It was first in favor of Minnesota, then because they took the point, it swapped to Wesleyan, and now again here, because of where the selection round was on this point, Pizza Pirates has the advantage again.
And they really needed to have some form of something to go their way, right? They have been struggling to get a grip on this game from their previous map, and now with them being in that early control, they out the pulse bombs on out. Rich, this is just
Immortality Field covers it at least, but there is still an elimination elsewhere. Akua, who we've talked about from this Genji play, can be a real scare and is definitely claiming a lot in this and is climbing already to want to get another Blade for the next point.
You're getting these up so quickly right now, and the Titans are starting to realize that, hey, something ain't quite right here. They're switching over to the Winston. They're mirroring the entirety of the comp with the exception of the Sojourn. They know they can close the series out right here.
A lot riding on the shoulders of Exo to find a pick. Generating that rail shot quickly would be ideal, especially Cold Beer down, seeing it in the back, just in the wings, as Wavy gets the elimination. And with that numbers advantage, that means that Minnesota is going to have to play into this. They are down a player. And with that sound barrier and the Primal Rage on top of the Kitsune Rush, they're trying to just beast their way through this to claim the round. So Wesleyan can't even get back to have a solid engagement. A Primal elimination onto EXO also guarantees that they've lost so much of their damage throughput because Wavy's trying to recover. And in the back, and there's a cleanup by Akua to rotate back to isolate and deny Wavy from contention. Gets one for, you know, an extra gold star here, but this is looking like it's going to be now a 5th round determination as they each have 2.
And the best part about this, we're going to Junkyard, and that's just a hop, skip, and a jump over to essentially where that last fight started to take place. The Pizza Pirates should be able to get some contention on that first, and the Titans now recently swapping to this composition. Yes, they're going to have some ultimates, but you need to stop this momentum that the Pizza Pirates have built up soon.
The interesting part of this is that they're both going to arrive here roughly at the same time, and they have to play off the point. They need to see if they can get the elimination. What a Suzu to come in to give that extra assistance, even though the health value was only a margin left, under 100 HP onto Vind. Massive support coming in from Cupcake and Salami Boy to get them out of there. The health values continue to dwindle. Cupcake low. Salami Boy goes down. A blade is unsheathed, managing to tank down the tank line, but the trades continues to light up the kill feed until finally there is a verdict where it can cycle back in favor of Wesleyan.
Wesleyan are on the objective, but key point here, Pizza Pirates, they're hanging around without supports. Vind has to get out of there soon. You can stagger onto the Winston, and that's pretty much game over in terms of the percentage. Reinforcements just starting to arrive now.
Forcing them away on the outskirts underneath. Cold Beer able to cause some harassment, peppering in the damage, but the Kitsune Rush is going to change this quickly as Wesleyan has the advantage. Forcing back Cupcake, hitting around the corner, does have the Suzu, and the Sound Barrier gives extra coverage, but unfortunately because the Sound Barrier was used on the supports, both Cold Beer and Vind in their off chance don't get clipped by it. Cold Beer has to just flee, and Vind at this point is alone, waiting for any kind of assistance, but there's no healing to be had with only 40% to go.
This is insane. Minnesota, they started that fight with an advantage, and all it took was one Kurzuyu chasing down targets in the backline, grabbing both supports to turn it back into their favor, and suddenly it's Pizza Pirates' last chance. They did so well starting the comeback. It would be a shame for them to just go out with a whimper.
Touching needs to occur. Only seconds to go, has to jump in. The Winston play going to get there just in time for the overtime. As you've got the blade brought out from Wesleyan. Puppy Cat only getting 2 with that sound barrier, so that leaves EXO vulnerable. This is the opportunity for Minnesota to take this back. They get 2 quick and swift eliminations for them to buy another lifeline into this, but they still have a massive mountain ahead of them to try and close this out.
Flawless gameplay from here on out. That's what the Minnesota Pirates need to have in order to close out this comeback of a flashpoint. The Primal Rage Pulse Bomb from Cold Beer has had great accuracy with it thus far. Will it find the elimination that it needs to have? The Titans, they don't have many tools to work with. They're going to be okay with losing a fight. But 2 here. Pirates need to conserve their resources.
TVT in the corner, lurking in the distance. Can't quite get everything forced out. The recall still available for Wavy. Sticky goes in, but it hits the edge of the shield. Cannot quite land on target as the Primal now is active. Vind playing forward, jungling them back as an attempt to get the elimination onto EXO does pay off. Now, vulnerable, you have the reposition. It is going to be a dangerous moment. Wesleyan needs to get the Primal Rage online, especially since that Pulse Bomb did come through. Juggling them away, 80%. The blade in return. It is a hack and slash onto one, slicing through the Scientist's health bar, but is juggled back. An attempt to recover, a secondary boot, but the dash gets them back online. Cold Beer now eliminating that Lucio, no longer having the movement, and are able to come back into this. Overtime is active. Minnesota wants to close this out now to take the first point within this best of 3, as it is a wild shift up at the end of it, able to deny Wesleyan from taking this first map.
Minnesota, despite the challenges they faced in the earlier sections of this match, managed to pull it back from the brink to take map number 1. And you need to be handing it over to the synergy of this dive tank. Vind continue to impress with this. Winston gave so much space for Akuya and the Tracer Cold Beer to actually put in this damage. The work, we saw the coordination, we saw the synergy, and this is the reason why Minnesota have made it this far in the bracket.
I will say that this is calling back to the game that we had mentioned earlier where it did go the distance, because this was a tooth and nail type of battle.
Ooh.
Going into your 5th point at a 99 for both sides, each of these teams are so evenly matched, and it's really something that when you're looking in the losers bracket to see who is going to continue on, these two teams are really trying to demonstrate why they are the better of the two.
As they should be. They know this is their last
Yes.
life. Rich, if this doesn't go to 3 maps, I'm going to be a little shocked,
I'd be a little
honestly.
disappointed. Unless something
Like-
wild happens, like unfortunately Racer falling off the edge of 66. But I'm not going to call that. I'm sorry. I'm loving you, Racer.
Racer.
It's only because they made a comment in the chat. They knew it too. They're like, whoopsies. Like, I can make a comment if they can make a comment. Let's be real.
All right.
But again, I would also agree with you that seeing map 3 should definitely occur in this, and I'm so interested in seeing how this second map is going to unfold, because Wesleyan now has the chance to make that deliberation on what they want to play to, and if they're going to have any adjustment in their composition to go to those strengths specifically with the map selection.
Wesleyan is one of the few teams in this competition that doesn't prefer brawl.
Correct.
And it's quite interesting to play against that, especially if you're Minnesota, who's been in this brawl versus brawl mirror basically all day, and now you have to change that up. Their dive looked incredible. I want to see more of that come on out, and that's hopefully an influencing factor when you're looking towards that next map selection. But you also need to keep in mind that if you're not going to have that brawl mirror, like, pick something that your opponents aren't going to be as comfortable on. Force them out of their comfort zone. This really is going to come down to a battle of the compositions.
Yes, and it's also just, especially when we talked about the mirror, you touched on it, except for the Sojourn. That was really the only kind of difference when it came to the mirror. That those little micro plays of getting the subtle advantages, especially even just the timing and percentage on the primal rages. Towards the end of that, like when you were just starting to play catch up from Wesleyan, looking to get back into it a second time, and their focus on really denying that Genji from getting back into play, there was so much effort being put into that to deny that projectile damage and just the influence that the Genji was having with the knockback, with the boot, trying to get them off the edge. But there was just so much recovery power that they're still sticking into this. And again, at that point when it gets so chaotic, the more bodies you have and the more refocus that you can gain, the more likely you are to take it at that point, because there's such a massive distance when we talk about those specific maps for Flashpoint, because where your spawn is, you really just have to work your way through it. Like, there's no quick way to get back to it, especially if it goes unfavorable to where your spawn positioning is on the opposing side.
And we saw those improvements from Minnesota once they swapped over to that Winston. We mentioned that when they are on that Junker Queen, they have a great initial first push, and most of the time they end up winning that fight that first time, and it's a good thing. But on the chances that that doesn't happen, and you have to pick a new target because they got away, then there really isn't an option for them to recover. As soon as they made the swap over to that Winston, they had the ability to move in and out at a much better pace and make these fights last longer. And as that chaos pursued, that is where they began to thrive and mounted that incredible comeback.
And you can see when it comes to the micro play of understanding how that entry and exit needs to happen with the Winston, and making sure that you are really managing those intricate cooldowns effectively so you are not finding yourself vulnerable. And even when they are finding themselves a little vulnerable, the supports for both of these teams have really been so substantial. Like, we always talk about, like, the DPS and the tanks and the way that they do that, but the supports have been vital to this in the way that the Winston play has been going, because it gives them that escape, that outing. The Kiriko on multiple occasions giving that extra reposition, the Suzu for any cleanses that come through. It is just consistently on point. Or the Immortality field on 2 separate occasions with that map where it just completely changes the outcome. So there are so many of these factors from the supports that really change and shift that momentum and keep them in these fights for such extended periods of time.
There's not a doubt that both of these squads are here competing at their top level. I mean, this is some of the best we're going to have in terms of team coordination, which is why they were able to push their previous meeting to 5 maps. Now they have a maximum of 3. And what could be the last map for the Pizza Pirates, they've elected to go to good old-fashioned King's Row, hoping the streets of London can give them the swing of the tides.
It's been so long since I've seen this map. As weird as that sounds.
That sounds so weird.
I know. Like,
see
when
this
you
map.
think about collegiate, like, that's a strange
This is the
topic
map.
to me. Because even, like, during the collegiate championship and working through those, it was always King's Row. Maybe every once in a while we'd get, like, Blizzard World in there, but no, it was always King's Row. So being able to go back to this is actually a little comforting for me. Maybe you've had a lot more of it recently, so it's not as comforting for you. But for me, it's comforting right now. It's back to it's like an origin story in that sense, is what I like to say. But yes, with Kings Row again, there's a lot of different things that we can see come into this too. The one thing that I instantly think about is an Echo play, because that's something we have seen very much. And this map can favor into an Echo, into a Pharah. We've not really seen as much Pharah, but the Echo still can function within that spacing and that verticality that this map brings to the table.
And in the last series that we saw, Akuya was a menace in the skies. NIU just could not find a way to get the counter. They tried the Soldier, they tried an opposing Echo, even the Tracer to chase him down. Maybe died twice throughout the entirety of that series, which is crazy to think about. It is a bit of a different beast you're dealing with. EXO has been incredibly accurate when it comes to that Sojourn play. If you want to pull the Echo out here, it's not a bad thing at all. You just need to be aware of where likely EXO is going to be playing with the tank.
And there's always that discussion when it comes to the Echo, like more so on, this map I feel than others, because it's like, do you take the ground game and try and get the advantage, or do you look to try and hyper-focus down that Echo play? And it's a little bit interesting in comparison when we talk so much about like the Pharah dynamic, where if you leave it alone, you focus on the ground game. But Echo has this type of close-range play because of the focusing beam. It's a dynamic that changes, because if they can find an execute in those really critical moments, they're going to come barreling at you. And then now you're looking at a face front of damage and really have to see how you counteract that, or if the healers are even able to get through that.
Or they could go in a completely different direction entirely.
I know, right? I love hypotheses and such and about the map. As we get into this now, we are going to waver away from that entirely as we take a look at the defensive side, since we can get a understanding of that. And Vind now coming out on the Ramattra. Not something we have seen from Minnesota on the broadcast thus far. It's something that is, I think, going to be really interesting to see. And Cold Beer taking a time away from this Tracer, this very heavy mobile and flanking position. Look up. Okay, Wavy, we don't see anything. We see a roof above us. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, they know what's coming.
I almost want to take my headset off and just yell across the room and say, look up. I'm looking up.
Honestly, you should. At that point, I mean, yeah. You always go for the one shot and you can't get it. All right, you move on. But you mentioned, yes, we have not seen any Ramattra from the Pizza Pirates on broadcast, but it is basically all they played in their most recent winners game. And Akuya was a big difference maker on this May. I want to see if Wavy can deliver a similar performance to set up Kazuryu in a similar fashion.
And with that wall, getting a division, nice immortality field to buy those extra few seconds for Finn to get out, but unfortunately is getting overwhelmed. The cryo freeze has already been spent as well. That defensive completely eliminated. Back to full health, but Akua has to be so careful as they wrap around. We've got a statue, an immortality field back online just in time here for Wesleyan to give that extra survivability that is necessary to push into this. And with that, they actually get the eliminations onto Minnesota, drawing them back through the choke point, and will be able to take these first couple of ticks and will guarantee the payload.
Yeah, that final pick there. Nope, that's a nail in the coffin. If you are the Pizza Pirates, you're not contesting this point again. And, while we've seen them on this composition, Akuya on the May. Great job. I mean, already close to a Blizzard. But the big thing there, Vind versus Kazuryu. Vind notably overextends on certain occasions, gets incredibly aggressive, and there's just points where the team can no longer bail them out of trouble. The Pizza Pirates are looking to bunker down in this choke, and a lot of it needs to be reliant on Vind maintaining a proper position to stay alive.
And I'm really curious to see if Exo's going to want to take a high ground angle, but they're just going to throttle through with the amplification matrix, funneling damage, but a Blizzard will keep them in place, countered by Wavy only seconds after, but the damage has already been done. The sound barrier gives the extra coverage necessary for Minnesota to force back Wesleyan.
What was that, like 4 ultimates popped within like a half second of each other?
It was a pixel party on the screen.
Honestly, though. And, that's what you really need to do on the defense. The only thing is Mook is going to come up with a sound barrier of their own momentarily. If you can test that overclock with it, then you're pretty darn good to go. Try to push up through the rest of the team. The Titans have the tempo in their favor, and they're taking a dive from above.
Yep, depth from above with a nice pickup. Actually gets Cold Beer with that Deadeye, and now they can press forward around Bookstore. You can see that Minnesota is being very respectful. They are drawing back because they do not want to lose more, because if they are punished here, it will give so much more ground to Wesleyan as they only have to wait on Cold Beer now that they still have 2 ultimates to their name.
Got to use these tools wisely here. On the plus side, still have them at their disposal. Mookie, sound barrier timing must be impeccable in order to counteract, hopefully, at least one of the oncoming ultimates. Pizza Pirates ready to stand by the bookstore.
Disruptor shot, slowing down that momentum, attempting to get the elimination onto Exo. Couldn't quite find it. Damage still being funneled around the corner, but has to draw back and be extremely careful to not leave themselves vulnerable. This corner, again, Nemesis against one another for both of these Ramatras as they press on. Annihilation is active because it is long filled quickly over their opponents. Wesleyan now still actually working through it, and Vin getting significantly no value from it. And now on the return, Wesleyan nearing theirs. If they get this Annihilation up, they can completely turn this tie and be able to reach this checkpoint easily.
But the Blizzard, it comes down first, Rich. There's 3 players frozen for the Titans.
Oh no, they got that to completely counteract it. The good thing here is, though, is it happened very quickly, and they did not lose out in ultimates. A nice stagger here, though, going to come through onto Wavy, but they have both the Blizzard and now the Annihilation to couple, moving for Wesleyan forward for these last few meters.
Now, Wesleyan right now, still plenty of time to be able to work with. Drawing out the majority of the scary resources is a big bonus from that fight. The Annihilation and the Blizzard, ideally, one or the other, you put them both together, that is a recipe for success.
Holding the corner here. Vortex going to keep them still for the moment to slow them down as the wall active instantly by Wavy. Attempted to keep them together to potentially find the Blizzard, but does not hit pay dirt. And Immortality Field actually forced out by Cupcake is really, really devastating. The wall is more so what they use defensively as a sound barrier couples along with it, denying Exo any visibility on that Deadeye so they can come back in again. But there has been a lot defensively utilized here from Minnesota. And now with the Blizzard and Annihilation still with 2 minutes to work with, they are going to rush in. Blizzard active, thrown forward, forcing them back. The Annihilation as a saving grace if they need to still make space, and they're going to commit it. Locking down 2 into the corner. It is just going to be throttling forward, and the damage shall runneth over as Wesleyan reaches this checkpoint with a team kill and have 3 minutes on the clock.
Brilliant ultimate management from the Titans there. They pushed up with the Deadeye Force, both support ultimates out of the Pirates at the exact same time and had overwhelming resources to close it off. And now an incredible time bank to work with. You have the Amplification Matrix on the high ground to give Exo will Majesty on the map. Woo.
Combat roll saves that life for the day. Exo tucked into the corner. The overclock, though, might not be able to be saved from, as that flanking angle gets Puppy Cat instantly. And the Amplification Matrix, because of where it was placed, gives no value. Lost ultimate. Pizza's going to be able to completely take this back and now force back Wesleyan into their spawn.
Wesleyan now going to have to take the back seat here. Kudos to the Pirates. They pushed up and knew that the Amp Matrix wasn't any threat to them whatsoever, took all the space that they could, and now have that ultimate rotation back online after struggling to keep it up for so long.
Deadeye again, active, just bypasses the shield. Big damage into Van. Immortality Field wonderfully placed by Cupcake, and a Blizzard to lock down 2. Exo first, and Wavy shortly after. And let's just get the 3-piece in there for the group as the 2 supports get out, and they just say, all right, guys, I'm going to wait for you to come back from spawn.
Hey, 1 ultimate, 1 fight win. Efficiency at its finest. Pirates continuing to hold at this corner, burning about half that original time off the clock is a great start. Wesleyan are not even close to another point where they can take a confident fight here. Sound barrier is likely going to have to use pretty passive, knowing Vind can just march in with those purple tendrils.
Curious to see how they want to work through this. You can already see that Mookie up top going to look to see if they can get some info on where their positioning is. Has the sound barrier to lean into this if they absolutely need to. Ant Matrix now from Cupcake, minute and 10. You can see Wesleyan draw back and basically have that gain no value for the moment as the Annihilation is online again. The wall comes in from Wesleyan to lock in the corner. Vind now will look to re-engage. The Blizzard forcing them back. Vind is down, didn't get out of there. The Annihilation also wasn't triggered, so they'll be able to get that as they attempt to defend with a last regroup. There is 1 more shot at this, but I don't know if the timers and the spawn is actually going to favor it.
The supports went back to try to escort the tank. They're going to try to make
the wall! Denying them forward, the Lucio tries to bob and weave the boop, and they can't get there. The Annihilation isn't able to get close enough to touch What a wondrous recovery here from Wesleyan on the attack to deny any contention for those last few meters.
They could not have played that more perfectly between like the wall, the boop, and Minnesota. They didn't have a choice but to retreat back to the spawn, and you just had all the tools at your disposal. Getting a full completion on the board with time is a bonus on Kings Row. So now you have so much leeway that you can start to play with. Even if the Pirates come out of the gates blazing, the Titans must be feeling good about that defense. They were on top of it in terms of the ultimate management, in terms of the space that was given, and punished Vind time after time for aggressive positioning.
And as we do get to see the composition defensively from Wesleyan, they're going to stick to what they know. No real surprise. Again, I feel that from what we've seen collegiate-wise is normally when they take the swap, there is very little shifting. Unless there's maybe like wanting to incorporate a dive. I feel like that's the one that everyone has kind of opted to go to if there is an alternative, but realistically, I think with how close this was between the two of them, outside of really the boop tactic and the wall usage, there's no real need to change up the composition because they have been really going head-to-head.
It's not like the Pizza Pirates are getting obliterated, right?
No, not at all.
The Titans, once again, they just put everything into Vind and they wall them off. They put the freeze and you get a nade stack to you. You're not gonna move. That's essentially the game: is make Vind's life miserable. It's worked so far. Pulling it on the defense though is a completely different story.
And we'll see how this first initial neutral goes, with Baptiste continuing to funnel that healing in on the front line. Vind locked once again by the wall, but thankfully has a few others with them. Forcing out the cryo freeze already for Wavy, has to fall back. There is an immortality field committed by Cupcake as well. A lot of defensive abilities having to be thrown into this initial engagement as Vind barely gets out by the skin of their teeth. Behind Mundata's statue surviving, and you can just see that the supports are pumping health into them, but as they do so, Akua is left vulnerable and picked up.
I'm going to make that point once again. The Titans, they know how to back off and re-engage on a new target, whereas the Pizza Pirates, they don't find their first one. They're not going to find anything at all, and it's these tempo games like this, Rich, that are really coming back to bite him.
Exo just slowly moving up towards that statue.
I didn't even know you get up there.
Yeah, it's the tech that you can do with it, especially if you got the roll, too.
Huh.
Now seeing if they can find value onto Salami Boy with the Lucio play along the wall. Has almost the Deadeye to use it once again as a zoning mechanism, or potentially a damage poke onto the tank, going hyper-aggressive. Has the immortality field to cover them. That's exactly why they lean into that. But the wall denies that visibility and really can't allow them to get that extra damage necessary. High Noon comes out, looks to try and hide. Nobody going to walk wakingly into that crosshair. As Wavy rotates back, grabs the health pack, and flanks onto with a beautiful Blizzard tossed into the mix. Freezing, but can't quite lock them down here. What? They actually move out of it. There's enough assistance and support to completely nullify Wavy.
That's 4 ultimate just down the drain from the Titans. Pizza Pirates now have the room to engage, whereas the rest of the defense, they're forced to collaborate in the hotel.
And at this point, Pizza Pirates can really control how much they want to contribute into this. They have the sound barrier, they have the Blizzard, almost the annihilation. Titans are waiting for the moment until their abilities are back online. Blizzard is active. Everyone from Titans initially step into it, but attempt to waver out. The sound barrier comes in, but can't quite grab Exo. Clipped in the end and shut down by Cold. And now, with already 2 ticks gained, and the last one near, it will transition into the payload phase. As long as Vin can get these final eliminations, Titans are holding on by just a sliver and a small margin, but it is not enough to keep them going.
We could see right there, Vind pulled the reins back on the team, and look what it did for him. The Pizza Pirates made the Titans use everything initially. Nobody went down. They could re-engage with those tools. Keep doing that. Please keep doing that. Do not let your tank be the one to go up, tank all the resources, and uh-oh, you don't have a tank anymore. So the Titans are just going to go ahead and walk forwards on top of you. You like to see that the Pirates are continuing to push forwards around this space. They're going to get the payload about to where the bookstore is if the Titans can't keep it up soon.
Find ourselves close to the same corner as we had earlier near the bookstore. The amplification matrix gives massive acceleration and damage from Wavy. Those icicles feel like glaciers in moments like that.
Absolutely. I mean, now that the Titans are into this position, arguably one of the hardest choke points to break through in the entirety of Kings Row, the Pizza Pirates are going to have to pull up all the stops just to get out of their spawn.
Yeah, look at how Titans are playing here. attempted to try and maneuver their way around. Catching him out, gets a nice wall, but the Vortex is going to slow the momentum for the moment as Wavy has to put in a wall. Dual wall actually separates and divides the team. Wavy actually being able to counteract this defensively and deny any sort of recovery from Minnesota and locking them in place.
This is wonderful. I mean, Wavy has been getting incredible value out of these Maywalls to isolate one or two players. The rest of the squad collapses on it, and here they are continuing this spawn hold. The Pizza Pirates know better than to push up into them again, but at the same time, how realistically do you take this fight? The Titans, they're just going to take it to them.
Curious to see if they're going to continue maneuvering towards the payload. If they opt for doing so, I believe that's the better outcome. Swap of sides at this point, giving them a chance to regroup as a full in the archway and continue payload progression unless Titans want to take the fight. Deadeye swinging around, gets the potential shot, can't quite find a clear sight line as the Annihilation comes in. Cold Beer on the very last moments waiting to drop it. Snow globes galore here in the open space as Puppy Cat manages to get one onto a cow. And now you've got the Annihilation to follow up onto it. Akua is back in spawn. The sound barrier gives them coverage. And this is where Minnesota has to turn it back and finally gain some distance because they've lost quite a bit of time with this roundabout play that Wesleyan has done because this payload has not really moved that far cumulatively.
It was an absolute ult dump to get there. But the Titans did the exact same thing. 5 ults from them, 4 from the Pizza Pirates just to get the payload on a roll. Them hanging on to Cupcake's Amp Matrix here. And it's going to be the thing to push them over the edge. You're down on time, just over a minute to get through the second street phase of King's Row. It's not a ton of time to work with, and realistically, this is going to be your last solid fight.
With what they have, really, Wavy is the only one closest to an ultimate, but that's only 40%. As this now amplification matrix comes through, big shot through it on the edge. Cupcake gets the elimination, and again, numbers advantage. Minnesota has bought themselves a new lease on life right now, cleaning up to guarantee this checkpoint, and will get the additional time.
Just barely. It was looking quite grim for a while, but the Pizza Pirates have proved again that they will not give up until the game is set and done. The final phase of King's Row now in their sights. Splitting it with time is going to be ideal. Titans going to be regrouping. Blizzard on their side. Things about to get chilly, especially with the Pizza Pirates not having any real counter.
It's kind of almost oxymoronic too. You've got like the blizzard to be cold and we're in like furnace where it's hot and there's lava. So it's like this fire and ice kind of thing. As the Deadeye comes out, hopefully looking to set someone to rest. Slowing their movement with the Mei moving forward. Already has the cryo freeze active, so they no longer have that, and actually gets clobbered by the Ramatra play up front, and a beautiful mag grenade comes out as well onto Salami Boy. This is now last fight territory for Minnesota.
I mean, not only was Cold Beer clobbered, I mean, the entirety of the Pizza Pirates just hit the dirt. And my God, that has got to be painful here. This is going to be the final fight that you're going to have on the map of King's Row, unless the Pizza Pirates can come out on top, walking into a Deadeye through an At Matrix. It's a scary thought. Now they don't even defend.
They have to leave. They have to leave with only 60 seconds. They have to not find themselves losing a second. And Titans are going to absolutely try and exploit this, and they get the second. Cold Beer is down, and we are guaranteed final fight with only a small margin of time left.
That's rough. That's rough. The Pizza Pirates, you got to make this swift. You got to make it quick. Another mistake like that, you're done. This series is over. Your tournament life is over.
And the fact that you have these ultimates back online, they deny it even in the Blizzard. They don't have enough damage, and in this small area, they don't get clear sight lines. Annihilation from both sides. It is absolute disintegration coming through this narrow corridor. Mookie gets the boop and a follow-up here. Titans in a prime position to bring this into a map 3 with only 10 seconds to go. We talked about it previously in the winner's bracket where it went to a last map, and it looks like it's going to do the same here.
The Titans, they've taken all of the space that they could have. The final touch is in the court today.
Oh, the Deadeye.
No Salami Boy.
Nope, you have lost your movement, your area of effect healing, and now the tank falls in suit. Overtime shell vanish right in front of their eyes, as that will be King's Row going in favor of Titans and allowing them to see a map 3.
Hey, Rich, this is a series that we have been expecting
been
these
waiting for
teams
this.
to fight tooth and nail. We've had them all 2-0s.
Yeah.
All 2-0s. We haven't had no variety, so the fact that these teams are taking it the distance, it makes us smile a little bit.
They've broken our 2-0 curse at which that we've had over the course of the time. As we get to take a look at the play of the game here coming in from Cold Beer. We saw so much of the Tracer success, but Sojourn not being too shabby as well. And again, seeing this type of variation and versatility coming from the squad is something that we want to also highlight and talk about as well, is that they are not completely set on just one form. They are comfortable in playing others. And now that we see this being 1-to-1 for them into that third map, it all is on the line right now. I felt like kind of like a maniacal doctor, or was like the sinister, like the sinister villain, just like, this is what we're getting into.
This is
yeah,
him, and this
it's
is the plan.
so yeah. Dexter's Lab, that's what I think a little bit.
I don't get that.
Oh man, that just shows my age. It's okay.
You
Get
know
out
what?
of
Hey,
out of my laboratory. For those that understand, I appreciate you.
yeah.
But with the game that is unfolding in front of us, again, it's something that lets us know that we are also getting towards the tail end of the bracket as well, when the teams are really, really starting to fight for everything that they have, and just the level of competition continues to go up from where we initially were yesterday in that round one.
I mean, between Illinois Wesleyan, Cincinnati, and here Minnesota, I mean, these are top 4 schools in this tournament. I mean, there is not a doubt about it. The fact that one of them has to go home in the semifinals match truly is saddening for the end of their journey, especially with how hard they've managed to fight to get there. And really, these maps are close. They're going the entire distance, and it's not like one team is dominating over the other. I mean, they're back and forth. They're scrappy, and it just plays back into that whole idea of tempo control. Wesleyan, even though they're not preferring to play in this brawl comp, they looked pretty dang good out there, Rich.
They did have some great coordination and actually were able to really clap back in moments where they had to make those adjustments. And again, when you talk about the bigger picture of these top 4 schools, you really want to be the top 3 because you get something leaving this weekend.
That's true,
you get the prize, you get the medals, you get all of that goes along with it for this first Midwest Esports Invitational. Again, brought to you by specifically the DuPage Sports Commission, which is behind all of this. And again, being able to see them get that 3rd place or higher is something that's just massive for just their own confidence in that sense in it competitively, but also just for the school, and show that they are really performing among so many others that we see, like those larger universities, of course, like ISU who's participating here. We have Maryville and other regions. We have Northwood. Like, when you can start competing in tournaments like these and being able to get those types of competitional wins, even if it might not be first place, you're getting that recognition that you are among the top within your region.
Especially here with this being one of those regional matches. I'm like, you're sending the message for a while. Like, Illinois Wesleyan has been that school that we've mentioned is up on the rise. To see names like Minnesota, which honestly I haven't really heard before this event in terms of top Overwatch schools, to really start to take it to them. It's quite a change, and it does show you how tightly knit and high level the collegiate competition can be.
And as we look to see what that 3rd map is going to be, we can really just start to understand, which we have it actually right now, and we are going to be entering into our last map, which is Control. And I'm, again, looking forward to seeing this because we've talked a little bit specifically when it comes to Minnesota, because their Control map gameplay is very clean. Like, they've been really, really good more often than not when it comes to this. So how Wesleyan's going to do to be able to match up against them is something that I'm really looking forward to. Also depending upon which of these sub-maps we're going to enter in onto, too. That's very, very key when we start looking at what the compositions could be.
Ilios almost tends to be an oddball of control maps because it's one of the few that dive is more prominent on certain areas, particularly on ruins and even a little bit more on wells. So, as I said, it's going to depend on the mini-map.
Yes.
These Pirates have looked strong on this in the past, knowing that this is kind of where we like to be. We can walk at them head on. We can control our space accordingly. It feels really good. But now that you know that Kazuru can do essentially the same thing on that Ramatra, and you have to question here, which direction do you attempt to take when you're a team that has multiple phases that all look incredibly good? You need to think about the one that's going to hurt your opponent the most. And if we are sticking with the Sigma, Rich, I'm not confident if this is what's it.
I mean, if there is ever a place that I really do like to enjoy seeing the Sigma, it's on this one because there's water that you can put your feet in, and he doesn't have shoes on. So it's a really, really just not. I don't know why I went there. It's more so because, like, in Lyle here, it's been a little cold these last couple of days.
True.
So the weather's been really awesome in-game, and I wish it was here. But as these doors open and they start to enter onto Well, it will be curious to see what they bring out, and both are going to opt to go with the Tracer play.
The exact same way that we started out map number 1, only accordingly that it ends in a similar fashion. And once again, keep an eye on the positioning of the Pizza Pirates. How close can they get to EXO and Kazuru, who are going to opt to play on the outskirts of this well?
You can see that Titans are looking to really round the corner, getting a flanking angle onto Cold Beer,
Whoa.
who is extremely low, grabs the health pack in time. But look at the assist that's coming in from PuppyCap. They are moving as a unit, so it's not just solely this Tracer chase. It's actually the entirety of the team rotating quickly, despite it having the Sigma with not nearly as much aggression that can come through. But as they round in an entire circle, they get cut down by Vind almost entirely across the board.
And that's what happens when you play in the kitchen with Vind. Turns into a butcher and will slice you to pieces. The Pizza Pirates, they close the gap. As we mentioned, if that happens for the Titans, you're not going to have a good time. The main concern of running the Sigma in that regard, once you get split, you're in trouble. EXO moving over to the Cassidy, hopefully to help with more of this sustain. Is it really going to matter, though, when you still have to push through the tank?
You can see when that Jagged Blade lands, it continues to have the graphic get smaller and smaller because they are leaving the scene. A boop actually comes in from the back line, eliminates Cupcake, so they've lost a significant amount of healing, but there is a return. It is the Baptiste no longer. Oh, goodness, what a grab onto EXO across the well, putting them in the depths and just quenching for relief. It is 55 and climbing here for Minnesota as they have turned this still in their favor and looking to make this an easy round 1.
Vind right now is making the case for the best Junker Queen that we have seen on this stream in terms of the knives and just overall mechanical prowess. I mean, Pizza Pirates are winning fights directly off of just these minuscule plays, and they're going to continue to do it here, still significantly ahead in terms of a lot of this ultimate charge.
Reminds me of Scorpion from Mortal Kombat saying, get over here, is now you're going to have Cold Beer and the assist from Salami getting an elimination onto EXO. The damage is just far too much for the kinetic grasp to mitigate, and they completely overwhelm the defensive shield that's generated from it. 15% to go. They've completely broken down Titans and have actually been able to just exploit the weaknesses. 10% now to go, and it looks dire.
One of the craziest part about this, Rich, is we've seen one ultimate from the Pizza Pirates all round long, and now they're going to have 4 saved up, almost 5 for a final fight that the Titans have to scramble to even attempt to keep a toe on.
And look at the coverage they can give to the back line because Vind is taking the entirety of that front line. They cover and deny Wavy from any sort of advantage. A Flux barely grabs and denies the Rampage, only clipping 1 instead of the entirety of Titans. But in the chaos amongst that small room and around the outskirts, there is a vast elimination in favor of Minnesota, able to take this round 1 as they isolate and separate Sigma. No ability to come back into it. A 100-0 play, and are now only 1 round from continuing their lower bracket run.
This is Pizza Pirate territory. I'm in control. We knew that they were good on
we said that.
But oh my goodness, I didn't expect it to be to that degree. I don't know about you, Rich, but Wesleyan, even if they're playing at a slight compositional disadvantage, you would expect it to be closer. They just got utterly stomped on and just rolled into a ball, thrown off the map, maybe set on fire. Why don't you? That was rough.
Yeah, and I mean,
you got to switch.
I mean, and that's why you see it instantly making this conversation go towards the Junker Queen. Not to say that Sigma's bad, but when you're going into the way that Minnesota's playing with the Junker Queen, that's just scary. There's no way you can outpace that.
No. Except for they're not playing the Junker Queen either now. They're going to take out the good old Winton for this round, which is, we will see a lot more of that dive here. JQ does pretty well into that character generally, but the same thing can be said. Vin can access these high grounds where the Junker Queen can only dream of chasing.
There was an attempt for the boop onto Vin, but unfortunately was able to bypass it and still keep the high ground position to try and dislodge anything from the Titans. Blade attempting to pull again, but has a quick redirection with the dash. Akua needs to be very careful. Great responsiveness to get back to that health pack, but Vin, on the other hand, is left as chopped liver underneath. No supportive healing can get to him fast enough, and that will be Minnesota taking this fight and getting that point presence a second time.
they won the DPS battle, right? I mean, you got Wavy and EXO down in their respective DPS duels. Titans couldn't have much more backup. Even if Vind would pop goes the monkey, Pizza Pirates are able to recover accordingly and now have the ability to kind of just hang out on this high ground area, poke in and out, and deny Pizza Pirates a lot of this initial poke.
Cold Bear as we keep that close vision of subtle damage onto the back line, diving onto the supports. Will not be able to find too much value, except for the second attempt is much more valuable onto Puppycat as EXO finds once again the damage onto Vind and is now really cleaning up. We talked about Akua on the Genji, but now EXO is trying to step up and be able to show that they are just as worthy of competition.
Sojourn and Genji, two very different heroes, and EXO has been incredible on both. Now, coming up to match what Akua has been able to accomplish and force Pizza Pirates into a total mirror composition. The first time we've been getting it the entire series, I believe.
We'll see if with these ultimates they can utilize them to their advantage. Having both the Pulse Bomb and the Dragon Blade offensively with a Coalescence to lead in. That's what they want to ride on. 33% in climbing here for Titans as they have to draw back. The Coalescence gives a lot of power here for Pizza Pirates to aggress forward and also have the throughput in healing. Pulse Bomb onto the Junker Queen, sending them packing. No way to get that Rampage in time, and the Coalescence now looks to try and counteract themselves. Puppycat late to the fight. EXO's actually coming in big. Vind is down. Slices on the counter side. It's the Shimada brothers on the basically mirroring. Will be able to take the advantage. Akua gets it, shuts down Wavy, and will be able to clean up with the rest of the side.
And key point there is Pizza Pirates got that swap back over earlier on in that engagement. Even more percentage builds on up into their favor. Now, that's going to be taking up if they win another one. We'll be close to that one fight territory. IW, though, not going to make that an easy task. Both Dragon Blade and the Rampage online, all looking to tear the Pirates apart. If even one of these manages to land, we're looking at a flip.
Oh, big opportunity now trying to collapse onto Akua, who does have the Blade active coverage on the counter. EXO up top will not be able to get nearly as much value with this, and Vind actually finds a blade onto Puppycat. So again, it's all on the shoulders of this Lucio play. They swap it back over. Titans are still in this. 2 down for Pizza Pirates, and they will actually look to just completely abandon this. They know they have one last shot to get back into this with 74%.
You can see right now, it'll be close to one final fight territory. The Pizza Pirates, it was an expensive engagement. 4 ultimates pumped into that from the Titans, and now they have to look to regroup, make a strong stand against this incoming Coalescence.
Active instantly as they push out into the open, guaranteeing that they have enough sustainability to play against Titans. 2 are down. This is going to be very detrimental. Titans will get one last attempt. They are just getting as much percentage as possible. They'll get one last shot at this, but with it being a team kill, it's going to be close.
Entire series lies on this final engagement that the Titans are going to have nothing to work with in terms of the ultimate economy. Switching over to the Kiriko, great choice, especially knowing Vind holding onto this Rampage essentially the entire round. Titans need to make their mark now.
That cleanse is going to be so pivotal for this Rampage. If it hits even 2. Oh no! That's full DPS down!
Whoa.
They have no firepower to be able to claim this. It will be Titans in a perfect position to take this back, and with only 18% left, Titans are going to be in a prime position. It's only 3 now that are coming from the spawn. Pizza Pirates will not have a full regroup to contest this evenly.
No, it's going to be a staggered out engagement. Rampage is there. Nakuya is in trouble. Look how low that health bar is. It has to be on Cold Beer to start this overtime period. Is it?
Oh no!
Get it!
But still active. I believe they were able to hold just long enough as it triggers it. A Rampage across the center gets the second touch, but there's not many that are actually affected by it. It's more of a Hail Mary to keep this going and have a second life into this, but EXO with the blade is able to cut them down. Forged from the fires of redemption as they will be able to bring this into a round 3 and have one last chance.
Oh, we knew it would be over this easily. Absolutely not. I mean, that swap to the Kiriko, clutch. That Rampage ended up hitting 3 players. Instant cleanse. Like, it was so close in timing, you could if you blinked, you genuinely ended up missing it. Kazuryu made the proper swaps. EXO and Wavy are winning out their DPS duels, and it's those moments where the Pizza Pirates are starting to crumble. They're falling behind in the smallest regards, and it's honestly due to EXO and Wavy stepping up in that round for the DPS.
And now as we enter in onto Runes, the final place for one of these teams, it has led to this moment in the loser's bracket to see who will be sent packing and who will be able to continue on to that potential opportunity for glory.
We'll be rolling out JQ mirrors on both sides. Again, keep an eye out. These Tracers, these Genjis are going to be responsibly for this map control. Wavy and EXO got the better of Colbeard and Kuya on the previous round. They're going to continue that action here.
That fade barely comes through in time to deny the blade. If you get pulled into the open like that from Cupcake, you are disintegrated on entry. But now, with that recovery, they managed to get out in time. EXO low, Cupcake finds the cliff and will be able to take down 2 now in total and start to chase the remaining few. Wavy grabs the pack and is abandoning ship.
As it should be, the Pizza Pirates got an early advantage, and they continue to push it to the very maximum. You'll notice the difference in ult charge between some of these heroes right now, particularly within that DPS line. Akuya got a ton more done than EXO.
A lot of poke for now until they're close enough to find a valuable engage. The Junker Queen to that bottom right position from this Genji, looking to see if they can find the advantage. Commanding Shout already has been sent by Vin, but now with it gone, there is just too much to weather. So they will be removing them from the equation, and at this point, Titans just have to keep their Junker Queen up to allow them to keep this presence, but that blade could have been devastating, but thankfully Titans were able to turn the tide.
Titans turn it around, punishing Vend once again for being over-aggressive. And Beach Pirates, I mean, Vend has done a much better job here on Elias. It's really the first time we've seen that so far. And hoping you can start to temper that down even more. With the DPS time to shine, so Vend take a back seat and help with the assists.
Recall forced out by Coldbeard. No longer has that for the moment, so has to be careful on this engagement until they get it back up as the blade is active by Akua. Looks for the dash, for the reset. Can't quite find him in close proximity because the Coalescence is keeping them alive. EXO withstands the tension, and now with the Pulse Bomb to counter, Titans are in a position that they have to give up again and only really yield 30% out of this.
That is not a great gain at all. I mean, the Pizza Pirates, they're still pushing up. Look how low Puppy Cat is. They all know. Wavy falls even later. I mean, Rich, this is brutal right now. Lobby Boy going down. Surely you back up. But no, it's Rampage in.
They're going to re-enter back into this with a Rampage, and they're still down 2. They're gaining an actual advantage here. Vind is left out in the open and can't get any healing because the Rampage just clips them in time. But it is do or die right now. They have to make this work. It's 70+%. They swap it back and actually are able to still keep 4 ultimates, mind you, going into this.
Well, hey, you can hear the calls like winnable, 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 winnable. They still win in, regardless of every red flag telling them to turn around. And sometimes you just got to take the carrot that's dangling in front of you. It will work one of those days, still having those tools to counteract, but Pizza Pirates are ready to swing back at them.
Curious of what they're going to lead in first. Might look to potentially find the Pulse Bomb or even lead with a Sound Barrier. But why not? Let's just lead with the Rampage. Try and get that denial of healing since there's no Kiriko to reduce its value this time around. As EXO topped back up, goes in for the strike, gets the deflect onto Akua, and now you have this Junker Queen play on the front line, partnering up alongside. Pizza Pirates have to get out of there for one last attempt.
It's down into the wire, and if Salami Boy gets staggered here.
What? No!
No shot!
Just has the high ground to knock him off far enough that he can't grab the wall. So now it is Titans having to play so defensively until Mookie can get back in quick enough. They have the mobility to do so, but will it be before you see the tank line drop? They get him out of it for the time being, and there's enough assistance from Puppy Cat until you have Akua come in with the execution, striking them down as they clean it up with a blade and Coalescence. Team kill in the feed, and now it's again the shoe on the other foot.
97%. Pizza Pirates will be able to get this up to an overtime variable. The Titans have to make their last stand here and now. Closest to a rampage, but
Oh,
it's going
no.
to take some time to build it up, and the fight's been taking so far up, Rich!
They swarmed them. Puppy Cat had to use the Fade defensively so they weren't in sightline to give extra healing necessary to the tank, as now Titans are in dire position. The stretch has come to an end. Pizza Pirates are going to be able to claim this. They have the numbers advantage. They have to take down Titans, as it's only going to be one underneath from Wavy. A hope and a prayer as they stagger onto the point. Minnesota, as we've taken this story through the losers bracket, will continue on as the GGs come in amongst the chat.
History has repeated itself. These two teams taking it to the max, with Minnesota showing up in the final hour. This game could not have been any closer throughout it. It was team efforts gone on both sides to push it through. There wasn't one individual that stood above the rest, and that's arguably the most incredible thing that we can take away from this series. The fact that we have to bid Illinois Wesleyan goodbye now is such a sad tone after the incredible performance they put on today.
And again, there are so many that you have to just give credit to across this weekend, but as we continue to get towards those final few, one can only be crowned a victor. And at this point, I know we talk about, ISU and the way that they've been able to perform. I still can't wait to see them be able to compete against teams like this so that there can at least be that opportunity to compete against those that we see as Goliath in that sense. But honestly, I cannot wait to see how this is going to continue progressing for Minnesota, because we've been able to really, as I mentioned towards the beginning part of this, we've really followed their story along this.
Yep.
And they're continuing to demonstrate why they are still within this losers bracket and just in this bracket phase entirely.
And now they're here. They guaranteed themselves that top 4 position, right? So you're in a very solid spot moving into these losers finals. I'd potentially facing off against one of the few teams that take them down to this point. I mean, they're looking to complete the whole Cinderella story here, Rich.
And, the Cinderella story, we talk about it a lot, but, it's always a good one to lean on. And with that being said, for us, over the course of this, we've talked a lot about Minnesota. We are going to give them just a brief break so that they can prep for their next game, and we cannot wait to see how that's going to continue, as we do still have one more match just before we enter into the grand finals, which is where we actually get to crown ourselves a winner. So don't go anywhere, friends, as we are going to be back to that next game in just a moment. Welcome back. We're here again. Still us. Rich Rad. Tiny Shiny. Yeah. Finishing it off. And one thing that stays consistent is going to be Minnesota still continuing to have this roller coaster of an adventure ahead of them. But this time, their opponent is Cincinnati.
Yep, Cincinnati, the very team that put Minnesota down into this lower bracket, are ready to face them all. For one of them will end their journey here empty-handed. This is also, the stakes have upped. This is for prize money.
Yeah.
This team that goes home or that moves on today will be guaranteed at least, I believe, $600 for second place.
1,100 for first, 600 for second, and then that 300 for third. And then to be fair, like we talked about earlier, they get awesome medals. I really wish I could get a medal.
Medals are awesome.
We're excluded from that pool, but you know it's okay. We're happy to talk about it and kind of live vicariously through their glory when they say, "Hey, thanks for talking about us." And we're gonna be like, "Absolutely, friend." But yes, you got to talk a little bit about and with some of the Cincinnati crew and kind of watch over what they had, and looking forward to seeing that type of composition. We could talk at great lengths and end about Minnesota, but we've seen them quite a bit.
Yeah.
So it's really going to be interesting from Cincinnati and what they're going to bring to the table.
Cincinnati play a very similar style to Minnesota. They are a brawl team, and really only a brawl team. There was even a map of Circuit Royale that was played, and they still played brawl, Rich. I mean,
yeah,
there's
that's
no
saying
stoppers.
a lot.
It is. Like, they are stubborn down to the bone, but there's very good reason for it. I mean, they were the team that came out on top of Group B, so they've got that first round bye. So they came down into this, faced off against Minnesota, made their way through the maps. Also, an incredibly close series, with the exception of, once again, Vind kept overextending on that tank.
Yeah.
You had, on the May side, some players, there was a bit of a difference between those walls and the value that they were getting. And the main story of the day, there were Matra comps with those cooldowns going on through. And Cincinnati, at the end of the day, managed to close it out. And it isn't to say that a lot of what Minnesota has had, like a lot of those issues that with Vint, have since been resolved, we could say, within our previous series.
Yeah, I would agree. And again, now that they have more so found themselves in a position to going against competition, I think that really kind of pushed them to that limit. It was great to actually have that just before going into this one again, because now they can say, all right, we're going to have to tweak and refine these really, really minor details and understand that if Vind is getting in a position of where they are being capitalized on and punished for the type of play style, that they have to understand how are they going to get Vind out of there safely so they can look for a secondary re-engagement and hopefully within the time frame have another commanding shout to give them that extra necessary support.
And of course, that's a concern they have slightly less on control maps, which will be the start of our series. Busan being that battleground, though. One of these three maps, Mecha Base, awesome. You run at each other, maybe swing a couple axes. Cool, that's fun. The other two, much more reliant on that positioning. And if you overextend, you are as good as dead, especially with how good these squads are. It's almost less to the point that someone's making an awesome play, but you're capitalizing on your opponent's mistake.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we look at the roster, too, in comparison for Cincinnati, they also still have like a long-running veteran status. 3 of their players have been here for such an extended period of time, so they have a lot of synergy together, which is why when we talk about being such a high-level team within their own group, that's significant reasons why they are so comfortable playing amongst each other. And even we touched on it when it came to the calm discussion and how sometimes there is just this understanding of the way that you play, that you cut out a lot of that chatter that might need to be there, because at this point you instinctually just know how your other player or your other teammate is going to execute on their actions.
Cincinnati is a team that I've actually seen quite a bit before within the collegiate scene, and all these players, they're familiar with each other and how they can operate as a unit. They're even a self-proclaimed scary team in their own words.
Yeah.
So, like, they're confident in their ability to succeed, and the fact that they're only seeing the losers bracket now, Rich, only shows why.
Well, and the other little fun fact about this too is that both of these teams, I think, were the furthest drivers to this event.
That's true.
So now they've got a long way to go home, and you want to be having a long way to go home as a winner. Like, that's what you want when you have a trip like this, is you do see them instantly going onto that middle high ground. Then, with this Junker Queen looking to try and counteract it.
The Junker Queen into the Ramatra. It can be a tricky matchup, and Vin saved that commanding shout for a while, and that's going to work out into the Pizza Pirates' favor. So they just turn away from the tank and decide to throw a couple punches at Salami Boy instead. And that's kind of the idea of that target focus. Vin is not going to have a great time playing into this May, especially when Andog isn't restricted in the same way.
These staggers potentially onto Cold Beer before allowing them to escape would be crucial, but they managed to get out scot-free, as it's still going to be a nice neutral play here. There is some significant percentage gain. Even though you had the fight lost here for Pizza Pirates, Cold Beer got so much value entering into this pulse bomb.
And the pulse bomb that you're able to build up for Cold Beer, I mean, it's honestly expected of him at this rate, right? You have this damage to pull out, but they don't have a tank. It's once again Andog to open up the kill feed for Cincinnati. And it's seriously because they just walk up there first. Pizza Pirates, they go in with a plan A. That fails. All else will too.
Well, and the other part of this too is you saw Vin when going against the Ramatra previously, it seems that they were able to just outmatch the Nemesis form. But in this case, because of how the healers are supporting Andog, they're not having to use it that early. They can play a little bit more reserve in this, as now they go into that reposition with the Reaper and the block for the duplicate.
We'll have the block come on out. Now that's additional pressure onto Andog. Look at the point over into Cincinnati. It's heavier commitment from them, and Cold Beer for the first time in the kill feed. Cincinnati knows that they're in trouble. This is where the ultimates are going to come out to play. They're lacking in supports. It's all just blocking with the hands, hoping to find stuff. And Andog and Rohan seem to be doing it all together. And it's incredible that Cincinnati decide to persevere through that fight despite being heavily at a disadvantage.
The fact that you can put together both the Death Blossom and the Annihilation in moments like that, there is no way that you're able to work through that kind of damage. You have to just get out of its radius before anything else, and because everyone was so close in proximity, they just had to accept it as this reposition now and a quick engagement with the Vortex.
They go in attempting to hold that progress. Kitsune Rush, though, just accelerating the pace of the battle. Pizza Pirates, they have the ultimates at their disposal. Lightning, though, reacting just as quick. Sound barrier to counter it out. Pizza Pirates may be in control of the point, but not in the kill feed. They'll lose Akuya. University of Cincinnati yet to really see that the point was flipped. They'll eventually start retreating back, leaving Rohan to kind of put a little bit of thorn in Vin's side. And about to be much more than that, the punches gluing on through, tearing Pizza Pirates down one by one. The staggers are horrible to play against.
You can see now, with only 25% remaining, it's going to be Pizza Pirates having to look for which entryway they want to go through. Potentially just going to try and take this high ground to get the opportunity of collapsing down to the point, but they still have such a challenge ahead of them because you have in the wings Chu with this Blizzard.
I mean, you just throw this Blizzard out here. Surely you can win. I mean, Cryo Freeze? That's early for that ultimate. They wanted to see the speed come through. Vind unable to take that final step out. No tank, and this is final fight. Cincinnati, they know that they have won. It's just a victory dance of Rohan to seal the deal here on Mecha Base.
They were so close of getting Vind out of there. They had both the combination of movement speed and the immortality field to give enough coverage just in case, but they are locked and frozen to the core just on the outskirts, and guaranteeing that elimination on the Ramatra just basically spells demise for them as we are entering into the second round. And again, would not be surprised to see potentially significant change here. Again, there is some verticality to this map as we typically see, and you can already see a massive change-up coming in from Pizza Pirates back onto this Junker Queen. I do like this. Again, wanting to really try to give that rush tactic and play a little bit more aggressively as we've typically seen them. Going against the Ramatra v Ramatra, I think they've just recognized and acknowledged that Cincinnati just has a better understanding, along with it being coupled with Rohan on this specific Reaper play that's just far too superior for them to be able to outmatch.
Which is strange because we don't see a ton of Reaper at this level of gameplay. He's often a very hit or miss kind of hero. It works a lot easier on Mecha Base since you can get close and you just need a little bit of speed to push on through him. And those chunking shots to Vin, yeah, they do a lot, yet the rest of the team ain't having a great time. Once Vin finally can land a knife in, gets that first final blow, the Pizza Pirates are on their way for a comeback.
Quick work was when they switch back to this Junker Queen. Again, everything just falls right into place. I kind of feel like it's one of those like little kid toy things where it's like the triangle goes in the triangle one and then like the circle goes in the circle one. Like that's just what happened here when they were with this composition. It just fell right into places. Now you can see that they're getting some decent percentage out the gate, and also Dill looks to really hold this position, and Coldbeer gonna look for a flanking angle.
I mean, really, Brohan was looking for it. Coldbeer just found them on the outskirts. I mean, Pizza Pirates, and this is the team that we've been watching all day long, the one that takes the initiative and doesn't allow their opponents to get any form of setup.
And now as they look to regroup, fall back towards that choke point, again, making sure that this is going to be a more favorable encounter, and Akua on this Sojourn, but Coldbeer in the corner. Pulse bomb almost up.
Telling on through the back line. Doesn't quite have the pulse bomb, so will have to reveal himself beforehand. But unfortunately for Coldbeer, you're going to have to turn your sights to the other side of the point. Rotation through Cincinnati, playing around this mega health pack right now. And they don't have a ton of tools to work with. They're struggling to get an engage. It's a head tap on it, but no! It's the pulse bomb rule to get out of it. It's going to be a trade out for one DPS player apiece. Akua wants to turn that into the blue team's favor. The extra shots from the overclock going on in. It's just going to be some cleanup kills from here on out. And just like that, Rich, Cincinnati is going to be nearly on final fight.
I do have to give credit, though, to Rohan. Even though they still go down, that was wild that they withstood not only the initial barrage from the bullets, but also having the pulse bomb as well, utilizing the health pack. Little micro things like that, if they got some assistance from their support line, that could have turned out very differently. But final fight, and there's two significant ultimates online for Pizza Pirates.
Pizza Pirates, this is arguably their fight to win. That is to say, the University of Cincinnati can't turn it around in their favor. Might have just been the biggest cast curse of the map so far. I mean, Cincinnati, I mean, this is all the tools that they have at their disposal. Pizza Pirates only expending the Kitsune Rush thus far. And Cincinnati, they are A-okay with getting this trade. It's not going to be an easy one to turn back around. They almost got off the objective, as a matter of fact, prioritizing that, getting the flip 99% and a tall mountain to climb.
I had my breath held so long for that
yeah,
overtime because I thought it was going to go away, and I was like, I'm not going to have to scream and shout about that, am I? So thankfully I didn't. And now as we do have the Swamp of Signs, the ultimate economy here, I'm really glad to see that they do still have a few ultimates from Cincinnati to carry over into this, because if they overexpended, it would be a disaster.
They're going to have the wall thrown up between Vind and Salami Boy, but it's Lightning who ended up going down. Clear up on the side. It's such a strange target to chase down. The fact that Vind managed to get the Lucio first is incredible. Doesn't have to be careful. Incredibly low on the health bar. Rampage, a big tool to pull on out, but they need to deal with the D-pass. Look at this off angle that they're taking, and Rohan has not missed a single bullet. Even as he finally does, he's going to run low on that health bar. Cincinnati, perhaps this is enough for them to continue to work with. It's a 2v2, the tank versus a Tracer. But Coldbeer has the recall. There's too much damage to handle. The knife stuck inside the Lucio player. Andog switching over to the Doomfist, trying to disrupt some of these teams. Coldbeer still lives on, though. Andog doesn't have the damage. Akuya overclock in tow. What a struggle bus it was for the Pizza Pirates, but they didn't give up yet. University of Cincinnati are going to have to go to a third round.
Yo, these hit scans are kind of scary. Like, I'm recognizing one from the Cassidy, and then it's going to be like, okay, then Akua also does the same thing. I realize why I'm not a professional gamer. Because it's like, for as long as I've been like casting and talking about a lot of these players or within this region, it's just, it makes me really realize that I'm just that bad. But
you know, hey, sometimes as we get older, our reflexes.
Can you? I am sitting right next to you. Like, you don't even give me the ounce of having to do it remote, so you can't even see how much that hurts. I'm just kidding. As we're going to be hopping into this next one, it is a 1-1 score on this first map of Control here, as they do look to keep now an well, actually, they're going to change it up. An Orisa v Sigma and some adjustments with the DPS comp.
this wasn't quite on my bingo card for what we've been seeing on this map today, but all right, I'm here for it, I guess. Pizza Pirates rotation early towards the objective, where Cincinnati are going to take their high ground. On the other end, Rohan being on this Echo means that you have a bit more of this poke and kind of burn a player down if you get too close. No team opting to fully engage just yet. Maywell out on that objective, giving a little bit more support to Andog and essentially free charge. Akuya holding onto the shot for quite a while, looking for a squishy, and Lucio Lightning was tagged on up, has to retreat, and because of that, the tank will end up going down. The support line of Cincinnati has crumbled. Coldbeard has managed to claim 3 final blows in just this fight alone, regardless of the consistency when he's on, Rich. Oh my goodness, he is on it.
Absolutely, and the fact is that Andog is a railgun battery for Akua. Like, it is free charge. Even though that railgun didn't get the elimination on the Lucio that was, like, flying over top, it's still just so quick that you get those up because you are just having a massively large target to get that rail shot. And if those do land, even in the body, that just puts you in such a very desperate position as they rush back onto the point for Cincinnati and try and hold behind the drum.
These Pirates now on the objective, met with Cincinnati. Early Nemesis form. Once that goes down, you're not going to want to return more of this poke face. I mean, like, Akuya's on the off angle supporting Cold Beer with all of their shenanigans. I mean, nobody from Cincinnati is even turning an eyeball in their direction, and it's just starting to prove to be a consistent issue, Rich.
I mean, Akua is free to do whatever they want.
Yeah.
They are not being punished at all. And realistically, it's enabled by a combination of both the movement that's being brought from the Lucio onto Vind to close the gap, and then Coldbeer also being on the opposing side where they can also draw attention away. So Akua is not really at all the focus.
Not at all. And when you start to ignore Akuya, I mean, you see what terrible things happen here. It's got to be on these ultimates. And oh, you have to use a duplicate there, Rohan. Yeah, you're going to live a little bit longer, but what about the rest of your team? Akuya, once again, is behind the rest of Cincinnati. Nobody is starting to look at you. Just decides, like, all right, I'm going to deal with this later. Puts the wall up behind their back. Manages to collapse onto the tank from the Pizza Pirates. And eventually, yes, that is going to be enough. But at what cost? You still really never dealt with the Sojourn throughout most of that fight, and the Pizza Pirates got to one battle territory.
Salami Boy coming in with that high ground position on the drum, getting that extra 10%, guaranteeing that when they swap that back, it makes it really challenging. That's the best part of this.
Beautiful.
Is even though that you do have Pizza Pirates not able to take that fight, they can look for this long run. They have to accumulate some ultimates because they put a lot into the previous one and only have Akua to actually really weigh on.
Hey, you never know. Akuya could just come out here and just claim 4. You really never know. Probably not going to do it this time, though. I mean, Vin turned into a punching bag in the eyes of Andog, and the rest of the team you're not going to push in without a tank at your disposal. This is a fight that, you know, you had to expect the Pizza Pirates to come out, or excuse me, Cincinnati to come out and win, considering the ult up from the Breezy East battle.
And now Vin's going to opt to go, still keep with the Ramatra. Look to try and take that into this and try to match it towards the end of this. And again, they weren't really able to generate enough percentage to have the ultimate. They have to look for some chip damage, specifically from Coldbeer, to get to this pulse bomb again to try and find that necessary pick. And they're going to hold once again towards this upper position with the Annihilation available.
Annihilation on the line. Cincinnati need it. Potentially be that final battle with Cupcake going down. The Pizza Pirates are in danger. Akuya must turn the tables. That's one. Can you find Nor? No, you do not. The duplicated of Rohan that actually is going to be the difference maker here. Cincinnati pushing up pretty darn close to the spawns. They stagger onto Vind as well. Pizza Pirates, can they even get a touch, Rich?
They have to move quickly. The Lucio is who they have to reside on. You can see them weaving around the back to look for the overtime touch. They have the distance closed, but can they survive is the question. And this just might have just vanished, but the overtime is touched by the Sombra.
They're going to have the overtime begin. Pulse bomb a little bit too wide. Pizza Pirates pulling out the stops. Wrecking ball. Sure, the hamster can work miracles, but all it does is keep that overtime wick burning slightly longer. Cincinnati have planted their flag here on the sanctuary of Busan. It's only a matter of time before it ticks down to nothing. Cincinnati starting off strong here in the losers finals.
Still competitive, though, I
Yep.
would say, even though they managed to take this one. And again, as we maneuver away, it'll be curious to see if those types of adjustments. But you can see that despite it going in favor of Cincinnati, Vind is still going to get something out of the cause. Rampage across the front, where we've seen get consistent value, no ability to cleanse it as well, even with the fade, regardless, making it challenging. But now that we have been able to see them battle against each other, Cincinnati touted as that top group player and really wanting to throttle and push on the mentals of Minnesota here.
Minnesota, they haven't caught a break
No, they really
this whole
haven't.
day. Like, we've been brought map after map after game
Yeah.
after game, and like there's no stopping this team.
Yeah.
And it almost seems like that fatigue was starting to get to them at the tail
Mm-hmm.
end of that game. They looked a little discombobulated when they were
Mm-hmm.
pushing up with the Sigma. They weren't paying attention to the people in their back line. And when you continue to do that, I mean, that's a problem. You're going to lose a player before you can even get to the fight. You lose control of that tempo, then you're not coming back into it anytime soon. And, you know, Minnesota, they're a team that we know can be rather polarizing when it
Yeah.
comes to whether we're driving the bus or we're getting dragged behind the
Yeah.
bus. So that was
or
one of the
under
moments. Well, or that too. We're thrown under the bus.
A little
we can do
harsh,
that.
but under.
Little harsh. Yeah, I know. I had to make the point go across. But
It's okay.
yes.
I'll try and
We'll
be
allow
the
it.
bearer of bad news. No, but I mean, and like you were saying though, the other part of it too is when they did have the advantage in the position, Akua was able to find an off angle, Colbeer was able to look for the pincer, and all of those different components working together. That's great when you're able to get the positional advantage first. But once it started to come to where they lost the fight, they lost those positionings, and they're having to try and regain it, that's
Yep.
where things became really problematic. They were not able to ever find that footing that was necessary for them to capture those significant angles, which were so much better for them. And also the fact that they made the adjustment when it came to the tank, specifically no longer the Orisa, you're not getting that charge as much because you have the shield that's in front of you. There's a lot more to mitigate through it. You're going to have the kinetic grasp, that's the nemesis form that you're going to use to try and also soak that damage. So there's so many different factors that change that, and was a very quick and recognized
It
adaptation.
was. And Cincinnati deserves a lot of credit for that. Like, a lot of teams are like, all right, we tried it for one fight. It didn't go terribly, so maybe we can try it again. They instantly swapped. They understood what the problem was, that if you're enabling Akua that much and you're just getting taken down, like, your heads are just rolling on the floor at that point. So they made those adjustments, and it was very necessary for them to do. And we saw that in the other rounds of that series, too, when they were playing back on Mecha Base with their tank selections there. And they kind of kept that idea moving forward throughout that map, and it almost seemed that Minnesota was just one step behind at certain points.
And really trying to play catch up. They have a great initial foundation, but if you take just some of the supports that are necessary for them to stay as structured, it's trying to regain that piece and regain that fortification that's necessary for them to stand tall. And that's something I'm going to really be keeping an eye on going into this next map specifically, where if they do have the advantage and they lose it, can they find an avenue to regain that advantage as they move through? Granted, again, control is a little different since it is just an isolated, finite location that they have to work through, as we're going to be heading onto Shambali Monastery next. And again, with this one, there is a lot of interesting methodologies behind certain stages of this. Like when you get to that first checkpoint and then you have the wraparound and you get through that S curvature, depending upon how they want to play that compositionally, if there is any shifts, or if they also know how to anchor on either that upper window or that back flanking angle, it's going to be really important for at least, well, for both teams, really. But more so, I would think, for Minnesota, because if they lose the advantage, they always have to play back from it.
This map does scare me a little bit for the sake of Minnesota, because all of the issues we just mentioned of them being one step behind and not adapting as quickly to some of the challenges they're facing will be amplified here on Shambali's Monastery. It is one of the most difficult maps to attack on specifically, because you're hitting so many roadblocks where the defense just has this incredible high ground positioning that there's very few ways you can actually get to that spot. And same thing kind of goes on the defense. It can be rather snowballing. You start to fall apart, you're not contesting the payload where you should be, suddenly you're having to fight straight at the end of the map. And I want to see the Pizza Pirates start to put their foot down in some of these battles.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look now at the defensive side, going to be Pizza Pirates out first here, and sticking to, no surprise here, the composition that we've seen consistently. And Akua, again, really more so sticking on this Sojourn. I think that they are finding significant strides that's allowing them to yield more value than what we've seen previously on other heroes, and also with the map dependency and selection that is being chosen.
And it's fascinating too. Akuya was playing on the Sojourn earlier, wasn't having a great time, so to see that change of place for the player is pretty good for the sake of the Pizza Pirates. We'll be seeing Cincinnati approach on the right side of the stairs. They're understanding that contesting this high ground needs to be priority number one, yet it's Salami Boy. The most mobile character goes down first. Vind at least able to trade it out. You got Coldbeer poking down at the back line. Nacho, knowing that's the only support, feeling rather vulnerable, just has too much support from the rest of the team to stay alive. Cincinnati have the opportunity to regroup quicker.
Akua also gets really lucky denying any sort of value from that vortex that comes out to remove them with that just slide to escape, so they are barely able to get out. And this engagement quickly re-engages back with Vind up front and vulnerable.
Vind goes up front, and we're once again seeing the issue of Andog and Rohan essentially just like linking arms and marching down mid with this huge frontal force of damage.
Yeah, and as they look for the checkpoint, there's going to be one more opportunity for contention here as they do take a roundabout way, because honestly, Cold Beer is so separated from the squad. And with them getting back from their spawn, they have a chance to pincer into this. But again, they don't have a solid angle, and this is where Cincinnati is going to thrive.
They're going to have the wall up on the high ground, so everyone just has to rotate down to play on this upper half of the hill. Cold Beer finally back in the fight, pulse bomb into play, wants to get it out, but it's Vind that's in a ton of trouble. Look how far they are. They're playing in front of the payload. I mean, Nacho can't see you at that spot, and yeah, you're just done. Vind got so aggressive. You had to be there to attempt a contest. Cincinnati just had their faster, and that coalescence gained a lot of value.
And this is where things start to get a little snowbally. So you need Pizza Pirates to be able to find a weakness where they can just slow this momentum, because it's only going to continue accelerating. That's one of the things I feel we see often when it comes to this map, is once you start getting it after this initial checkpoint, it can be very challenging to actually slow that and take the advantage. And you can already see that Cold Beer's attempting to do it on the side.
Cold Beer wanting to come in, but it's actually Shu attempting to slow it down. Blizzard and Overclock out response. Akuya trying a lot of that space. Cincinnati was hoping to take Rohan back to the team, but ends up going for the Death Blossom, manages to catch two before he goes down himself from such a weak ultimate at a very questionable position against an insurmountable amount of value.
Again, just so much space gained right now. Chu going to play very far forward and just completely separating this team from it. They are going to guarantee that it gets not only up towards this ramp, it should be able to tuck just around the corner to look for one last final fight territory as Cold Beer looks for that flanking angle a second time.
Yeah, Cold Beer has been denied relatively well on the Tracer. I mean, Cincinnati is one of the first teams that seems to properly have a handle on this Tracer player. Now rounding this final core, Maywell committed just to keep the Bracer out of their backline. So Vind, yes, a little bit safer. Immortality Field and Ant Matrix still have to come out to keep their Ramatra alive. Dueling Ant Matrix, his Andog is off in La La Land, essentially. Yeah, University of Cincinnati, you do not have your tank. You're going to try to back off. Couple extra shots thrown in for the tail end as the Pizza Pirates finally standing strong.
This is absolutely what you need, and a really, really good place, too, to deny that push. You can really hold yourself around that top corner. You have visibility through this window that Vind is going to be at. Also, you can keep tabs on potentially that backline flank to the left-hand side if you maybe have Rohan looking dive from an alternative angle, but they don't have the mobility like you typically would see with that Tracer now, and they've opted to play something different. And again, the adjustments now with Akua and Cold Beer being on the Sojourn May also is going to change the outcome.
These are great swaps right now to help negate some of the mistakes the tanks have been taking just as easily, though. Coalescence, Nacho, additional pressure, plus the Blizzard. These later swaps are going to come back to bite the Pirates as a bunch of particle effects turning the screen red, and both the kill feed on top of it. That's going to be a cap with nearly 4 minutes to go.
I still get used to hearing the kill feed when it has that like elevated pitch, like the more kills you get, or it's like wait, and that's like every time I'm just like, that's so good. Like I just love the sound of that. Anyways, this is where like my attention goes completely elsewhere, because not only pixels but sound effects as well. They're going to look to get back into this, and they have the duplicate now available to them to try and push even harder.
Duplicate right now, Rohan using it pretty early. 2 Ramatras on the field, twice the punching power. They're going to have to do it without Shu, though. Well, the Annihilation on board, but this time it's from Vind, one of 3 Ramatras currently on the field. Cincinnati trying to move on through, and ends up getting burned down, and you're going to be pretty happy taking a reset at this point in time.
3 minutes on the time bank. And again, now you have a really great chance again. You're holding in this massive doorway. Look at just, are you oh my goodness, forces out the cryo freeze. Yo, Chu just sitting in the back like, fam, like, give it up. I'm not going to go out. Like, you're not going to get me. It was a little scary. I actually was concerned that second one was going to hit.
That was some big brain wall play we just saw. Kuya looking to find those shots, but ideally you want to use that to separate a player. For next usage of it. Holding at this closer choke angle, the Pizza Pirates now have 4 ultimates to use. It's a sandwich of Maywalls, and the Blizzard doesn't get anywhere too far. Cincinnati able to easily maneuver their way out of that one. Watch the storm pass overhead before they're going to prepare for a re-engage of their own. Pizza Pirates will support ultimates and an overclock still waiting in the tank. You put 2 of them together. Now that's a scary sight to behold. Rohan playing a risky game, peeking in and out of the barrier. Cincinnati spent so much time running for cover, and they end up losing their tank down anyways. Huge time buy from the Pirates.
Very, very well done defensively, as now there's 1:50 to go. Rail shot comes in and really kept Cincinnati at bay. That, especially with the amplification matrix, was so scary to even poke out, and you could recognize it by Rohan. They're just sidestepping, trying to see if they can posture to find an opportunity to get away, but once the tank is down, that fight's over, and now they have to look at this one.
This time it's going to be Chu with an answering Blizzard, lands onto Vin. Immortality and Sound Barrier, neither are going to be enough to keep the tank standing on their feet. Andog now free reign over the battlefield. Will have an annihilation, but will not be needing it at this exact moment in time. Cincinnati, they need to push up, see if they can grab any staggers before the final fight starts.
And the annihilation being online with 3 others here for Cincinnati gives them so much to play with in this 60 seconds in comparison to what you've got with Pizza Pirates. They have to solely rely on potentially this amplification matrix with Cupcake, or maybe even an annihilation, but that's looking very challenging to get to.
And exactly, that's if you survive this onslaught of ultimates about to come through. So much power, so much sustain and damage. Rohan claiming 2 with just the duplicate alone. Pizza Pirates, while they made their stance, they seem to be out of fuel today. Cincinnati getting a full completion on Shambhali's Monastery.
Just 39 seconds, but that is 39 seconds that you are happy to have when it comes to this map. Because a lot of the time, realistically, I don't think I ever see this map get completed.
You don't.
It's very rare.
It's so defensively favored.
Yeah. So that's nice that they were able to do that. That's a little, like, cherry on top of the ice cream, which now all of a sudden I want ice cream.
I want ice cream. I mean, there's snow. That's, like, plain ice cream.
What's your favorite ice cream?
Favorite ice cream? Cookies and cream with peanut butter.
I'm okay with that. You know, I have this weird desire for Neapolitan. I don't know why.
Neapolitan?
Yeah, it's because
that's
like
3 ice cream flavors.
That's the 3 flavors. That's why it's like kind of like a cheat code, because you get 3 flavors in one when it's not really just one. When you say, I want ice cream, like, oh, you want this? I was like, no. My ice cream's going to be 3 in one. I'm sorry. All of those out there are probably just like, why is he talking about ice cream? You know, people get hungry, and ice cream sounds great. Because dessert is lovely. As there's 40 seconds before this round does begin. On the reverse side, as you do have Cincinnati now going to come out defensively here, and Rohan going to opt to go for potentially the 76, but will not actually lock it in and stick to the Echo. Again, this is something that's very scary. Rohan can be absolutely destructive on this. And the other part, too, is this understanding the timing of when to actually go in on these engagements, and recognizing too what the opponent has to not overextend. We saw it beautifully when it came to the rail shot that was consistently coming out, or just the ultimate as well, the overclock. So if they can continue to carry that way, and if it's not being recovered or punished, Akua has to keep such a focus on Rohan to deny that value.
Rohan be taking up the hero that Akua has been so dominant on earlier on in today. Now, you have to be worried about contesting this Echo, the destructive power that he's going to have. Cincinnati holding on the high ground, and Pirates, they're debating whether they want to go up there or not, but instead they just want to force the payload and make Cincinnati come to them, which isn't a terrible thing. They see that slide is out of Akuya. Instead, they're going to wait a little longer, and now that payload's starting to slip away, you got to make a move at some point, because otherwise it's just going to start to sneak away from you. Rohan lost Cupcake out of position. That's Immortality Field popped on out, but Rohan, 4 HP to spare, hanging on for dear life. And wow, they're going to end up going down at bare minimum. It is a trade on through. Cincinnati now have essentially swapped positions of offense versus attackers. Been still on this cart, wanting to play another round of Ring Around the Rosie, you would presume. Pushing on forwards, catches lightning out. Nacho soon to follow. So easy to hit them when they're all crowded up in one small arena. This is exactly the change of pace the Pizza Pirates wanted to see.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 50, have quite a bit of time still to continue pushing this forward. If they can honestly work through this next engagement quickly and get maybe an early opening pick, that will give them a huge time bank for them to work through. But they have to be cognizant of that re-engagement and just complete aggression from the window. Disruptor shot actually gives it a challenge, and they have to force out the cryo freeze.
I mean, the cryo just a touch. It's rather rough. And Andog either doesn't have the Nemesis form, had to use it just for the extra speed boost back to the objective, so has to pop it late. Already low health. Pure healing from Nacho. Only the cheese can do so much.
Wow.
And now, Pizza Pirates, I mean, this is the snowball on forward. Cincinnati made a very Scrabble touch, and at the end of the day, it's just an ult battery.
Yeah, and again, now almost 5 minutes on the time bank, and that fight was as quick as it needed to be, as I commented, and so they can really use this space to start taking the advantage, even pressing a lot into Andor and just deny them. If they can get this elimination, that would be ideal, but has the defensive ability available to deny that extra damage as Cold Bear still sticks towards the payload.
As the role of the payload princess, Cincinnati are okay with that. One less Tracer poking around in their backline. They are going to be walking against a big ultimate fight. It's about to be 10 on the board, and already 2 are on the screen. Blizzard on out. That one finding significantly more value. Andog pushing on forwards, but it doesn't seem Vin wants to give up on it just yet. That was the Annihilation popped on out, but you don't have your main support. Cupcake falling early. Vin took such a risk with their own ultimate, and now the overclock into this as well. That's 4 ultimates from the Pirates, which, Rich, it doesn't seem they're getting anywhere with.
No, they're really not. You can see that they're scrambling onto the high ground. They might be able to re-enter this with the Annihilation.
Okay, I mean, Andog, not very much health to spare. The 60% damage reduction doing just enough to keep them alive, but my God, how many, that was 10 ultimates.
Yeah, I'm looking across the board. I'm like, I'm going to count that right.
I'm counting.
And then the best part, too, is you couldn't see it, but as Andog is on the bottom with the Annihilation, there's literally just Nacho sitting up here healing, like in the window. You just see the spray, just like, I got you. That's fine. I'm just gonna heal you. You're okay. Leaving him up there, so they managed to survive through it. 3 minutes though, still a lot to work with. So they are not out of this yet as they go back for an engage.
The Pizza Pirates, yeah, you don't have any big abilities, but who needs that? If you can just win in a neutral fight, you're not doing it without your Baptiste, though. You're getting aggressive. Andog has significantly been better than Vint in finding these aggressive first eliminations. And Pizza Pirates, I mean, they're doing better at reacting. Historically, when this has happened, Rich, they usually just fall to pieces, but here they are, recovering and even getting payload progress.
Yeah, and you even knew from Chu, they were just like, all right, I got to get out of this block. I need to get back with the group. I have to have a full 5 to engage this, as they will come back just by this checkpoint. Again, 2 minutes and 30, so even if they don't manage to reach the checkpoint, they still have another attempt. But the fact is you want to meet them here, so you have at least a better defensive position to try and counter with Akua, who's looking for these shots.
Akua looking for the shots. Now we're going to be able to do that in the midst of a winter storm. It's going to catch the tank and Akua alike. Cincinnati in a 4v3 battle, and with spawns additionally closer for them. And that's going to have to be another reset for the Pizza Pirates.
I mean, when you look at the readout, though, I mean, it's basically going to be Nacho with the Coalescence. You've got also the duplicate once again. Chu having to force out the Blizzard is great for at least that previous fight. So Cincinnati is really staggering out the resources that they have, because if they've got this timed right, they should be able to use both Nacho and Rohan for this engagement, and then try to get Andog and Lightning for the final one. So they are guaranteed at least have 2 going into this, and it's really how Pizza Pirates are going to be able to lean in with the ultimates they have, since they're at a stack of almost 5.
It's going to be up to the execution at this point. If you learn anything, quantity of ultimates doesn't necessarily guarantee a fight win. With Cincinnati to make the first move, double Ramatra on the board. Vid in a ton of trouble at Matrix just to try to force Cincinnati back further. Nacho defensively reacting themselves. Extra healing, extra damage. Pizza Pirates, they're still struggling to make their way around this final corner. Vid, Annihilation online, has to pop it just to stay alive. But extra boost, the speed of the song, forcing them on through, eventually breaking through the choke. But at what cost? You absolutely get melted. It's on Akuya now. The comeback in the overclock. This is the big fight that the Pizza Pirates wanted to take. And wait, overextended. Nacho and Lightning are pulled down. This is so winnable right now. The Pizza Pirates, they're going to try to scramble to get themselves back in the battle. Andog is down. It's only 2 remaining, and against the odds, they're going to manage to squeak it away and force a 3rd point.
See, I commented on trying to stagger out the ultimates here. It was Rohan and Nacho who was able to get that initial grouping of ultimates and a majority of Pizza Pirates, but Andog and Lightning, it wasn't enough with their ultimates to rotate second. So Vind being able to keep that Annihilation as late as absolutely possible to just get as much chip damage in across the board before they're brought down, that gives the opportunity to just stagger out the last 2 because Cincinnati didn't have any supports left. They couldn't top themselves up.
Not at all. I mean, Nacho even has to go over to the Baptiste now for additional support, identifying this as an issue. The Blizzard forcing Pizza Pirates back into a corner. Immortality Field's expended on both sides. Yet Lightning gets so far up. Yeah, you're going to get punished for that one. At least it's at the trade of Vind. Cincinnati know that they can shove him out of position. And it's just easy to collapse with on a tank such as that. Pizza Pirates are going to get down to 1 more minute. It's still so much time to go.
1 more minute. And realistically, a final fight territory here.
Yeah.
And with the swap coming in, Cold Beer actually going onto the Bastion. They're looking to see if they can just front load enough of the damage, not only with Akua, but also on this Bastion from Cold Beer to maybe break down the shield so they no longer have the defenses.
It does force out both the Maywall and the shield just to slow down Cold Beer for a moment. 45 seconds on the board. Akuya moving on in a trade out, but Nacho going down is significantly more value. If Cincinnati don't close this out fast, they're going to be in a world of hurt. The trades even across the board with the Pizza Pirates. It's just the supports remaining. You're not pushing into a tank, and just like that, Rich, they're on their last leg.
I mean, the fight that happened was so quick that they'll get another attempt at this, but again, it's going to be a real challenge, and they make another adjustment for a 3rd time now. Cold Beer going out with a Cassidy, attempting to see if that actually makes something stick. Duplicate ready, though, by Rohan.
Duplicate on board, likely looking for the tank. Have to pop it a little bit earlier just to have these additional sealed sound barrier pop. This fight is going to be explosive. The punches from Rohan doing so much damage. Akuya is under pressure. Only grabs 1 elimination on the overclock, and having 2 tanks poke at your black line fast backs to Overwatch 1. That is not a pretty sight. The Pizza Pirates have made an incredible run throughout our bracket, but Rich, they seem to be falling down. Cincinnati have taken them down for a 2nd time within today and will be making an appearance in the grand finals.
It was, again, as we said already, in their first attempt against Cincinnati, and once again here, a worthy attempt to try and continue on their losers bracket run, but we do have to say a fond farewell to Minnesota as Cincinnati moves on. There may be some celebration you hear in the background. It may not be for the same game at the moment, but I can tell you that the celebration is very, very apparent in Cincinnati, and that they continue to move on and work their way through this bracket and look to lock in, again, that prize pool that they can have for themselves. So that's what's something that you can really look forward to as they continue to move forward. And, you know, again, Minnesota gave them hell.
They did.
Gave them hell.
They did. And Minnesota, they still walk away with this with $300, and that's not a small number by any means.
It's not.
So they deserve it for the run that they've made through this tournament. They've played more maps and games than anybody else who has been involved. They fought hard and got further than they originally anticipated. Despite falling for a 2nd time to this team, they should be happy with the accomplishments that they've made. But my goodness, Rich, Cincinnati, even seeing the match earlier between these teams in the upper finals, they looked just like a completely different squad.
Very much. And again, it's why I enjoy the LAN experience the most, because the other part too is we got to hear from, you know, the team, and when they were playing, is Minnesota's like, we want to go again. We want to go again. We want to stay hot. We want to stay hot. We don't want to slow down. We don't want to just let this momentum kind of pitter-patter off. And again, that's why they're able to compete so well. And as we get later into this, the nice thing too is it's not like these teams are kind of bouncing around from PC to PC. Like, they're kind of locked in, they're settled in, they've got themselves like their own little zone, and everything continues to feel settled. And that's why I think we get such great competition towards the end of it, because it's a culmination of those really starting to get into their groove, but also just we get to the top of the top, the peak of performance. And moving forward, I cannot wait to see how it's going to continue to unfold with Cincinnati moving up to compete in this grand finals portion.
Yeah, Cincinnati will be taking on the ISU
Redbirds. I think it's funny that you're like the ISU, which
is
so true. It's like we talked about,
you
like,
have to, though.
I know, it's like the Ohio State, where you have to say the, and it's just like, or however you want to say
That's
it.
true. That's true. That's true.
But again, with ISU, we know exactly what they're going to bring to the table here. It is one of the universities that everyone participating over the course of this weekend is so known. And at this point, you just need to go into it understanding that you are going to play as hard as you possibly can to be able to try and take a map away, and a wild opportunity for you to, you know what, take a victory here. And either way, they're still happy. I mean, they get a medal nonetheless, and they get some money nonetheless. That to me, I think is great, right? But realistically, that is going to conclude it here for this one. We are going to have the Grand Finals match as our final Overwatch event, as we do have also the Grand Finals of Valorant going to be on the alternative stream as well. So we will head to a short break before getting into those so that we conclude the MEI for this weekend, again brought by DuPage Sports Commission. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be getting into that one as soon as possible.
player standing.
That goes there. Oh, this is a nice spot. Yes, this should do. I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Satchel out.
Quiet now. Spike planted.
Somebody out. Satchel out. One enemy remaining. Match point.
Put them to sleep. This goes here. Here. Ah, this is a nice spot. That goes there. Yes, this should do. Cover going out.
Go get him. Satchel out. Satchel out. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Ah, this is a nice spot. That goes there. This goes here. Camera taken out. They found my wire. I have dropped the spike.
Thirty seconds left. Satchel out.
Nowhere to run!
Grenade! Here goes this party! One enemy remaining. Spike down A. 10 seconds
I
left.
have the spike. Spike planted. Charge diffused. Gun here. Yes, this should do. Standing ahead.
Good evening, everybody, as we are here now for the climactic conclusion of the Overwatch segment. We've got Valorant on the other stream, as you just saw on our break, whereas that one is also quite an exciting matchup between the two. But we're going to be here for all the Overwatch that you could hope for. Again, it is going to be Cincinnati versus ISU, the school that we've all been recognizing over the course of this weekend, and realistically, since as long as I can remember within this region of the Midwest here for the MEI, and it's going to be a thrill.
It absolutely will. We haven't had ISU on stream just yet because we were anticipating this exact moment of the evening. Every single player on this team is a very recognizable name within the Overwatch esports community. You have high expectations for them coming into this.
I have so high expectations. I mean, even with like the adjustment, I mean, they've had some adjustments when it comes to coaching. Light, who is their overseer in that sense, has readjusted in place of Flutie, who used to be there holding the reins for a very long period, where they were just continuing to dominate in the contenders region. When it came to the collegiate championship, they've had such a massive history, and then even with this new roster that they've brought in most specifically and recently has been one to fear, as many of the universities over the course this weekend have been talking about. And to be here to try and take this first place prize again, get some medals around their neck, and continue to build those accolades that are going to prove why ISU within the Midwest is really a school to be recognized for a significant amount of time.
This is a battle for that additional $500 of the prize pool. So you're at least guaranteed $600. It's dependent on which team will walk away with that full $1,100. And, of course, all of the bragging rights of winning the Midwest Esports Invitational. And it's been a long weekend. A lot of games have been played to lead up to this exact moment. And these are two of the schools that we expected to be those high performers in today's matchup. Cincinnati, they already played ISU once earlier today. It was a 3-0 in favor of Illinois State, but talking to Nacho a little bit earlier, he seemed pretty confident that they could take a map.
And you know what? You got to start somewhere. When you take an inch, you can hopefully take a mile. And that's the first step on their checklist of to-dos as we enter into Lijiang Tower first, where we are going to see both of these two match up. Again, there is a lot riding on the line here, where Cincinnati has to go against a massive titan within not only the collegiate scene, but even more so within the Midwest.
Illinois State University have cemented themselves at the top of several areas of collegiate competition. University of Cincinnati, they're going into this match understanding what they bring to the table. They want to try to brawl it out. Ramatra has been Dog's forte throughout their time in this event. But walking into Ariel's Malga, of all things, seems like you're about to go up in flames.
Yep, it will be a definite moment to remember, as there was discussion about the significance of the Malga in comparison to the Ramatra, the holy trinity that sometimes we discuss about trying to counter the opponent, and they strongly believe and have tested this Malga and how it can counteract against it. W. Maimon already getting one onto Nacho, the one who felt so strongly to be able to take a map away, is now having to try and get themselves a more favorable position. Cincinnati really down in numbers. Despite them getting two amongst Illinois State, they're actually stifling them for the moment to see if they can draw this out even longer than necessary. But Maimon, again, consistently on this Tracer, finding massive value.
That was scrappy, to put it mildly. I mean, Rohan being on this Reaper certainly makes Ariel's job a lot more challenging. Adog now swapping over to a shotgun hero of their own. So the goal of this is to help burn down this massive chunk of tank you have in the front line. This one's got a ton of support behind it.
With the Carnage, also the Rampage most specifically denying a lot of that throughput that can happen.
Big
pickup with the knife coming in, instantly taking them down, rotating towards this position. It is a follow-through onto Ariel as they are potentially looking to try and take them down. Has to reposition with the charge to get a better angle and give assistance to the back line, as Goose, unfortunately, will be able to get coverage. But Admiral, on the other hand, not able to withstand.
Here's the thing, though, is Cincinnati, even if they're not cleanly winning fights, they're still getting pickoffs, and it's enough to drag them through and continue pumping ultimates out.
Nacho now low, and there is a pickup. You're just going to see that Malga play completely annihilate and chunk Andog on this Junker Queen, instantly swap it back at only 14%. That's gained here from Cincinnati.
The brutal part about the Malga is no matter what tank you play, you're gonna explode as soon as you get close, and Junker Queen needs to be close to a lot of these heroes. While Andog has done a decent job so far, going for more of these squishy characters, Ariel does enough damage to make their job of getting in very hard.
Ariel now looking to see if they can get close enough to the Death Blossom since Rohan has had theirs available. Chu with the Blizzard looking to lock them down into a small corner that also does have the sound barrier from Lightning, striking from the support perspective. As the cage comes through, Rohan actually eliminates before they're able to gain any worthwhile value. Maimon with an attempt to try and turn this back, and a Death Blossom that will send you to your grave, picking up a quad in total and a team kill bell ringing from the Watchtower.
Skyle, normally a support player, has stepped in to fill the shoes of Lethal, who unfortunately has fallen ill prior to this event, and proving that they can be just as good on the damage roll as they are on support. Big asset for Illinois State thus far, as they're going to look to close out this first round of Lijiang Tower.
Changes up some of the methodology and how they play, not having Lethal, but as you mentioned, absolutely, they are still stepping up and filling the shoes that we know for this ISU squad, as that is another cleanup here. 13% to go, and sending everyone back to spawn as again we hear the bell toll a second time.
When Illinois win fights, Illinois State, my gosh, they are winning fights. 2 team kills back to back. Rohan has to use the trade just to get to the point. Death Blossom going out, but touch is not present. Illinois State walking away 100-27.
Massive performance here, as we are no real surprise. But I will have to say, when it comes at least from Cincinnati, making the adjustments, taking that time to look and evaluate how the Junker Queen's going to work, because that Jagged Blade, for an instance, is a moment where they're finding value. Granted, might be a little bit more challenging to find the weaknesses, but you do have to get close enough to understand and evaluate where they are in the bigger picture, as we do head on to Gardens now to see if Cincinnati is going to still try and throw a new wrench into the mix here and what ISU is going to bring to the table.
All right, teasing the Doomfist out of spawn. Now that's a hero we haven't seen a ton of this weekend. I was discussing a little bit earlier with Light, the coach of ISU, talking about that if you are going to be a Doom player, like you are only a Doom player. It's like the top 1% of these guys are the ones that can make the difference. Ariel and Andog both going to give it a try.
Yep, they're going to see if that 1% is in their favor and if they are able to set themselves apart from the rest. And in this moment right now, it is unfortunately not very high for Andog, as this will make quick work with ISU, able to get the early advantage. And again, it's more so I think the timing and the positioning there, along with the support that came in from W. Maimon to get that follow through, especially with the focusing beam onto Andog.
There's a difference in damage output. You need to notice True is going to have a very hard time doing much on the Mei in this instance, particularly against W. Maimon. The Echo provides so much aerial coverage and burst damage that you need to fear, but I take it back, True. I'm sorry. You definitely did something there.
W. Maimon overextending into the sightlines of an Ice Barrage. Usage of the wall a little bit interesting, but the Cryo Freeze has to be forced out. Again, all of the defensives are gone, so that leaves Chu vulnerable. Rohan goes down amongst this damage that's being sporadically fired into the back line. A nice stun onto one to try and counteract ISU, and their health values are so low, but by a small margin able to work through it. The supports keep them alive, and once again as a full 5, ISU is able to hold on to this point and eradicate Cincinnati.
Yeah, you do get the duplicate out. I mean, W. Maimon could have just died, but no, it's like, I'm too good for that. Pulls it out last second onto the Sombra. Gonna look to get a nice pick onto Nacho, and they're just in the spawns, Rich. And all right, you know what? I guess he didn't fully waste the ultimate.
It's more so because they're trying to use the duplicate to also guarantee that they get the full and maximum value out of it. They knew that they were going to lose the health value from the Sombra. They could potentially generate towards the EMP aspect of it. Nice boot for the moment. The recall comes in to put Skyle back in a prime position. Lightning low, Meteor Strike active, and now looks for a target. From on high, comes quickly onto 2, jettisons 1 almost off the edge of the map as the Kitsune Rush guarantees a massive turn of events even further as they rotate back to the point, guaranteeing that despite them being there to counteract and potentially take it away, they will not be able to do so. And a Cryo Freeze, that Ice of That block of ice isn't going to get you through that.
No, eventually you're just going to punch it too many times. It's going to shatter into a million pieces. And I mean, oh my god, Ariel's Tomb Fist is insane right now. Illinois State are following his lead into the spawn, and they're going to try to deny touch altogether.
Kitsune Rush now attempting to try and counteract this from Nacho.
Yep.
It is still lighting up blue in the feed as it will be into the overtime, 99% to 0. There was a worthy round in the first portion, but this one is hands down in Gardens. ISU, as they have put quite a decorative display on the floor with a hat. Oh, actually the EMP is going to be able to cause a little bit of problems, but the most significant thing is that they don't have anything to follow up onto it, which will guarantee that ISU takes this first map and puts themselves on the board.
ISU. This is the team that we expected to see today.
Yes.
And several different looks. I mean, Ariel moving from this Malga Junker Queen, this brawl, all the way to a Doomfist dive composition, which we've seen very little of all weekend long. That flexibility, some players having to swap roles, stepping up for those who couldn't really be here today. And I mean, all around, this is the squad that you're scared of. And Cincinnati, at points, they won fights, particularly on that control center. They got a lot of valuable eliminations, but never really found the way to actually close out a full engagement.
And hopefully as we maneuver away from the control map, that there is going to be opportunity to try and evolve and have an evolution going to that to compete against it. But the other thing also that I really just kind of want to notice is I guarantee that Skyle's just going to tab out of Overwatch for a hot minute, go to the stream, clip that, and be like, yo, Lethal, quad. I'm taking your spot. Like,
I mean, honestly.
Sent in Discord. Guarantee you that's what's happening right now. I would if I was Skyle. I'd be just like, bruh, I'm here in your stead, and I think I'm doing pretty well, so.
I mean, Skyle has more than filled the shoes that you would expect from
absolutely.
Lethal. And not just on the Reaper, which, I mean, Reaper, okay, the concept relatively simple, but the Tracer, the Sombra, like, come on. You're a very flexible player, Skyle. We see you. I mean, he's been one of the components of Redbird that's been on the roster for the longest time, I believe, of all of the current existing roster. So, I mean, him stepping up kind of in that leader position, taking over where that's really necessary is an integral part for their success.
Absolutely. And just when we take a look at the roster in and of itself, you know, the scouting that's gone into ISU and that they're being able to bring in such high-level talent because of the history that they've had during the time of Overwatch League where they've been able to put over, I believe, a half a dozen, if I'm not mistaken, or close to.
Yeah, something around there.
Within that league and level of competition, and having that history when it comes to not only just their ability to scout and find these individuals, but also the academics behind it to allow them to gain their education while also playing at such a high competitive level is something to really respect among all these schools, which they're really trying to continue to advance themselves to the same type of capacity that ISU has really sailed and led that category, just like Maryville and Northwood from the other regions as well.
Yeah, like ISU, especially when you look at Overwatch esports in general, like they've been that leader since 2020. Like they're one of the first teams to qualify for a full contenders spot back in the day, and now like they're still here fielding one of the top collegiate rosters that you can possibly see, and you know where those top level talent are looking. They know that they can be catered into even better players by attending the school, gaining an education all the while, and I mean, it's just to say the same that great talent continues to push through and through.
And that's the really lovely part of this weekend, again, with, you know, DuPage Sports Commission being able to give a field for them to be able to compete, as we're going to be entering into another field, which is going to be map 2 on Kings Row, where we get to meet a second time, my friend.
You just had to say it earlier.
I know.
Why did you say it?
I just, you know, I was saying earlier, I haven't seen this in a while, and you know what? I think my karma has come out blazing as we are going to find ourselves the second time on this map, where we will see exactly if there's any adjustments, and you can already see out the gate defensively here from ISU that they're going to opt to lean into the Junker Queen. Again, the Malga more so fitting that control map, at least for the time being, and with this one, it's ISU leaning heavily into that, and the type of composition with W Maimon still sticking onto the Tracer. We already saw the value that's brought from that, and then Skyle, though, opting to go for this hit scan and heavy mobility that can really be valuable, and to know that they're going to try and counteract against Rohan.
When you're pulling out the Soldier 76, while you can be a rather vulnerable target, it's such consistent damage. And if they had the opportunity to watch Cincinnati play earlier, you know that Rohan likes the echo on this particular part of the objective. And if you're going to leave him uncontested, well, your team is in for a world of hurt.
Patience is a virtue now initially, but W Maimon says no, no.
Wow.
As they instantly dive into the backline, knowing that they have the recall
Rohan
at their disposal, trying to bring down Rohan. 3 HP and a dream to get a health pack, managing to do so, and separated from the team. Divide and conquer, as you will have ISU sever and separate Cincinnati up the stairways. Now at this point, they are looking to regroup and fall back, but how do they do that to get to the rest of the squad? Going through a full stack of 5 of ISU, as already 30 seconds are instantaneously vanished on the timing.
Now, full wipe for the Redbirds right now. You'll notice that Nacho has consistently been the first one to go down. Illinois State have been taking an extra precaution by targeting that Moira as soon as that fade is forced out. And with that target on the back, Andog has very little sustain to push forward with the rest of the team, and results in a lot of these team wipes.
W Maimon, a little more reserve at this point, not aggressing forward since they've already taken quite a bit of the advantage, and also has a pulse bomb almost to their name. Guaranteed.
Woo!
Goes for the stick. No cryo freeze for you, Chu, as that will be sent back to spawn, and now they have the opportunity to storm the stairway upwards. A Carnage now going to come in to slice them to ribbons, denying any sort of recovery, and now Cincinnati has to try and play close together. Whoa! As that axe once again, like a guillotine, comes slamming from overhead.
Absolutely disgusting. I mean, how many collateral axe hits was
hair?
that? Like, that was at least 3.
Sorry, his hair is just chilling on the light post right there, but...
Like, what are you talking about?
Sorry. Game design, I love it.
I mean, hey, honestly, some of the death animations are
They are
hilarious.
They really are. But now as we look to get back into this next engagement, 2 minutes now, half the time bank gone. As the wall looks to divide for the moment, isolating W Maimon, who has the recall forced out already, but is up top. Chu waiting for this engagement. The Kitsune Rush now active to see if they can throttle through this coalescence and also deny the sound barrier.
Whoa.
It is just Sky with a tactical visor and a Helix rocket to make sure that they can guarantee that this is an instant takedown, and now only 1:40 to go.
ISU painted the red carpet, or rather blue, for Skyle, just marching through the front lines. Soldier 76 still holding pretty far up here. But Cincinnati, this is the first time where they're going to have these larger abilities to fight back. ISU, though, they're playing so close to the spawns. Even if they all go down here, they're still going to have another full contest.
Yep, and you can see that they are trying to play so clustered together to support one another, which I love this idea, but unfortunately they are still getting picked apart from a distance. And Goose even throwing in some of those kunai to get that extra necessary damage onto Rohan. And now we find ourselves in a final fight position, unless it's a swift one. They've got at least the Annihilation, the Sound Barrier, and the Death Blossom.
When previously you put all of these things together, you could build something great. It's just a matter of Cincinnati actually finding the opportunity to do it. Illinois State are bouncing around on this high ground where they can't get up there in really in a realistic fashion. So they have the choice to whether try to contest it, but you have that Wraith Force out so early and you lose Lightning Bridge. This isn't looking good.
Death Blossom is booped back into the sightlines of Skyle as they take down 2. An attempt in return, though. They've lost their mobility and their tank, so ISU now has to bail so quickly and try and buy time. They'll most likely look to give up these 2 initial ticks if they absolutely have to go back in as a full 5 with a regroup.
They don't even seem to want to do that. I mean, Ghost pokes their head out, looking to win the duel against Lightning, grabs the health back. Goose is in trouble. Suzu attempting to blink out of danger, manages to get there, but just barely.
Out towards the hotel. They are able to swift step themselves out of it. The Rampage is available, going back into it. Blocked by the wall! Beautiful placement by Chu, giving them another attempt into this with the Annihilation place. The Blizzard also attempting to slow and hesitate them from getting into it. Even comments in the chat knowing that that was an absolute stellar play. The overtime is active.
No
It is
shot.
Cincinnati right now in a moment to actually get into the payload phase despite it looking dire. If there is anyone that needs to be touted, it is Chu on this May, reading that entire play beautifully.
Somebody give Chu his superhero cape because he just saved the day for Cincinnati on that attack. Just put a wall straight up in Ariel's face, bonked his head, didn't know what to do, and now Illinois State are going to have to hold on to the street phase, which you could argue, Rich, they weren't intending to do.
2 minutes now by Chu. That's wild. I just have to, I have to take a moment for that one. A pulse bomb now available for Rohan. trying to check W Maimon, who has been playing very stellar themselves. The TVT now going to dissipate, fade off as they drop below. Rohan goes for the stick, unfortunately just whizzing by the Junker Queen, can't quite find the mark. And though that might not have hit, W Maimon sure will, as the Carnage comes in a second time, cleaning up and pushing back Cincinnati. They have now a new mountain to climb, and this one even grander.
Yeah, this one you're going to have to win at least 2 to 3 fights in order to dislodge Illinois State, and now it's even more challenging. Look where Skyle is currently positioned. You have the Echo raining damage from above. You're forcing cooldowns early, and you haven't even gotten to the most difficult choke point in the game yet.
And that every second fading in front of you only makes the energy and the heart rate increase as they are closing in to try and deny Cincinnati from getting any more distance. 60 seconds now in the choke point. Lots of damage onto Andog with the focusing beam. They get in close enough and cut even deeper and just shut down that front tank line. And the really tragic part is they committed the Coalescence into this to work their way through the damage, and now they have only the Blizzard to work with going into this for the next 40 seconds.
And it's going to be their last shot to get any more meterage on this payload. And already, I mean, ISU Redbirds, they're in the spawns. They want to find his staggers, and they get that late one on to Nacho. It's going to be even more of a tight squeeze.
And once again, now we see the Rampage online, Duplicate, and Sound Barrier. There is so much stacked up for this moment with now only 20 seconds. A blade comes in from downtown. Rohan isn't even ready for it themselves. Out of a blind daze, sees themselves put back in the spawn. The Blizzard now drop Chu, instantly eliminated by Goose, taking them out in their entry. A sound barrier will be a guaranteed insurance policy for ISU as they clean it up and now deny any sort of progression. And this is going to be a rough moment here as they will find the overtime vanishing in front of their eyes, and that will be a round 1 completion.
Cincinnati managed to work their way for the first point, courtesy of their heroics that Shu was able to pull. Being stopped outside of this first choke point certainly sets a higher benchmark for Illinois State to have to cross. Defense on this first objective for those 4 minutes is not impossible, but this team needs to manage to stick together. Illinois State have been far and above in several different areas, and you gotta give hands to Ariel on the Junker Queen. Other than that one moment that you can't beat the reaction time of the May, the Jagged Blades, the Carnages, and just the overall usage of the commanding shout to escort the team in and out has been near perfection today.
Oh, is that actually what we're gonna see?
Wait a minute.
I'm gonna have a moment
Hang
of
on.
pause. Because they're actually bringing
Please
it to the
no.
table.
Please no.
We are okay. So hear me out. Though. We've been
Okay.
seeing some. We've been
All right.
seeing some professional play in scrims that the Junkrat
I-
has actually been a part of.
I know.
Don't you give me that face, because I think this is great.
You're telling me that's fun to play against?
It's fun
It's
to
skill
play.
heroes. Okay,
It's
there
fun
we
to
go. All right,
play.
thank you for the clarification. Now we can continue talking about that. Thank you.
But no, I mean, again, if you're going against ISU and you are really, at this point, trying something, let's roll the dice and hope for a D20. Because at this point, you just don't want a nat
man.
1. That's all I got to say.
And what, you got burst damage, you can shoot people without them even seeing you? What's not to love about this composition?
Math is great when you ricochet grenades off walls.
Exactly. And like in a map such as King's Row where you're fighting as close as you are, it's great, but you're not going to do much against an Echo.
So, I mean, the damage that they're putting onto the Orisa
Oh,
and the
wait a
pickup that
minute.
comes in with
Wait
the
a
concussion
minute.
mine onto an Echo. See, this is where
We're way
I
too
was
excited
excited
about this.
because if only the viewers can see me dancing right now. As you do have Rohan able to get the pickup onto a very critical target, guaranteeing that they can hold them back
No,
and fend them
come
off,
on.
and Shu gets another stagger.
Like, I want to see Cincinnati succeed, but it low-key makes me upset that this is working as well as it is, Rich. I mean, you call Hanzo and Junkrat the RNG, the cheese heroes, whatever you may. Cincinnati, they've rolled the dice, and so far, those results looking pretty darn good. I mean, they almost have a Dragon Strike online for Chu.
I want to see more of this Hanrat. I'm going to call it that and coin it
my.
moving forward. You're all
Hanrat?
welcome for that one. Yeah, Hanrat. As they have the now Spear Spin to move in, mitigating the initial damage out the gate. Javelin waiting to be back online to look for a pin potentially onto the supports as it gets them into the corner. A massive influx of damage comes through with the Orisa up front, but the Coalescence can counteract it. Up top, seeing with the duplicate on the Ramatra to try and give that second tank and just defensive ability on the front line as the Terra Surge is available. Skyle now brought out of it. The health value dwindled low. One checkpoint brought and then a pull in, and the death doesn't actually come through. The sound barrier by Cincinnati. This is a wild turn of events as they're able to come back into this despite the attempts and worthy virtue of ISU. They're able to weather every aspect of this unique composition that Cincinnati brings to the table and finally is able to kick them within the knees and bring them down.
And it wasn't easy. You could tell that ISU did not want to commit that overclock into that fight, but they had to. I mean, you weren't getting rid of the rest of those players, and that's going to hurt. Like, look how close that they have to get Cincinnati right now. They only made it about halfway through the second straight of Kings Row. If Nacho gets staggered out here, Rich, they're going to be in a heap of trouble.
And the reason that they're playing so far forward right now is because they are just trying to guarantee the distance so that they draw back for one last fight. They want to close this out because they're realizing that this combination of two has actually been a little bit more challenging for them to work through, and they don't want to opt for any sort of compositional changes. Drawing back now, as I mentioned, two gets one and Amdog for the other. This is, again, where ISU is now going to have to be careful. They are so close to that golden box of victory of the second match, but they get in to contest it.
They're going to contest it, and Ariel's trying to fight a Junkrat in a small room. That's the last thing you want to do, and now your tank's in your enemy backline. What's the plan here, Ariel? Like, genuinely, what's the plan? Walk in and shoot? All right, give a Javelin. Yo, they're going to manage to get the trade. Not having a tank, though.
They're able to, I mean, the big thing was Ariel was trying to wait so that they can get the Fortify back online, the Spear Spin, and also the Javelin, so they can potentially reconvene with the rest of the team. But again, 3 minutes, a massive amount of time when you only have 2.5 meters left to go. This is still very favorable for ISU, but Cincinnati are on one of the biggest tears that I would feel they have to try and take a map away. Now with a concussion and Goose goes down, they're still holding strong.
Like, if you said that you expected this, like, go buy a lottery ticket, honestly. Like, this is insane right now. Junkrat and Hanzo do even better on this part of Kings Row. The roads are narrower. There's only so many options that ISU have to push in direction-wise. Chu is another Dragon Strike. You're holding on to this Coalescence. I mean, what's not to love here?
Sound barrier active, Terra Surge forward. Oh no, the Javelin denies the Dragon Strike. Beautifully timed and done here from the tank, making all Orisa mains, just like myself, proud, as they will be able to put everyone back to the spawn and will be able to complete this. And even Rohan says within the chat, good round.
Valiant effort from the University of Cincinnati in their Kings Row matchup. Throw a bit of a curveball at ISU that it took them longer to counteract than they initially expected. You could tell that the gears were grinding, like, all right, we really need to be taking this serious. Like, how do we get through a Junkrat Hanzo? And it takes these incredible mechanical skills that we're seeing from Ariel right now. The Javelins have been impeccable. They start to dislodge some of these players, and now, Rich, now that we've seen it from Cincinnati, do they do it again?
You know what really grinds my gears? Hanzo Rat. Han Rat. That's it. We're going to try and make that a real thing. Han Rat.
Please don't.
Or Junkzo. Get it? See? Like, you know, that, I don't know. I don't know what would be better. I don't know what would be better.
If we have to do
Han
one,
Rat?
I think Han Rat.
I think Han Rat, yeah. You know, like Han Solo would be like Han Rat. I don't know. I'm going to try to go with that down that road.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just going to smile. But, yes, we can see that ISU is now in a prime position to be able to close this out, making it a 3-0 as they've had consistently over the course of this weekend. But Cincinnati, realistically, I think is almost like when we talk about comics, is trying to make ISU bleed.
They're trying to get into their heads. They're playing these, for lack of a better word, cheesy heroes.
I'll allow it. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I mean, it's fun to watch.
It is.
They're putting
really,
on a
really
show.
fun.
That isn't a fact that we can deny here. I mean, Cincinnati, they've made it this far. They're playing against ISU. Now you're down on match points, and you're still digging for that gold, right? You're yet to strike it. You might as well try everything that you can within that respective hero option. Notice I didn't say hero pool because nobody mains those two characters unless you're in plat. But what? I am in plat. I mean, that's not wrong.
I know. Gosh, I don't even want to talk about my ranks. But and again, the other part too is that we can take a look at it from, you know, a different perspective. Like, yes, it might not be something that is typically in the hero pool, but it also is commendable when we talk about, let's say, the way that ISU recognizes the competition in front of them.
Yes.
They came across a situation at which that isn't the typical or the norm, and they were able to evaluate and play differently into how they're going to counteract it, which really leans into the fact that this is what the coaching staff and this is the understanding of the bigger picture of not only the micro but the macro and what they need to do to be successful, which is why they are such a successful school in and of itself. Like, even when they come against wild compositions that we might not expect to see, they're still understanding the overall concept in and out to know, okay, that was okay. You guys did that. That actually worked. Now we're going to do this. So that doesn't work no more.
Like, you literally could see the instant change in their play set. They're like, hey, guys, this isn't going to work. We got to go back to the drawing board. They came back out with that Orisa. They had the Lucio, the Tracer, to help kind of chase some of these targets down. And that changed. Yes, that's what worked. That's why they are one of the best teams within their region and arguably within the entire country right now. And, you know, they're one map away from claiming that grand finals title. It's time for University of Cincinnati to make their last stand here. And they elected to do it on Esperanza.
And as we enter in to this push map, they are going to push themselves to the very end and the brink of what their skill has in store. I'm trying to be like one of those ancient like novelist talkers. I
like
went for that.
I kind of got like 1940s baseball game.
Yes.
Got
I
vibes.
could do that too. That'd be fun. As we come in back to the
There
day
it
as the
is.
seconds begin to dwindle. University of Cincinnati. Ooh, that actually sounded kind of cool. It's almost like
That
Minnesota.
did.
It's like Minnesota, but Cincinnati. Coming. As we're gonna have the timer we get. We're just having a good old time, friends. As now you can see the composition putting forward. Maimon though getting domed and shut down. Rohan at the moment is going to be trying to see if he can continue this type of stride as the 10-minute timer continues to dwindle.
They're on tour.
Yeah.
I just realized
Yeah,
that.
they are.
Okay, that's cool.
I
Tor's
root
cool.
for you, Chu. I root for you.
I mean, hey, that guy could be like a miniature tank sometimes if
Oh,
you're
yeah.
not careful. And the nice thing about the turret, it activates the DPS passive, and you can already see Ariel taking its helmet chip damage.
Yeah, the Swede really bringing a lot to this, and not just Swedish meatballs. As we've got now Nacho getting the elimination once again onto Skyle, who realistically has not really found themselves too vulnerable ever since that first initial elimination in the previous round. But Cincinnati has been doing quite a bit here, and realistically the only reason why they've had a little bit of punishment on the movement is because W Maimon has taken that fight elsewhere alone to try and deny the bot from moving the barricade forward.
Yeah. I mean, W Maimon's job has gotten significantly harder to accomplish between the Torp turret, having to dodge that automatic tracking missile that Cassidy throws every once in a while, and even AdDog with the knives. And, you know, you can see that Illinois State, because they can't get their Tracer in as easily, are struggling to convert on a pick as a result.
And the Doomfist adjustment might be something that can yield a lot of value. Nacho getting so dangerously low, and Skyle with a focusing beam gaining some redemption here onto Rohan, who was able to get a cheeky pick earlier and now trying to put salt in the wound, and not just any kind of salt. I would say Himalayan rock salt to make it even more punishing. Yeah, it really is.
Okay.
Looking to clean up though with the focusing beam, allowing ISU to get their advantage and be able to push their barricade just as much.
They're going to get about equivalent of the distance, perhaps a little bit further than that of Cincinnati. This fight is about to be explosive, reaching one of those points. We're going to have 10 ultimates in a single battle. Things are about to get crazy. You cannot predict what happens in these fights unless W Maimon here actually sticks this pulse bomb that he's hunting for.
You know, I didn't know it was the 4th of July because there's going to be a lot of fireworks coming out right now. See how I played that one?
Yeah,
But in the
very
book room, you can see that the Tracer play from W Maimon is looking for that angle to find a pulse bomb that's going to yield maximum value. Nice stun onto Rohan as there is a meteor strike to disengage, but they will walk willingly into it with a Kitsune rush. And the reposition now looks for a massive engagement, knocking 3 players into the wall, and that sound barrier is not going to give them much defensive prowess initially, but as they push out into the open with the Molten Core and just the sheer free-firing turret damage, that actually gives Cincinnati another lease on life.
Well, that is what 5 ultimates and a lot of guts will go ahead and get you. University of Cincinnati walking fearlessly into that Kitsune rush from Goose, and in Illinois State, that was costly for them as well. They have to take this fight so much closer now, and they're already down Rohan.
It's ebb and flow between the two. Checkpoint not yet being reached, which is going to be extremely important. Nice takedown onto Andong so they can go back to the neutral position. Cincinnati will going to have to give ground for now. I love how this is just literally a Doomfist trying to take down a Lucio with it's you know it's one of those captures that you just love prod for. So
And all right, we get all the silly moments on the stream here. Doomfist not equipped to take out a Lucio, but can certainly do the same for the DPS line. I mean, Rohan and Chu have been getting knocked around. You have the sticky bombs from Skyle coming in, and W Maimon is on top of it. Minimalist State, they're just about to get that first checkpoint online, but they're so pushed so far up right now. Butt scratch phase has been reached, and now they're advancing past it.
And that also gives them the closer spawn the longer they stay in this position, so it can guarantee a massive opportunity if they hold them really towards this position and even just towards the neutral, that they will always have that positional advantage. Nice dive down below.
Okay.
Chu getting rid of the Doomfist is very important. So they've lost that type of front-loaded engagement and the surprise tactic that can be from the Doomfist, but realistically, they're still kind of chilling around here. One is actually causing contention onto that barricade, and now you start seeing the picks come through. Cincinnati back to moving forward, but there is more than enough time for ISU to get back to this neutral and look for a recontest.
Even now, Lightning in a one-on-one duel against W.
God,
but no! Oh my gosh.
Worthy
that's
attempt,
just
Lightning.
tall.
It
You
just,
try.
You know, it was just like the thundering strike that happens too many seconds after you see it. It was just really, really delayed to have that fight happen. As now, you can see them get back into this barricade, still continuing to push in favor of ISU. 4 ultimate online, the Kitsune Rush and the Meteor Strike coupled once again as we've seen it prior, and the duplicate now onto the Junker Queen. So that gives a very beefy tank front line with a commanding shout to assist the rest of the team that is close in proximity. Double Maimon getting Andog makes this absolutely dire, and it is in the home stretch now where ISU wants to end this before the completion of this 10-minute timer.
ISU about to walk down the final aisle of not only the map of Esperanza, but potentially the series, the grand finals, the title of being the Midwest Esports champion. All eyes within these next couple of meters, and not having Andog to walk out behind University of Cincinnati to throw some lava at the Deadeye and hope for the best.
Attempting to try and deny them. The sound barrier is there, and the reposition from a flanking angle on the Doomfist. This home stretch has become the red carpet to their show end, as it will be now only a few meters left to go. Cincinnati has been able to force them back for the time being, but they are not far away as the Rampage now held by Andog, clobbered into the wall, able to get that health pack and top themselves back up since the healers are trying to work their way through the backline aggression. Shu getting rid of Goose is absolutely necessary and only have to rely onto Admiral, and that's just going to be way too much damage to work through themselves, and more so have to use the utility that they provide.
Having that support out of the fight, a lot of Illinois State sustain is dead and gone, so they have to back off. All of their characters, though, are so fast-rich that they're still haven't done a full reset. There isn't really a need for them to. They're just holding Cincinnati as far up as they can.
And they got an Echo duplicate again. Lightning fast from when we last saw it. Meteor Strike as well, going to be unleashed onto Rohan. Unfortunately, is going to be able to put some damage into it, but the Torbjorn goes down. The numbers continuing to stack in favor of ISU as they gain an entire team kill. As I mentioned, the red carpet now has been laid out in front of them to complete this and gain this Grand Finals championship win for the Midwest Esports Invitational. GG's all around as Redbirds continue to show that they are the team to be feared across the region.
Not just the region, but the country as well. This squad has worked so hard as players have cycled in and out to be the best in the collegiate scene. And we're going to see it right here today, even with some roster adjustments due to some absent players trying out this new meta. They seem to have this incredible understanding which extends beyond the players, but to the coach, all of the staff, helping support them as well. We started this tournament by setting the stage for ISU, anticipating this exact moment to come, and now that it's finally here, the Redbirds can celebrate it.
Absolutely, and we will be having the opportunity to celebrate them and those that have been able to claim the top 3 spots, because again, it's not just one team that gets to go home victorious in some degree, it is 3 that after participating. But realistically, I think everybody won this weekend to have this opportunity to compete in such a massive 2-day event with so many schools, again, for the first time really bringing them here, and to have the amount, not only in Overwatch, but in Valorant as well, compete at such a high level within this Midwest. It's been an absolute thrill, and massive shout out to DuPage Sports Commission, who has really been focusing and driving to have this be something that is a consistency within the region, and ISU being able to take first place, but everyone else here that has tried to fight against them has had an adventure of their own across this weekend.
They have. I mean, teams have grown and developed. We got to see the story of Minnesota on the stream, sure, but what about that of all of the other 12 teams that have participated in just our Overwatch events alone? And, I mean, LAN experience, being in person, seeing your teammates, your friends, and being in just a new environment.
Yes.
Like, it levels up your game entirely. Having this experience of in-person competition, it's what helps develop these players to continue to improve, become better, and could serve as motivation to reach for that title.
And also just with Scrim's Gaming Center being able to house all of these individuals to compete over the course of these 2 days, there is a lot of rotation and a massive number of players that have to work their way through the challenges of just a competitive environment, and we truly do give them so much credit for being able to house such an event. And along with even just the partnership for the Hyatt down the street, where we're going to be having that award ceremony as well. And overall, just, you know, closing out and encapsulating this, it's just really been a pleasure to be a part of this weekend and what the Midwest is going to continue to have. Being local within this area, you yourself in the Midwest, just being able to see the talent that we have continue to grow, whether it's from community college, four-year college, or those even in other high schools transitioning into these universities as well. There's just so much talent here among the rest of the country that I am just really grateful to have the opportunity to be within this space, and I think you would agree as well.
And absolutely. Seeing esports and academics come together into one is already a beautiful thing, but the DuPage Sports Commission adding this level of like governmental institution to put on an event of this hype, give them a place for competition, is an absolutely incredible thing to see. And the fact that this is only the first event of what is sure to be many more down the line, I mean, it truly puts a smile on my face, and as well as many of the players here.
Absolutely. And with that being said, we are going to close out here before we enter into the moment of award ceremonies, where we will be having both Overwatch and Valorant top 3 teams be able to claim not only their reward as the medal and prize, but just also be able to take home the glory and title. So we want to just tell you it's been an absolute awesome opportunity to see all of you at home participating, and for those that were around here that have been in person, it's been a pleasure. So we hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Look to see you at the award ceremony, and until next time.
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Revealing area.
Here. Here.
One enemy remaining.
That'll close it. Columbia College 13-3 and a 2-0 over UIC.
Definitely well deserved to enter here with so many talented rosters, so many talented and universities, and to leave without losing a single time.
Yeah, you have to say credit where credit is due. Columbia College, the only undefeated team at the entire event other than Illinois State. But honestly, Illinois State on the Overwatch side kind of expected to win things there. They did, by the way. Overwatch Grand Finals have just wrapped up. Our 2 champions have been crowned. Danny, before we send things away and move on to our award ceremony down over at Hyatt, any final thoughts?
Honestly, about the game, so many great teams. I'm very blessed, very honored to be here, especially working on such great talent like yourself. Oh, sorry, I bit my tongue. That's how excited I am. I just think it was a great time, and a great time especially for all these teams, getting to know all these people. And what's most important is not so much Well, I would say not the results, but no, those are very important too. It's the community. It's so many of these rivalries forming, but not just that, friendships as well. And that's something that I really want to give a lot of credit to Scrims Esports as well as DuPage Sports Commission.
DuPage Sports Commission bringing us out here. Obviously, Scrims hosting the entire event. We also had Smash going on over at the Hyatt, where we got to stay for the event as well. Massive thank you to a lot of different people here, including Igor, the president and commissioner of the DuPage Sports Commission, allowing us the opportunity to bring events like this to you. Our 2 champions have been crowned. Illinois State University, they'll take the Overwatch side. Columbia College go flawless in Valorant in the Midwest Esports Invitational. We're going to send things over to the mainstream where we crown/medal our champions here on land. We thank you very much for joining us, but don't forget, don't go anywhere. Our championship ceremony when we come back.